Good morning, everyone. It is day 2 of H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan. I'm with the Planetary Society, but it is my great pleasure and honor to, for a lot of years now, come here and host this live stream that is about to get underway with our first panel of this morning. We have a very full day lined up for you once again with all kinds of space exploration and space science all-stars, and look forward to having you join us as much as you can during the day. If you are watching the recordings of this, we hope you enjoy that as well. It's a much drier, nicer day here in Washington, D.C., so we don't have to worry about getting wet when we go outside, and hope that it's also looking great wherever you are as well. Just to give you a little preview, in a moment I'll be throwing it to Tiffany Vora. Dr. Vora is going to open us up today, and she will get us into our first panel, which is that human factors question. The title is Planning for the Physical and Mental Health of Astronauts on the first Mars mission. It's maybe the bigger challenge, bigger than how to get people down to the surface and get them off the surface. Just the technology question there is how do we keep humans healthy and happy and completely capable of doing all the work that will be necessary down on the surface of the red planet. Then something very special comes up at about 9:25 this morning when it will be our honor to host the CEO of Blue Origin. David Limp will be here for a special conversation with the president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards. So certainly hope that you'll be sticking around, as I said, through all of this. We will take you right on through the day to about 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with many, many more highlights. And I will be back up here to follow up with some of the interesting people that you'll be seeing on stage in a few moments. And I'm going to glance at my watch. I think we're probably at 8:30, and we are indeed. So I'm about to throw it to Dr. Tiffany Vora. She's the Vice President for Innovation Partnerships at Explore Mars and has a long history working in very much the topic of our first panel today. Human factors and keeping humans healthy. She has a long history as well with Singularity University. I got to participate, got to participate about 3 months ago in a terrific Explore Mars program that she did about innovation related to Mars Innovation Workshop, which we did. We were hosted by the SETI Institute, actually, in Silicon Valley, but it was a really great gathering, and there are a number of people here today participating in the summit who were also attendees at that workshop. No Tiffany. So let me tell you a little bit more about what's going on over the rest of the day today. Speaking of Tiffany, when we come out of the first break at about 10:25 today, she's going to talk about a really interesting topic that she knows a lot about because she was an analog astronaut. It's called Practicing for Mars, an analog on the ISS, the International Space Station, and a ground facility. This is a really interesting concept, which I'd never heard before. Tiffany told me about it yesterday. The idea is that we've got this wonderful space station. Why not use it as an analog for the trip to and from Mars in microgravity, and then bring those astronauts back down to Earth to continue the analog experience on Earth as if they were on Mars. Anyway, that's just one example of what we can look forward to. And I'm told that Chris is here, not Tiffany, but Chris Carberry, the founder and CEO of Explore Mars, is ready to get us started up on the stage. Chris?
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed the reception last night. Lots of good Ardbeg whiskey and a wonderful ceremony for the signing of the Washington Compact. Before I bring on Tiffany, I'd like to thank the sponsors and do a few other announcements. Of course, thank you to our gold sponsor, Aerojet Rocketdyne, an L3 Harris technology company. Bronze sponsors, Collin Aerospace and Draper Labs. Our science sponsor, AIP. Our venue sponsor, the Space Policy Institute. Our streaming sponsor, the National Institute of Aerospace. Our reception sponsor last night, Wassel & Wassel, law firm here in D.C., and tonight's reception sponsor is the Victoria State Government of Australia. Our supporter sponsor is MDA. Our advocate sponsors are Redwire and Honeybee Robotics. Media sponsor, Space.com. Our whiskey sponsor last night was Ardbeg, and tonight our wine sponsor is Olson Private Vineyards, provided by Greg Olson, the private astronaut. This is, once again, similar to Ardbeg. We have been working with Greg Olson for the last 10 years as a wine sponsor. As I mentioned, we have a reception tonight. There's still some spaces available. If you want to sign up, please do. Also a reminder, if you haven't purchased a copy of Jim Green's book, there are still a few copies left, and we have a little more time today to do signings. And of course, I have 2 books, and I did notice there were 3 people who had purchased them, so if you are here, you should come find me, and I can get them to you and sign them. So, but hopefully you'll want to purchase some of those, and anything else. We'll have a full hour lunch today. I think that should be it. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring up the Vice President of Innovation Partnerships at Explore Mars. Sorry, I almost forgot your title. Dr. Tiffany Vora.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the Humans to Moon and Mars Summit. I hope everyone got plenty of rest last night or was staying up all night thinking really important thoughts that you are excited to share with your co-attendees today. To the folks online, thank you for joining us again today. Your presence is what helps make this summit a truly international endeavor, so thank you so much for being here. Now, as I was thinking about how I wanted to frame today, I thought to myself about questions rather than answers. So if you've taken a look at today's agenda, we've got, again, lots of exciting sessions coming up and lots of opportunities for you to be thinking about what you want to do when you leave this summit, when you leave this room, and when you go back out into the world as an ambassador for humanity's future off Earth. And I came up with 3 questions that I wanted to invite you to ask yourselves periodically throughout the day to check in on where you are in this journey and where you'll be when you come out at the end of the day today. So the first question that I'd like to invite all of us to reflect on repeatedly today is this: what would it take for every person on Earth to see Mars not as a luxury, but as a necessity? Keep your ears open today for answers to that question that you might hear up on stage and in the conversations during your day, and also try to think about what you would say if somebody asked you that question. And feel free to tweet that. Make sure to at Explore Mars, that's us, so that we can see your thoughts on that. Question number 2 that I invite you to come back to throughout the day: what breakthroughs could we unlock here on Earth using Mars as our design constraint? You're going to hear that theme coming up several times today. But again, this takes us back to where I closed us yesterday, pointing out that innovating for space is innovating for Earth, and innovating for tomorrow is innovating for today. So keep your eyes open for those opportunities. And here's the third question, and I think it's probably the single most important one. So I want each of us to be able to leave this summit today with a clearer answer to this key question: what is my role in making humanity multiplanetary? Because again, you're going to walk out of here as a member of the Explore Mars community. You're going to go out in the world. People are going to say, "How was your week?" And you're going to say, "Oh my gosh, I went to this Mars conference." And then you're going to have to explain that smile on your face and why you're so excited to work on building tomorrow. So let's all think about that during the day. What is my role in making humanity multiplanetary? And let's share our responses to that. So now I'm really excited to bring out our next panel, assuming we're all here. If our panelists could come out and join me on the stage, we'll get this show rolling. Excellent, they're here. Now, Shawna, I was invited to introduce you, but would you rather roll with that yourself?
Sure.
Shawna's
everyone.
a self-starter. Enjoy.
So my name is Dr. Shawna Pandya. I will be your moderator this morning, and we have three amazing experts. By way of background, I am a physician with a specialization in extreme environments, space medicine, and I will be going to space on a research space flight as early as next year with Virgin Galactic. But this is not about me, this is about our amazing three panelists. Today we have three objectives for you to talk about the physical and mental health challenges that will challenge the first crew on Mars. And we want you to know by the end of this what those challenges are, how we're identifying gaps and emerging threats, opportunities, and even technologies that can help us mitigate those. So you'll laugh, you'll cry, and if you haven't learned anything, come yell at us during the break. To help us address this, we have none other than Dr. Jen Rochlis, CEO of Advancing Frontiers, a consulting firm focused on human systems integration and spaceflight innovation. And if that wasn't enough, she completed 2 decades at NASA shaping how we shape and support human performance. Next to her, we have Dr. Kaleigh Stabenau, Assistant Clinical Professor in Otolaryngology at the University of California, Irvine, where she focuses on acute care and facial trauma. And if that weren't enough, she was also the inaugural fellow at the Arizona Program for Exploration Medicine and Surgery. And she now serves as the Assistant Program Director there, as well as a contract flight surgeon with numerous commercial space companies. And last but not least, to round us out, you have Phnam Bagley, a world's renowned space architect and designer, and she has worked all over the world in numerous projects from neurovestibular design to space design. So if you need a subject of more qualified, a panel of more qualified subject matter experts, I don't think you'll find it. And we all happen to work with the Organization for Space Medicine, Engineering, and Design. So if you want to know more about that, ask us at the break. But to kick it off, we're all going to go through a 3 to 4 minute statement on what brings us here. So Jen, I want to kick it over to you to just get us started. Why are you so personally invested in the physical and mental health of astronauts for the first Mars mission based on your work? And this, I'll ask this to all of the panelists, but Jen, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, of course. Good morning, everyone. I have always been working at the intersection of human and tools, human and machinery, human and computer interaction, thinking of how the human takes in information from their surroundings, how they create outputs and actions and decisions based on that, and then what happens when we put humans into unusual or extreme environments. And I started out looking a lot at robotics and AI early on in the late 90s, early 2000s. And that was where I started, but very quickly it became clear that the rigors of spaceflight were more than just engineering challenges to be solved. It really took a toll on the humans who were going, and I think that we were so focused on keeping them alive, we forgot to think about how they're actually showing up to do their work and how they present themselves in their tasking. And that varies based on who they're flying with and when they're flying and how often they're flying, because the parameters were very limited in the beginning about how many weeks and who your crew was and all of that. But now we're talking about something that is completely undefined almost, in terms of who's going and how long and what the components will be and what the tasks will be and what technologies will be able to fly. And so our trade space has just gotten so much larger, and now we need to be thinking more broadly and differently, because we all know that our physiology is one piece, our psychology and our mental and emotional health is quite something else. So I'm going to speak this morning on behalf of engineering. I was trained as a researcher. I did do my PhD in humans and in computer interaction, but I very quickly learned how to become an engineer when I got to NASA and started being very hands-on for many years before I was a division chief. And so that's kind of the focus in our OSMED organization that I really want to touch on today, is the engineering piece. And so with that, I want to mention that it is time for us as spaceflight providers to start really accelerating the merging of the science and the health and wellness cultures, the engineering and the health and wellness cultures. And I say that because traditionally we look at engineering approaching problem solving as, identify a risk and then you create a mitigation for it. That doesn't typically translate well when you have human variability on the scale that we do. And what we have done in the past is limit the variability of humans flying or limit the variability of tasks allowed as a countermeasure to not having to build systems that adapt to variability of the humans. So how do we build adaptive systems? That's a question that we'll talk about a lot. And also then one step beyond that, I want us to think about how we augment human capabilities, because traditionally we just try to protect them from degradation, and that is not the full story. We need to really be augmenting human capabilities as well. And so what does that mean from a psychological or emotional well-being standpoint? That means we need to treat those features as mission-critical reliability components, and we don't do that today. And we do that for engineered systems. All of you in this room are very familiar with how we do that for engineered systems. We design into it margin. We have fault tolerance. We have dissimilar redundancy. We have lots of ways and tools and tricks that we pull out to say, if I think an engineering system is going to fail, how do I make that fail as gently as possible, or how do I mitigate that as much as possible? We don't do that for humans. In fact, we actually do the opposite. We design mostly for the minimum acceptable product, right? We design what is the minimum amount that you need to eat, breathe, sleep, right? That's what we're going to give you, the minimum. And when this happens, we now have no margins. We have no margins for psychological and emotional well-being and health and wellness outside of just physical body. And that's not okay. That's not for just survival. We really need this to become mission critical. So I know that a lot of you in this room also deal with the bottom line and the budgets, and I do too. And when you hear the word augment, you think extra and unnecessary. And I need you to reframe that as well. I need you to realize that this is not something that we cannot fly without a margin around. Because I used to say, we used to design the lunar rover trainers. We had a bunch of AI on that. We were playing around with that in the early 2000s. And I used to get the question a lot, like, how can you make sure that this is a safe system? It's not going to fail. And I said, well, I can design you a really excellent rover. I mean, we know what we're doing, and we've got all these fail safes, and we've got all this, software that we can throw in, and hardware that this, and the tools and this and that. I said, but having said that, I cannot ever prevent someone from driving it off a cliff. I just can't. So we can build the best systems to carry our astronauts to faraway places and try to provide them with a habitat and environment that is as safe as possible. But the human ultimately is the one in control of their choices, and we need to be giving them more than just the minimum. And the last thing I'll say is, again, if nothing else that you remember anything I say today, please remember that the human system is the least replaceable component in the entire mission.
Well said. Thank you, Jen. Yeah. So, Kaleigh, I'm going to start off with the same question for you. So, based on your background, your trajectory, why are you so personally invested in the physical and mental well-being of astronauts and the first crew on Mars?
Yeah, so for me, it's important because I'm only here because humans will be a part of this mission, right? It's technologically feasible to send things to Mars. We've been doing it for years. That's not the problem. The big challenge is the human component, which is why we're all here today. And to piggyback off what Dr. Rochlis was saying, it's not simply about surviving. We want to create an environment where humans can, if not thrive, at least have a little more margin to their survival. When we talk about medical problems in space and we talk about designing these medical systems, we talk about risk. What is the risk of something happening? And unfortunately, we're kind of in this space right now where that risk remains largely uncharacterized when we talk about it in the context of a Mars mission. We have a lot of spaceflight experience in low Earth orbit. We have a few moon missions and hopefully more. But a mission to Mars is going to be something that we've never seen before. It's going to be the longest duration of spaceflight. It is going to have phases of that mission where returning to Earth are not possible. And so how do you characterize and then buy down that risk? As of now, the next best step is the moon. It's going to be very, very important to do that. From the psychological perspective, we also have to keep in mind that because this mission is so different from everything else, it's going to have a lot of psychological components that we have not necessarily encountered yet and don't necessarily have mitigations for, and so at least yet. So when you think of missions to low Earth orbit, you're looking out the window at Earth at all times. You're 200 miles from Earth, give or take. That's about as much as I drive every day. I live in San Diego and I commute to Orange. And so you still have in the back of your mind, yes, I'm far away, but I can still see home. Same with the moon. Same with the moon. You can still see home most of the time, maybe not all of the time, but you're still within a few days to a week. Going to Mars, like I said, there's going to be phases where you cannot return, and that's going to take a psychological toll, and we will have to plan for that. Right now, if you asked me to design a medical system for a Mars mission to keep a human healthy, I think I would know where to start, but I would not know where to end. Because even very healthy people over that long duration of time are going to have medical problems. The most important step is starting healthy, and that's kind of been the cornerstone of aerospace medicine up to this point, is preventing problems. But when you talk about a Mars mission and you talk about what that mission is going to look like, you are going to run into medical problems that there's really no feasible way to present. And so you have to be able to address that. But as we all know, we're limited by what we can take. And so we have to make sure that we at least have a good understanding of what is likely to occur. Hopefully it won't, but what is likely to occur. I had one more thought and then just lost it there. But so right now, a lot of that work is done with modeling. We have the integrated medical model, we have impact. Now that's for low Earth orbit and the moon. We don't really necessarily have a model for Mars yet. But models are only as good as the data that you put in. So kind of bringing this full circle, we just simply don't have enough data to be able to fully characterize that risk so that we can buy down that risk. We could send humans to Mars probably within the next few years, but that risk level is going to be unacceptably high. So,
well said, thank you. And then finally over to Phnam. Can you please tell us how your work and your journey have informed how and why you think about this, why you think about astronaut health and from the mental and physical well-being perspective, and why it's so important to you?
Yes, hello everyone. So the type of design that I practice, which is space architecture and industrial design, is really human-centered, right? Really thinking about how humans behave as individuals or as collectives, and how they change throughout the mission, right? When you go to Mars for the first time, it's going to be 2.5, 3 years. We cannot expect the same person on day one as it is on day 500, right? And so designing these environments and these tools and these equipment and devices that support the health and well-being and performance of all these people needs to evolve with them. And also when we talk about behavior, like B.J. Fogg's model from Stanford University says that in order to trigger behavior, you have to have motivation, ability, and prompt happening at the same time. These are things that designers have to take into account when we design things, right? What is going to motivate people to use this device not only once, but repetitively in order for that device to support them in positive ways. The ability, if everybody's different, neurodiverse people with perhaps not on the first Mars mission, but like with missing limbs or like differences, we have to design technology to adapt to us instead of forcing humans to adapt to technology, right? And the bridge between these two is how well we design these systems. And so that is part of what we do as designers. But most importantly, as designers, we don't work in a vacuum. We don't disappear for 3 months and draft a bunch of sketches and then give them to engineers to implement. What we do is that we work collaboratively, right? I need to be in a room with people like these ladies here and really go back and forth on negotiating what is essential for the survival of these astronauts in the mission and the success of the mission, but also what brings a lot of different layers of quality of life, thriving. What happens if if something not catastrophic, but like dramatic happens? What are the countermeasures that are put in place for people to have the agency to do what they need to do whenever they need to do it, right? And to do it in a place that feels safe as well, which has been a problem for many decades in the space industry. But really, all these aspects of creating an environment and creating tools and an adaptability to these tools to create to give to these astronauts so they can feel confident that they can go into this mission and end it with success.
Well said. So I'm going to be a little bit cynical for a second. So we've heard some very nuanced takes here, but why can't we just tell these astronauts to put their big kid EVA suits on and just deal with the boredom? Like, why, fine, it's suboptimal. You're in a tin can. You've watched Game of Thrones all 8 seasons for the 16th time in between your downtime. Like, why does it matter that we optimize? We talked about having larger margins. We talked about having comfort, better design. Or we talked about, Kaleigh, you mentioned the risks, and, we have no medevac option. Like, why does it matter that we talk about getting a better, a better everything, a better design, a better margin, better integration? Jen, I'll start with you.
There are a couple ways I could answer that question, but I'll start with the probably more esoteric version. I think there's a part that we have to embrace exploration for exploration's sake. If we're sending humans, we're sending them to have a human experience and have an experience that they can then translate back to the rest of us and inspire and educate and create new ways of thinking, new evolutionary technologies, answering and asking different questions. Otherwise, we could just keep going with robotic missions. And don't get me wrong, I love robotics. And I did that for many years. So I'm a huge robotic proponent, but there's a reason why we're sending humans in the first place. And so doing that, we have a responsibility to those humans. And it's more about just promising they're going to come back in one piece. And if we send them out and they get ornery and they come back and they hate it, and what is the point of that, right? I mean, first of all, and then second of all, as we've learned yesterday, and we all know as well, the very tasking around keeping themselves alive in the spacecraft in decent shape and survivable is a Herculean amount of work. Dr. Jack Susser did some really interesting studies years ago where he gave the astronauts journals, and he had them journal about whatever they wanted, and he coded all of that information for a lot of things, affect, content, language. And he found that the number one thing they talk about, more than home, more than family, it's work. They talk about their work. They are working around the clock. And this is for short duration missions, right? This is for 6 months missions. This is for even a year mission. We're not even talking about tripling that. And so they are consumed with the tasks they are doing. And everything else can kind of get pushed, right? We see third quarter effects in terms of their happiness and their affect and their mood. They have conferences with family and opportunities for that. When you're Earth independent, those will go away. And we don't know how the humans are going to react to these stressors, these environments. Show me a team that's cohesive for 3 years in a row in a tin can, and I'll answer that question.
So, and I'm just going to quickly pull on the thread. Like, why, why does it matter? There is this certain, to your point about astronauts being ambassadors, there is also this kind of certain view of astronauts as like the ones who endure hardship, who willingly go into these austere environments. Like, maybe are we coddling tomorrow's Martian astronauts too much? Like, back in the day, they had to drive and park their own spacecraft, right? And now they have automated pilots to help them dock, right? Like, how much can we coddle these Martian astronauts?
Yeah, your words, not mine. So you have a point, right? Of course, that you can just, look, if you're gonna go, everybody who gets on that, straps themselves in knows that they may not come home, right? That is a part of the job, right? You know that. And so you're absolutely right to ask, like, why do they have to expect anything more? And how much is coddling? So I think that there's, again, a lot of ways you can approach that question. But I think that we have seen, and we've looked at, even on the analog missions, and there's a lot we can learn, even though we can't have the perfect analog for these kinds of missions for space. We've learned a lot about team dynamics and what happens to performance. We have, people who go rogue. We have people who create factions. We have people who shut themselves off. And what happens is the work that those people are doing gets pushed to the rest of the crew. The mood triggers for everybody else. And when you start to have people whose actions or lack thereof, or interactions or lack thereof, start impacting the amount of work it takes to survive, it starts to impede then everyone's ability to do so. And so it is not just your own choices about, I'm just going to go back to my little compartment and just, shut out the world and I'll just have to deal. it impacts everybody else and the survivability of the mission as a whole. And so that aspect of it, it's no longer just about self. And you're right. We can talk about how we measure success, and it was the suck it up generation of we didn't get to have feelings for many years, right, about anything. It was like, if you want to fly again, you're going to go up there and take whatever we give you, right? You're going to get what you get. You don't throw a fit, right? And that is not how our society functions today. And I think that with the advent of the commercial spaceflight companies being able to fly anybody who would like to go and who's in a position to be able to afford to do so, we have to take care of them as well. It's not we're going to shun people just because we didn't get to perfectly select. And that's what I was saying. We have to not limit variability. We have to be able to fly whoever in humanity we want to fly. And that includes all the fields.
All the feels,
All the
perfect. So we need to take it from not just surviving, but thriving, because if we don't, there's a very real risk that could mushroom. It could escalate very quickly. So an astronaut could throw a temper tantrum, lock themselves into their crew quarters, could get voted off the airlock. It would just be a bad situation on Mars.
All of the things, yeah.
Okay,
I'm sure there's a movie coming about just this.
If not, hopefully someone will be inspired to write it here.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Kaleigh, I want to pull on a thread that you brought up about characterizing the uncharacterized risks. That's like saying, tell me what I don't know. Like, how do we even start doing that?
Yeah, so great question. First, I do want to kind of piggyback off something. I'm going to say that a lot, piggyback something off what Jen said. So when you were talking, and what you were talking about was you suffer for your job, and you just grin and bear it, and you are kind of expected to be superhuman. It made me think about residency. I don't know how many physicians are in this room.
I was literally just thinking that. I was like, are we talking about
But I was
medicine?
like, oh, this sounds familiar. Now, I am not an astronaut, but it made me think about medical residency. And so otolaryngology it's a surgical residency, so it's 5 years. And a residency, there's this kind of culture around healthcare of you suffer for your craft. When you're in training, that is what you do. You live, eat, and breathe medicine. That's why we're called residents. We used to live in the hospital. And there's something to be said for that. It's a lot to learn, that it's a very big responsibility to be taking care of people. And so you have to take it very seriously. But what we have seen is that culture leads to a lot of problems. We lead to a lot of burnout. We lead to people leaving the profession, and we see mistakes. Because, if I'm operating on someone and I've been up for 24 hours, I can do it, and I can do it well, but I'm going to be the first to tell you I'm not going to do it as well as if I had a full night's sleep and a cup of coffee, beforehand. And so I think there's this cultural change that needs to happen, where we need to be a little more aware of the mental well-being of the people that we are sending into space. I'm not going to go through the examples. I don't want to take up a bunch of time, but we've obviously seen there are cases where there has been sort of degradation of mental health in the spaceflight environment, and that is in a very high-risk environment for that to occur. Unfortunately, we're not starting off on a good foot, right? I can only speak for America, but mental health care in this country is not great. And so even terrestrially, we're not very good about talking about this and about addressing it and about ensuring it. And so that's just mainly throwing a problem out into the ether, not necessarily offering a solution, so to speak, but anyway, that's what I was thinking when you were saying that.
But I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit there, because you've identified those problems both in spaceflight and in medicine. We unfortunately have a front row seat to that. So surely maybe the wheels are turning, saying, well, this could be a fix if we just did this. Are there either maybe 3 specific problem spaces or 1 specific problem space or even solution space that to optimize mental health? Because now as we're pulling upon this thread, we're saying, well, it's not just about surviving, it's about comfort, creating that space to perform, be yourself, not always operating at that high stress level, because when you're at that high stress level, you're on a tightrope, it's greased, there's alligators circling below, they may have laser beams looking up at you, it's a very bad situation, there's a lot of risk, right? And so, well, how do we create that safety net?
Yeah, so you hear the term, happy and healthy, right? Happiness and health kind of go hand in hand. And so from a medical perspective, it is important to ensure the mental health, because that's going to translate directly into physical health. And that is one mitigation to help buy down risk, is to ensure the mental well-being of our astronauts. As far as how we can do that, I think we start by acknowledging that even though astronauts, we kind of put them on this pedestal as being superhuman, and I don't want to talk down to astronauts, they are incredibly accomplished, but they're still human. And again, kind of going back to how we started this, the whole point of this talk and why we're all here is to send humans to an an extraterrestrial place, in this case, the moon and Mars. And so I think the first thing is you just need to acknowledge that. You need to acknowledge these people are human. And even these superhumans have people home that they love. They have things that they miss. They're in a stressful environment and they feel that stress. They may not admit it. That touches on a whole nother can of worms as far as being able to be vulnerable in a field where historically vulnerability has excluded you. And so, you asked me 3 things, but I think before I can do the 3 things, the most important thing that has to change is the culture and kind of how we view this. Mental wellness and mental illness is not a weakness. It is like stubbing your toe. It is like having a sore throat. It is like needing surgery. It is a real medical problem when it's a problem that needs to be addressed. And just as we try to prevent physical problems from occurring, we need to make sure that we have the resources in place to prevent, I don't want to say mental problems from occurring, but psychological emergencies.
I think you've hit it on the nail right there, because in saying mental illness, mental wellness, you have identified it as a spectrum and viewing these things not as dichotomous, not as black and white, but as a continuum, and saying, where does inconvenience turn into pathology, and start to kind of view that and then make it safe to identify triggers early on. I think that's maybe one way we can start reframing how we view pathology on Mars. And then on the bonus side, for anyone who still is afraid of being vulnerable, the plus side is if you admit to being vulnerable to a flight surgeon while on Mars, what are they going to do, ground you? So,
good point. Good point. But I would assume that there's going to be a very, very long training process to get there. And you could have somebody who is struggling during that. They are trying to deal with the fact, as Dr. Rochlis was saying, you may not make it back. We know that. We don't have to keep repeating that. That's real no matter, if you're going into space for any reason, it's still a very high risk space. And so as they get closer, they may be struggling, but due to that fear of not being able to fly, they're probably going to keep it to themselves. And so it's very important to change the rhetoric and become more, as far as from the physician side, become more about risk mitigation versus risk elimination when it comes to that.
100%. So, Phnam, I want to turn to you with your designer's eye. You and I were together in a situation yesterday where you just looked at something and you're like, that is just poor design. And
that happens every 5 minutes.
That is every 5 minutes. So I'm sure you look at that same lens with spaceflight, spacecraft, living quarters. And so turning your designer's eye to both the transit time and the transit craft to Mars, the planetary habitats on Mars, what would you introduce to start, creating this comfort space, this buffer space, this space where astronauts can maybe have some work-life separation?
Absolutely. I think the biggest inspiration to answer your question is, what are we used to? What have humans been used to for, the millions of years we've been on this planet? We've been used to working on the 24-hour cycle, day cycle, right? The circadian rhythm, the fact that the sun rises at a certain point, the sun sets at a certain point, and you go to sleep, you get some rest, you have like those crashes and high points in the day. And I think the environment around you has to give you clues of these things, otherwise you get really lost, right? So maybe there's a certain color of light that appears at a certain moment in the morning. For example, I know that airlines, when it's time to wake up after an overnight flight, will spray a little lemon scent in the air to help you wake up. So maybe there's something multisensory that happens on that level that we can do. When it comes to sleep, right, we're used, like humans or anybody who lives on this planet, is used to having gravity, pushing us against a comfortable mattress. And of course, when you are in transit in microgravity, you're not going to experience that. So what other design tools can you use to help with that? Maybe you're cinching against a surface. Maybe there's like an inflatable that's like constricting your body into a fetal position. Maybe there's a way to toss and turn that is a little bit more familiar than having your arms floating around. You can also have technology help with all of that. So I've designed quite a few devices that help people sleep and stay asleep all night using technology related to like neuroscience, electrostimulation of the prefrontal cortex and things like that. So there are certain wearables, for example, you can put on your body or inside your body that can help with that. We've also worked a lot with mental health mitigation, everything having to do with anxiety, PTSD, depression, how to prevent it, or if you are already in that state, how do you get out of it in a way that is safe. We can do that non-invasively with wearables. We can do that invasively with medication, implants, and things like that. So another subject kind of related to the circadian rhythm is color. Right? For a long time, we've designed interiors of space habitat to be, for the most part, white, gray, blue, black. And when you live on this planet, the way you even live in your own home, or when you walk outside, go on a stroll with a dog, you have exposure to all of these colors and these sounds and these textures and these changes from season to season. There are artificial ways to bring that to the way we live in a space habitat, whether it's on the surface of Mars or on transit. And all of these things can be done digitally, which means that you don't have to bring extra mass and extra volume every time you need something new. And because they're digital, we can actually adapt them to whatever people need, right? Let's say the first 50 days of a mission, you need things to be like very exciting and motivating, and then down the line, you need to be a little bit more compassionate about how you adapt to each individual and the collective as well. So there are many, many things we can do in terms of mitigating and preventing catastrophic scenarios through design, through empathetic design specifically, and really creating feedback loops, right? Like having these astronauts journal, give us feedback and see this is working, this is not working. Well, this worked once, but really I don't want it to happen every day, and really adapting these countermeasures accordingly.
That was well said, and I'm curious, and before I ask my next question, I'll get the audience to start thinking about your homework in about 3 minutes or so. I'll get you to line up with your questions for the panel, so start thinking about that. Phnam, I just want to pull on that last thread. You talked about design and forming that for mental well-being, for optimizing sleep. Have you thought about, with the Martian day being 24 hours, 39 minutes, is the solution to move away from that and repeat, somehow artificially recreate the Earth circadian cycle, or rather optimize design to slowly shift and adapt humans toward the Martian day-night cycle?
I think honestly that's the kind of thing we need to test, perhaps on an analog on Earth. Like maybe on one side we have people be isolated, living for a number of months or perhaps years on the 24-hour cycle, and then on the other side a 24 and 39-minute cycle, and see what happens.
And it seems so innocuous that just 39 minutes, it's not a big deal, but
it's 39 plus 39
later,
plus 39.
Yeah, and you're
right.
shifted by 12 hours,
Yeah.
and so there's pros and cons to each. You can either adapt to your local environment, but that means you're soon 12 hours shifted from mission control, who may be anywhere from 6 to 46 minutes away round trip or not even available. Mm-hmm. Or you could optimize your adaptation to Earth, but slowly become offset with the Martian day-night cycle. Mm-hmm. Kaleigh, has that come across your work in being a flight surgeon?
Yeah, well, sleep shifting, certainly.
Yeah.
As you know, we generally tend not to launch at convenient times for most people. And so, but we do, ahead of time, we have kind of our windows, we have our T0s, there's usually a few of them. And then depending on when those are, we do, usually during their quarantine period, we begin sleep shifting them. And there's a whole science behind about how much, as a physician, we're really good at slam shifting. Slam shifting is not good. That's when you kind of turn it around really fast.
As you're talking, I'm wondering, there's a way to shift
There is. There is actually a way to shift that's a little better, but it's still challenging because ultimately you are fighting those circadian rhythms. So there's ways you can do it. You know, you try not to shift by more than 2 hours in a 24-hour period. You can use kind of, you know, happy lights and things, and while it's dark outside, you trick your body into thinking that you're receiving some sunlight, and that can kind of get the right hormones flowing. But it's hard, and people feel it. Notwithstanding the other logistics, which is most of these people have families who either can shift with them or don't. And so that can create sort of a feeling of isolation. Quarantine is hard enough, and now you're awake when it's dark, when the rest of the world is asleep. Maybe someone from the audience knows this better, but I vaguely remember a story of, and maybe Jen, you know, of people in mission control trying to put themselves on Mars time in NASA.
It was a friend of mine from grad school.
Yeah,
he did it with
and
his
it didn't
family.
work very well.
Yeah, the whole kids, all the kids went. Yep, they had to black out the window. It was interesting.
And it didn't work very well.
Yeah.
So I think we do have sort of some rudimentary experience and just what we know of human physiology to say that this is going to be, you know, a challenge and the best way to address it. But to Phnam's point, it's never been done with humans in an analog setting mimicking a Mars mission. And so, you know, try before you buy, test before you fly.
Can I add something to that too?
Totally.
You both have hit on data, which we like to talk about a lot in OSMed, about needing to really have people understand the importance of gathering the kind of data that is applicable to understanding how we create actionable solutions, right? There's a lot of data that turns into information that we can't actually do anything around, or we're trying to get perfect as opposed to good enough, and that dance of when do we know well enough what we need to know before we can go safely. But what I will say about engineering systems, for engineering systems, it's a lot easier to tell when something fails, right? It's on, it's off, if it's catastrophic, it goes down, right? We're really good at understanding when engineering systems fail. We are really not good at understanding when humans fail. And they don't fail catastrophically, right? Or when they do fail catastrophically, right, we've missed all the signs, right? And so I think to all of your points, what you guys are saying is, you know, the data that is missing is how humans degrade gracefully, right? How do we start to show signs of graceful degradation and catch those signalings before they become catastrophic? So all of these things that you guys are recommending and all the practices that we have, what do we really need to then go off and test really mindfully and purposefully so that is the data set that we're creating that can help us make really good actionable decisions for long duration missions?
I'll get to you in a second, Phnam, but one insight that came to me as you were speaking, Jen, is that the reason we do that is just like in the animal kingdom, it's a survival mechanism. Mm-hmm. Animals mask their illness because if you show weakness, you know, you're easy prey. And so that's also why we show, or we mask. And so to Kaleigh's point, you know, maybe changing the culture so that it's safe to unmask, I think, and figuring out mechanisms where we identify, mitigate, treat, and put you back in the workflow when you're ready. Phnam.
So when we talk about going to Mars for the first time, it's very easy to think about sending astronauts who are at their optimal health when they leave, and then have them degrade from there. Either degrade slowly if everything goes well, or degrade like catastrophically. But what if we design an environment and technology and, you know, transfer modules to have them thrive beyond the baseline? What if it was designed for them to even live better than on Earth? And then maybe from there they can go up and down, right? And there are many ways we can do that by, you know, using technology and making the environment really customized to each of their needs and giving them variety and introducing culture and all of those little things that make every day a little bit more supportive. But you know, there's a give and take. You know, what can we take in terms of like mass and volume? What can we negotiate in terms of like the way the architecture and the mission is designed? And how do we, what kind of importance do we give the voice of the astronauts going on these missions, right? And so we need to like redirect the hierarchy of how we make decisions, right? Like the engineering needs to be figured out. There's no way around it, the function of it. But the human aspect of it has, you know, as Jen was saying in the very beginning, it's something that needs to be taken into account very seriously from the beginning and given a margin of error and possibility and imagination that is much wider than what we do today.
So you want to go from degrade to upgrade, on Mars.
What if living on Mars was better than here? What does that look like?
Mass exodus to Mars then, right?
Yeah.
So what does that look like? What does an upgraded human look like? I'm thinking about food, for example, or sleep, or all the activities all day long. Sleep better, eat better, mood better, interact better.
All the things that we should be doing on Earth, but most of us don't.
So,
And we haven't talked about AI, but I'll just put that
that was going to be my next
Not yet.
question. So before we get to the technology upgrades that can help us, so now we're suddenly thinking, instead of how do we prevent pathology, to how do we not just provide the standard of care on Mars, but surpass it and then take those insights to help impact positively healthcare on Earth. And so I'll throw this whole question to the whole panel. What does living our best life look like? What does being an upgraded human look like? Maybe Jen, do you have any thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts. So one of my other jobs is I'm also a personal and team and family coach. So I think about this a lot. And what I look to my clients to really formulate for them is self-awareness and living radically, authentically as themselves. And this vulnerability you're talking about is also hand in hand with showing up the way that you are really best moving through the world as who you are and what your gifts and talents are naturally. And when we embrace that and we're not trying to mask who we are, or we're not trying to become someone we're not, or pretend that we have skills that we don't, when we show up as ourselves authentically, that is when we can make the most cohesive team and cohort for these missions, because we need to lean on all of our strengths. And we have a lot of ways that we can do crew resource management, and who's slept well? Can someone take this for me today? I'll do this, another day. Or who's got this skill fresh in their mind? Let's do that. There's a way that becomes a really cohesive and harmonic dance, right? I want us to architect harmonically, not just engineer for safety.
Fair enough. Kaleigh, any thoughts?
It's funny, you use the word standard of care, and I was thinking in my mind, in medicine that means a certain thing. It means there's a lot of evidence behind what we do. We practice evidence-based medicine. And you kind of hinted at this, but I'm just going to say it out loud. The standard of care on Mars is not going to be the same as Earth. One, we're not going to have the same resources, period. But two, the population is different, and three, we're in a much different environment. So it's interesting that you used kind of that turn of phrase, because ultimately it is going to be different. I've always said that medicine on a Mars mission is going to look more akin to what you have in Antarctica versus what you have at a tertiary care academic medical center in the United States. But then going back to kind of how we can optimize this and kind of coming and just closing the loop on the research, yes, we need more research, but we also need to intelligently design this research and have an idea of what we are looking for. A lot of spaceflight research up to this point has been, not all of it, but a lot of it has been, let's just collect as much data as we can and then, kind of reverse generate a hypothesis based on the data. It's discovery science, which is valid in certain settings. It is not necessarily valid in this setting where we are really trying to answer specific questions.
In your experience, is there a balance? Because sometimes it's in collecting data around things, back in the day when emotions weren't a thing, who would have thought that behavioral health was important? So how do you decide the balance, Kaleigh, between discovery science and saying, well, we don't know what we're going to find as impacts for health and mental well-being on Mars versus, directed studies? How do you carve that out?
Yeah, I think you start with what you know, right? Mm-hmm. So we start, just using sleep as an example. There's been a plethora of research on human sleep and human sleep cycles, how we progress through sleep. Now, I'm not a sleep medicine physician, but I do surgery for sleep. And so when people are obstructing, or I do the Inspires and things like that, the implants. And so there's a ton of data on that. We know that. We know what hormones regulate the sleep cycle. We know all of these things. What we don't necessarily know is how spaceflight impacts those things. And so instead of just saying, and again, this is just one example. And like I said, I don't want to say discovery science is not valid. Don't quote me on that. Discovery science is very valid. I myself have done discovery science. But in a world where funding and time and resources are limited, it is important to sort of focus on what is the most important, like what we would say, what is clinically significant, not statistically significant. And so it's, okay, we know how sleep works. Now, let's change the environment. Let's change some of the variables that we know are going to be impacted. And now let's see what happens and study them to the best of our ability in the analogs and other environments we have. This is yet another reason, when going way back to when you asked me the first question, which I never answered, about characterizing uncharacterized risk. This is why I like to think of the moon as like a lab for Mars, right? Because a lot of the variables, I mean, the moon has gravity, it's not as much as Mars as we know, but a lot of these things, as far as prolonged transit, we kind of can get that data from LEO, okay? But as far as prolonged living on a surface with altered gravity, altered circadian rhythms, altered day-night cycles, that's where you can start really digging into those questions. And then again, resource limitation being what it is, if you have something targeted to look at that you think can answer your question, those are the things to hone in on.
Well said. So I want to quickly get to the question on technology, because I know that's probably burning in a lot of people's minds. Jen, I know you had some thoughts on that. Quickly, if we could maybe all name top 2 technologies that we would love to help augment, enhance the crew's lives on Mars. Jen?
I'll say AI, and I'll just leave that can of worms open for another conversation.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a good enough one. That's just, they'll use one.
I'm not going to say AI, I'm going to say augmented reality, AR and just-in-time training. And that's really from a medical perspective.
Perfect. Phnam?
Anything related to robotics, adaptation, and variety as well. Creating food from the resources that are available there. There's some companies that are developing some protein that come from essentially air, water, and electricity. How do we create different types of a variety of texture, of flavor, perhaps shapes that we're used to in terms of food. And same thing for the environment, right? How do we integrate robotics and modularity in the space so it adapts to whatever people need and create the variety of environment that we're used to on this planet, right? We're not used to living in, except for during the pandemic, we're not used to living in the same 2 rooms, looking at the same 5 people for an extended amount of time. That will turn anybody crazy, to be completely honest. So all this technology that support us and adapt to us without having us inputting anything that we need in real time. It needs to react to our senses, perhaps closed loop system, feedback loop, and things like that would be fantastic. And really a balance between the physical health support, the behavioral health support, mental health support, all at once, and really pulling away from the cognitive load that is already extended to the thinnest because of all the operations and maintenance that all these astronauts have to do all day. Having them do the least and experiencing the most is what technology should have them do.
Well said. So we have time for one burning question from the audience. If anyone is, I can't see you, so I see one person in the aisle right there with the hand up. Yes, yeah. You can just yell. I'll repeat the question.
For the people online, they need to.
I'll repeat the question, yeah.
Hi everyone, Elif Space Policy Institute. First of all, I'd like to thank you all because it was a great discussion that I was waiting for. And thank you for your moderation, that was perfect in every way that you go into detail. My question is, seems a little bit out of the context, but I see that it's I really deem it very interrelated to what you're studying and what you're talking here. So does do guys or do any scientists have, or from your own knowledge, have experimented any human beings or just some astronaut candidates on conditioning themselves psychologically and actually cognitively to make things in balance in the long-term human space missions?
So you're asking about what experiments have been done for psychological preparation for these Mars-like missions?
Yes, but I just actually got out of this question from a point where I'm So when we were talking about like the superhuman being, right? Like the upgraded human being version. So you have to be very balanced, regardless of the space-time context. So when I'm thinking about that, I'm really thinking about conditioning and making yourself believe, because it's possible. We have a lot of experiments on that out there. So we can actually make us believe in some things. For example, we cannot, there are experiments
so
that...
in the interest of time, I'll summarize
Please,
the question.
please. Yeah.
One person who wants to take this, what are the experiments on how astronauts have prepared themselves and conditioned themselves for these austere environments? Who wants to take that?
I don't know of any, like, outside of, I would say, like Mars 500 is probably one of the ones that we've seen, which was the 500-day study analog mission, where they did a lot of this kind of preparation work and then data collection. I don't know too many other specific ones. There may be some other. I can point you to some folks who might know for some of the analogs in the audience. But it's a great question because, again, to Kaleigh's point about, how do we reverse engineer what we want to collect to understand how well we did at preparation and what are we preparing them for? Because we don't know that we've captured an understanding of what all the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter effects are on the human psyche. We've seen the interpersonal dynamics really be impacted by that, and you can train to death about that, and you still will have those incidences in space. We've never been able to train out or select out, mind you, issues around mental health and wellness, right? So, and just remember, the human system is the mission, okay? They are not a constraint to the mission. So when we've heard everything you've said before, when we talk about designing around the human is part of the system that we're designing, and I think we forget that. And so your point is well taken that we need to also get smarter around how we prepare our astronauts and crew for the inevitability of discord and disagreement and arguments and factioning.
Exactly.
That is going to happen, right?
Yes.
So the last thing I'll add is what you're talking about is salutogenesis, and this is the idea of people who rise to the occasion and do well in austerity and build on this as an opportunity for character development. We're out of time, so I'll talk to you more about that during the break. And so thank you so much for your question. 10-second closing, what excites you most about how we prepare for Mars, just in one line or less? We'll start with Phnam and then go down the panel.
Starting to answer the questions that we don't have answers to right now. So many of them. Like, we know nothing about living in partial gravity for extended amount of time. And that's going to push us to innovate in ways we've never done before. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Kaleigh.
I think, one of the tenets of the APEX program, little plug here, but one of the tenets is to use the lessons we learn in spaceflight and apply them to austere environments on Earth. And so I think that's what I'm the most excited about, is anything we learn about healthcare in space and good resource utilization we can bring back to help people here.
Well said. Jen.
I think questioning is what expands us evolutionarily, and getting creative. And I see no better opportunity to get super creative about how we...
So this was, just to wrap up, this was just a fascinating panel because we have so many subject matter experts. You're all very technically inclined, but the biggest thing that came out was being human, being vulnerable, identifying that, being empathetic, being compassionate, and evolving to be better humans and bringing that back to help all of us here on Earth. And maybe that's what it fundamentally means to be an explorer, to take that unique vantage point and shed it upon other humans so that they can share in that as well. So thank you all for your perspectives. They'll be around during the break, I think. Yes? Okay. And give it up for our panelists.
A very good morning to all of you. It is fantastic to see you in person, and what an amazing panel. I love that closing remark. May we all be ever more human, kind, and good to one another. We're in for a treat this morning. Our president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards, is going to sit with Dave Limp, the CEO of Blue Origin. So I want to tell you a few things about Dave Limp. He joined Blue Origin as CEO in December 2023. And of course, Blue Origin is a private space company founded by Jeff Bezos with a vision of millions of people living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. The company builds reusable rocket engines, launch vehicles, in-space systems, and lunar landers. Their model is one of my favorites and some of my students' favorites versions of the lunar landers out there. Previously, Dave was a senior vice president of Amazon Devices and Services. So if you love Alexa, Echo, Kindle, Fire TV, Fire tablets, Ring, Eero Blink, as well as other initiatives such as Project Kuiper and Zoox, you can thank Dave. Dave joined Amazon in March of 2010. But he started his career at Apple, where he held various positions from 1987 to 1996, the last of which was director of the North and South American PowerBook division. And as someone who has bought many of those over the years, again, we thank him. From 1997 to 2002, he served as executive vice president and chief strategy officer of Liberate Technologies. Following that, he served as chief strategy officer of Palm, where he was responsible for corporate development, business development, and applications. Immediately prior to joining Amazon, Dave served as venture partner of Azure Capital Partners for 4 years. He has a BS degree in computer science and mathematics from Vanderbilt University. Go Nashville, you know that's home and dear to me. And in a master's of science degree in management from Stanford University Graduate School of Business. He serves as board chair for Blue Origin's Club for the Future. And if you haven't already done that, just a shout out to Blue Origin for this incredible initiative. During COVID is when I discovered that kids could draw a picture, send a message, have it flown in space. And I'll never forget getting a call from a student down in Texas named Ryland, who was like, "Miss Janet, I got it back, and it is stamped and says flown in space." And so what an amazing gift to give to that future generation of explorers, that their ideas and words can travel to space, and so can they. Now he loves, in his spare time, he enjoys reading, cooking, mountain biking, and spending time with his family, and especially mobilizing all those things for the future generations that will carry out many of our space dreams. But before I bring our president, J.R. Edwards, and Dave Limp, the CEO of Blue Origin, out, here is a word from Dave's boss.
The human need to explore is deep within all of us. Our ancestors crossed mountain ranges, sailed open oceans to map new lands, and sought out the unknown, while always looking to the stars. We're curious, and now we're at a place where we can pioneer new horizons. Now is the time.
New Shepard has cleared the tower.
To open the promise of space to all.
Guys, we're doing it!
And lay the way for generations to come. When our descendants look to the stars, they'll remember this time. When they reflect on where it started, they'll remember this place. And when they honor those first explorers who said, "Let's go," they'll remember these bold steps. We are of Blue Origin. And this
hold fire switch to launch position
is just the beginning.
have you ever had an idea? A seedling of an idea. A seedling of an idea that you found so compelling that was drawing you into something bigger, something greater. And you sat with this idea, and the idea sat with you. And the longer you sat with this idea, the more you were drawn and compelled. And then you embarked on a process of reflection, of contemplation, of investigation, of exploration. Perhaps it could have been an idea that was triggered by aspirations to pursue an education, leaving your homeland and traveling to a foreign country. Perhaps it was an idea that was triggered by looking at your precious children and hoping for a brighter future. Perhaps it was an idea that was triggered by seeing a loved one stricken with cancer that has spread throughout the body, and you commit yourself to exploring possible treatments and cures. Or perhaps it was the experience of caring for a loved one who has been stricken with Alzheimer's and dementia, and you keep them home to ensure that they can have an end-of-life journey that honors them. You see, for those of us who are ideators, it's that idea. It's the seedling of that idea. We can't describe it, and scientists, researchers, let's not be too cerebral about this. It's that seedling of an idea that draws us onto this path, this journey. And as you're being drawn onto this path and you yield to that process, then the voices start kicking in. The voices, the chitter-chatter, right? The naysayers, the doubters, those who don't understand. There might be some in your circle who get it. Most often will not. But yet you persevere. Why? Because at our core, we are seekers. We are seekers. We are explorers. It is that process that guides us to something even greater. Today, we're going to have a conversation. You're going to hear from the CEO of an organization of seekers, where every day they are about the business of doing the work that will serve to realize our vision for humanity. You've seen the video. Now let's have the conversation. Let's welcome to the stage Dave Limp, CEO of Blue Origin.
Thanks, Dave. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Dave. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here.
Oh, we are delighted. And welcome to the Explore Mars community.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, we've seen this incredible video. We've heard the work. And we are just delighted to have this conversation to hear about your founder's vision and the great work you all are doing at Blue Origin. So can you tell us a little bit more about Jeff's vision?
Yeah, I've been here about a year and a half now, but Blue is over 20 years old. And even well before Amazon was a glimmer in Jeff's eye, he was thinking about his passion for space. In his valedictorian speech in high school, he talked about moving millions of people off the Earth for the benefit of Earth. And so very prescient to where we've gotten to now. We have a long way to go, but the goal here is, we as, and many of you in the audience have done this, have explored most of the solar system. We've been to most of the planetary bodies, we've been most of the moons, or flown by them, and this planet is the best one, by far. And so we want to preserve this planet. So our mission is to build the infrastructure today to allow future generations to be able to send the polluting industries, the heavy industry, off into space and preserve this beautiful blue planet we have, which is Earth, as kind of parkland and light industry so that it's preserved for a long period of time. That doesn't take away from exploring other bodies and getting people into other places, but really the first step is to get millions of people living and working in space and those heavy polluting industries in space.
Okay, so I have heard, correct me if I've heard wrong, I've heard that it took some convincing for you when you were contemplating this move to become CEO of Blue Origin. Help us understand that conversation, what drove you to make that move, and what inspired you to continue this journey?
I've known Jeff for 18 years. I've worked for him for the last 15 at Amazon. I had no thoughts of ever running a space company. I've done consumer electronics my whole life, started at Apple and did a bunch of other things. And so when I decided to retire from Amazon, I was looking for something that I could give back a little bit, be a little bit more philanthropic in the sort of second half of my career. I didn't want to stop working, just wanted to do something different. And about that same time, Jeff was looking for a CEO. The previous CEO was retiring, and he asked me if I would do it. My instant reaction is I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm a computer scientist, and I didn't really know that much about space other than dabbling in it, obviously with Kuiper at Amazon. But I think Jeff convinced me, he's very persuasive, that Blue didn't need another rocket scientist. We have thousands of the world's best rocket scientists. What we needed was a little bit more decisiveness, a little bit more ability to think about how do we manufacture at scale, and those are things I've done in the past. And so, by the way, and I've never looked back. I believe I have the best job in the world, so it's awesome. So,
yeah, space can be infectious, right?
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, it's so much fun.
This is the Humans to Moon and Mars Summit. So how does returning to the moon play into that longer-term vision for Mars?
Yeah, our feeling is that Moon and the Mars are an and, not an or. So I think the conversation lately has been switching, back and forth between those. But we really feel like if we're going to get to Mars, the path to that is getting back to the moon, and in a permanent way. Our group inside of Blue is not called the Moon Group or the Lunar Group. It's called Lunar Permanence. It's about not developing an architecture that just goes to the moon and just lands once. We've done that, and heroes built that, but we want to go back and stay in the moon. There's a lot of resources on the moon. There's a lot of interesting things to learn from the moon. It's also a great stepping stone to the rest of the solar system. So for us, we're building an architecture, both a heavy launch vehicle, our HLS architecture that can get us to the moon, get us there permanently. But then, as a stepping stone, many of those elements that we're building for that lunar exploration and permanence are going to be repurposed equally as well for Mars-based missions as we move forward.
So this really is a longer-term vision, and there's an overarching sort of roadmap that's guiding your thought around how Moon, our work to take us back to the moon, will then play into that Mars exploration.
It totally is. The first thing is you have to dramatically lower the price of getting a kilogram of mass off of the planet Earth. The Apollo mission was a remarkable thing. There's no question about it. But at its peak, it was 2% of GDP. And we're not going to get 2% of GDP anymore. And so I think through innovation of commercial companies like Blue and others, that we have the opportunity to take 2 orders of magnitude off the cost of a kilogram to the orbit or planetary body of your choice. And once we have that, then that forms the foundation, the infrastructure that we can start building on other types of things, such as lunar permanence and eventually Mars permanence too.
You talk about those funding constraints, the economic challenges. We're having a conversation in our community about vision and value, right? Discussing the visions, the different approaches, but also really appreciating the value to the nation, the value to humanity, the value to our taxpayers more immediately. But so much of this investment has come from your founder himself. So there's this very personal commitment, this personal vision that's driving the company's direction. Can you talk a little bit more about the economic benefit that you see for space exploration?
Yeah, I think Jeff has been incredibly generous to build Blue to where it is today. But probably the only question I really asked Jeff when I was talking about taking this job was, do you want Blue to be, is it a hobby or is it a business? And he had the bright answer, which is it's a business. Because I don't know how to run a hobby, and I don't think it's sustainable. So I think the thing about bringing commercial aspects to exploration, to science, to the moon, to the Mars, is that we have to see a business prospect for it. We have to turn it into a business. And that benefits American taxpayers, because we will use that capital as efficiently as we can to get to the moon, to get to Mars in a safe way, but in a way that's the most efficient. And the other dynamic that comes from bringing commercial companies into the space community, both from a launch perspective and a science and exploration perspective, is competition. So, I don't focus every day on the competition, but the competition does make me better, and our team's better. And so, we have a contract to go to the moon, to build a lander for the moon. SpaceX has a contract to go to the moon. I wake up every day and I want to try to do it in the fastest way possible with the lowest cost possible, and having a competitor makes us better.
We've talked a lot in our community about faster, better, cheaper, right? We're now in a period of great deal making, right? This is an era of negotiation. So as we're thinking about those efficiencies, can you talk a little bit more about some of the steps you're taking to maintain the lower cost?
Yeah, I think across the board, you want to build architectures that are first reusable. I believe the days of building launch vehicles that are disposable are behind us. It has served us well for the last 50 plus years, but you can see that rockets that are reusable can dramatically lower the price curve on getting mass to space. And so a lot of what we're doing with New Glenn, our heavy launch vehicle, is about building reusability into that rocket. The BE-4 engines are reusable. They have a long life. The rocket itself, the booster, will land in its architecture, and that has reusability. But then once you're into space, we also want to look to reusability. So the lunar vehicle that we're building, our Mark II vehicle, which will land on the moon under the HLS contract, it's also built to be reusable. So it loiters in lunar orbit and can sit out there and get refueled, and it can run through multiple missions. It's not meant to land on the moon and just stay on the moon. It's meant to be reused. And then similarly, we have a deep exploration vehicle, which we call Blue Ring, which dramatically changes the cost curve of building both science, commercial, and defense applications for deep space. So we could all agree that sending missions to Mars or missions out to the asteroid belts, those have been expensive. They've been bespoke missions. But with Blue Ring, we can actually send a mission to Mars every 6 months with a lot of payload on it, and both upgrade the infrastructure to Mars, around Mars, communications at all, but also we can send science payloads to there. And so it's a different way of thinking about reusability, even when it comes to science and exploration.
I'm loving this, how we're thinking differently about the architecture, about the past. Let's talk the tech. So to continue along that thread, how is your work on the zero boil-off coming along?
It's coming along really well. We've demonstrated both 90 and 20K in the lab. We have our first, so I think everybody knows, so I'll just back up a second, which is there's very little debate that for in-space propulsion, that hydrogen and oxygen are the best fuel oxidizer. I'm sure somebody would want to debate me, but I'll hold firm. It has high ISP.
There might be a few in the audience.
There might be. I'm willing to take on that debate, but it has an engine developed on that. We have 2 engines with that fuel and oxidizer, our BE-3U, as well as our BE-7 engines. They have high ISP. They have a fuel and oxidizer that we can actually get on the moon. So we know the water's there. So with that water, we can produce those 2 things. So it's great in-space fuel and oxidizer. It has one problem, which is boil-off. It's a cryogenic system, and therefore, if you don't have a way to solve that problem, and so far it hasn't been solved, you have trouble keeping the storability of those propellants in space. So we've been working really hard with NASA, actually, on our cryogenic cooler. which has the ability to, in space, make that fuel and that oxidizer kind of permanent in orbit. And our transporter architecture gets refueled in LEO, and then it can go out to lunar, and it can loiter out in lunar or in Mars in the future. The same transporter will have the ability, it can take 100 tons of fuel to lunar orbit. It can take 30 tons of fuel and propellant to Mars orbit, and we can loiter there because we're able to sustainably preserve 20 Kelvin and 90 Kelvin. And that's demonstrated in the lab. We have our first prototype cryocooler that's coming online in the next couple months, and I'm very optimistic that this is going to be a solved problem in the next year or two.
Well, we'll be watching that
yeah,
with great enthusiasm.
It's a very big deal. Yeah.
Now, back to New Shepard. So why bother with a suborbital rocket? I mean, what's the goal there?
Well, first of all, it's a good business. I think there's not a lot of opportunities for humans to get above the Kármán line. And so far we've flown 52 astronauts. We'll be flying 6 more on Saturday if everything goes nominally. And I think that there is a insatiable demand out there for human beings that grew up thinking about space and want to get to space, but it's still very hard to do right now. And so being able to have that experience, they come back changed in a lot of ways. And so I really feel like the business opportunity there is a good one, and I've met most of the astronauts that have flown. They've come back changed people. They really do feel. That aside, even if it wasn't a good business, we would still fly New Shepard because it is such a good test bed for a lot of other types of things. So well before we flew New Glenn, which was the first commercial rocket to ever reach orbit on its first try, we flew all the avionics that flew on New Glenn, 100% of the avionics on New Shepard, and basically ran through the ascent and descent stage of that mission. So we had a very good test bed to understand the dynamics of what those avionics were going to look like well before we flew. So we had more confidence that flying the first time we'd have a shot at getting to orbit. Similarly, we'll fly our Mark 1 lunar lander later this year to land on the moon, largest vehicle to ever land on the moon. The LiDAR system that runs the landing for that, terrain guidance and terrain landing, has already been flown on New Shepard 2. So as we've come down and landed, we've used the same LiDAR system to, again, flush out that and make sure we have a great test bed. So New Shepard also serves a great test bed for us as well.
Proving the tech, reducing the risks, so it's all about that risk mitigation. That seems to be the guiding philosophy to ensuring success.
Yeah, I think we're a kind of a balance. I don't think we want to reinvent traditional aerospace. We want to go faster. We want to be more decisive. We want to do it in a more cost-effective way. And you can't use the traditional aerospace playbook and do all those things. That being said, we're also not going to just, fly things for the sake of flying them. We want to make sure that if we can test it on the ground and we can be safer on the ground, we're going to test it and be safer on the ground for sure.
I sort of came on the scene during the shuttle era, so I recall the many times visiting KSC and seeing that area, and then after not being there for a few years, I returned to KSC and saw a sea of blue buildings. And I thought visually, okay, the landscape has changed. So first let me pause just to celebrate the vision and the accomplishment. I mean, as we look across what has been regarded as new space, which humbly submitted, it's now become space because you are driving a lot of this work forward. One cannot discount the accomplishments and the achievements. So kudos to your founder and to the entire team for what you've accomplished.
It is thousands of people working. If you saw those factories, building big rockets takes big factories, and it's thousands of technicians and thousands of welders that build these every day. We're running 24/7 at our rocket factory in Florida, where you said at KSC. We have an engine factory in Huntsville where we're rolling out more than an engine every week now coming off the line, and so it's a sight to behold, and we're just getting started. I think the rate of manufacturing and the rate of launches is only going to go up from here. If there's one thing I'm worried about down at the Cape is that our infrastructure is not quite ready yet for, let alone what SpaceX is doing every day, which is amazing, but also what we're going to be doing over the next couple of years. The pace of launches and the amount of capability that commercial entities are going to bring on board is just going to revolutionize what space looks like.
And that's not something that can necessarily be addressed solely from the commercial community, right? I mean, that warrants involvement from all stakeholders, from the government, from private sector, even from the international partners. So can we sort of shift now to the international topic? How important is it for the U.S. to get back to the moon first and onto Mars?
Well, I think that, as an American, I don't want another Sputnik moment. I think that, so from my standpoint, getting boots on the moon and setting the groundwork for permanence on the moon is of national importance and urgency. And I can rest assured, Blue will do everything in its power to try to make that happen, but in a cost-effective way. So we're committed to that, no matter what the architecture looks like, but it does take the U.S. government and international governments to have the motivation to do it. There's not yet a commercial reason only to go to the moon with humans. There's lots of commercial reasons to put robotics on the moon and other types of things. So we do need to have conviction that the moon is important and Mars is important as well, but we certainly have that. And then international coalitions are really important too, because I think, as you think about how this eventually gets funded, it's likely taxpayers around the world that want to do this, then you want to bring in other partners. And so we have a cargo version of our Mark II lunar lander, and we're working with the Italian habitat, multi-purpose habitat, to be able to launch that. And that would, again, build permanence on the moon. It's not being built for a one-time visit, it's being built for repeated visits. And so bringing those international partners together is critically important to making this vision of the moon, and then using the moon as a stepping stone to get to Mars as well.
I'm reminded of the recent visit, the presidential visit to the Middle East region, and the announcement of the major partnership with the United Arab Emirates. So that's even being encouraged on a national level, how we're thinking about our engagement with international partners around the world. Let's talk more about the tech. Let's talk AI. So AI in your infrastructure design design, how would that impact exploration? What is the role of AI?
Yeah, there's no world, there's no fundamental place in our world that is not going to be dramatically affected by AI. I had a front row seat to this for my last 14 years at Amazon. We are in a golden age of computer science. And every day you wake up, more magic is happening with what AI can actually do. I was with my kids yesterday, and I have teenagers, and they literally use OpenAI as a therapist. And by the way, it's a good therapist too. And so it's pretty amazing. And so it is going to redefine everything, and space is not immune. If anything, I think space and aerospace will be dramatically impacted. A few places around this, it's helping us with our CAD-based designs. So when you think about structural loads and those types of things, how can AI help you reinvent what a rocket looks like? And so we're thinking about those types of things. Robotics. There's going to be places we want to send human beings. There's going to be places we do not want to send human beings. But the advancements in AI-based robotics that are happening every single day are mind-blowing. And what you thought was impossible in robotics a couple years ago is now, or it would, quoting the old Asimov quote, that it would seem like magic. It's actually a reality right now about what these robotics will do. So we're using it. We're building lunar rovers. We have a whole line of different lunar rovers, one which will fly on one of Firefly's future lunar missions. But there's a hard problem there, which is there's not a lot of data from the moon. So if you train an autonomous car, you train it on data and you drive a lot of cars around and you simulate a lot of that. But there's really only a minute or two of footage from the moon back in the Apollo era, and it is not high resolution. So trying to train on that data is impossible. It's just not enough. But the modern version of autonomous AI and these multimodal models mean that we can build simulations and autonomous driving software for rovers that you would never have thought of a couple years ago. And it just instantly is kind of happening. So there's not going to be a place where AI does not dramatically affect our industry.
So AI is not to be feared then, it's actually to be embraced. You can harness the power of AI to drive these missions forward. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I am an optimist, and I'm sure that there's some Monte Carlo simulation that says we're going to end up with Terminator. But but the fact of the matter is that it is going to do so much good for society. Is my opinion. You see it already. I'm involved with a company that does drug discovery, and they were just talking about the state of what medicine is going to look like on Mars. I'm more optimistic. They were optimistic. I'm even more optimistic than the previous panel because AI is going to be a world-class physician's helper. Yeah, and so its ability to recognize new drug compounds or with a multimodal model through a camera to identify exactly what is that mole that's on your arm and is it cancerous. It's already state-of-the-art, and we're just beginning. So the optimistic view of AI is that we're going to live longer better, and we're going to have more free time to do joyful things because some of the more tedious tasks of what we're asking ourselves and others to do right now will be able to be done through robotics and through the AI themselves.
And earlier in our conversation, you mentioned there's a role for commercial industry, there's a role for government, there's a role for national partners. What can the government do to help advance and accelerate the development of these technologies, to advance and accelerate our journey back to the moon and then on to Mars?
Yeah, there's the obvious answer, which is funding. That this doesn't come for free, and especially when you start talking about humans and those kinds of things, it's more expensive. If you were to, we put weather satellites up, but we don't fly them with a weather person on it. There's nobody on it because you don't need the ECLIS system to support a human being to get your weather satellite to work. But there's a lot of benefit to having humans, including national prestige. But getting to the moon also is about, we kind of hinted at it earlier, staking out some of the key resources on the moon. We know that there are eternal points of light that are incredibly important. We know in the South Pole and likely in the North Pole that there's water. And I already talked about hydrogen and oxygen being critical sources of fuel. We know we have a research project internally where we're taking regolith and producing silica for silicon salts. So getting up there, building factories on the moon is a great step. And the government can really help with research dollars around that. But it still does need the labs. The science missions need the JPLs of the world to make the human experience right. We need the Johnson Space Centers of the world to be able to kind of use that gold mine of institutional knowledge. But I would say that, and so it might be a little provocative, which is let's have those smart brains look on the forward-thinking types of things, the really edge of the science, planning the really exotic missions, figuring out how to get to planetary bodies we haven't gotten to before and staying there. And I think commercial folks can worry about the infrastructure. We can do the launch. We can build the satellite buses that can get you to Mars much more frequently, that don't cost billions of dollars, we can take a zero and over time maybe 2 zeros off of that. And if the government around the world leaves that to the commercial side, then there's a lot more resources that are freed up for the science side, for the national prestige side, and those types of things.
The landscape and interest in space has changed. Would you agree? And how do we harness this renewed interest in space? Earlier this year, we heard from the president during the inaugural address, the national commitment to put boots on Mars. How do we leverage this moment to make progress?
Well, I think that there are billions of dollars going into the HLS system, and by the way, we're the recipient of some of that. Others are, SpaceX is, and those are, I can speak for our architecture. Our architecture is fly a lander to the moon, meet up with a capsule at the moon, refuel the lander, and bring it down. That takes a heavy lift rocket, which we're building. That takes a transporter, which we are building. That can, like I said, can take 100 tons of fuel to lunar orbit. That takes a lander, which we are building. Now, it turns out that if you look at those architectures and then lift and shift them to Mars, it's not 100% reuse, but it's about 80% reuse. All the engine development, all the cryocooler development, all the core vehicle development. The lander does change a bit. That's why I leave 20% out there. But it's completely repurposed. And I won't speak for SpaceX, but I'm guessing that they have a similar story, which is that if we want to get to Mars efficiently and not spend multiple percentage points of GDP down the road, what you want to do is repurpose all those tax dollars that are going into our lunar architecture and lift and shift them to Mars. And so I would ask that we think about those types of things and how can we reuse these types of things. I would also say that our deep space infrastructure is aging. And that's not a fault of anyone. I think there have been very many well-purposed people that have been pointing this out for years. But when you think about how we're going to be permanently on the moon and medium and long term permanently on Mars, but at least exploring Mars in the near term, you do not want to go to these places without great infrastructure in place. And that means communications infrastructure, observation infrastructure, and so I would also, maybe slightly provocatively say that we want to make sure we're putting some of the resources towards an efficient way, a cost-effective way for upgrading our infrastructure around the moon, around Mars, and in between to be able to have. I want it to feel like the fiber I have in my house. That's what we owe the astronauts that are going to land on the moon. Eventually, the astronauts that are going to land on Mars is great communications, great infrastructure, because that paves the way for permanence.
To accomplish all of this really warrants an innovative mindset, right? So when you're considering talent, what are you looking for in your workforce, and how do you foster a culture that nurtures that innovative spirit?
Yeah, we have, like I said, thousands of, I think, the best inventors in the world as it comes to aerospace, but it is really hard to find them. You came from Purdue; that's a great place to get great talent. But if I look at the number of talented engineers that are entering into the aerospace field, it's just not enough. And also, and will AI help some? Yes, it will help some, but it's not going to propel the winds as strongly as we want them. So we first of all, we obviously try to make Blue a great place to work, a great place to invent, and try to recruit from the best and brightest. But secondarily, I think you mentioned, I think she mentioned it when we started, we have a non-for-profit called Club for the Future that is about fostering STEM education. It's again, a lot of our vision at Blue is very long-term vision. It's not, I am not going to see the fruition of our efforts. It's a generation after me or a generation after that's going to see it. But we just like we're planting the seeds for lowering the cost of launch and building infrastructure in space, we also want to plant the seeds for how do we get the next generation of leaders and inventors and builders out of our school system. And so we send thousands of ambassadors out every year to grade schools and middle schools to try to inspire folks to be able to embrace STEM, but specifically also aerospace kinds of education. And I've already started seeing the fruition of that. I don't think a week goes by I don't get an inspiring letter from a young person that was impacted by either one of our launches or a visit by a Blue ambassador, and that they chose to go to a college or a technical degree. And that's the best thing that we can do.
So for those young people, Dave, so let's say a young person reaches out to Blue and says, I have this burning desire to explore.
Yeah.
What advice might you offer to those young people who are considering pathways and careers in tech?
Yeah, I think get involved in something that is in and around what you are with passion. If you're a computer science person, then start writing software for robotics. We find the best leaders that come into Blue either through an internship or a permanent job. We're at college. I'm talking about the sort of technical leaders. Went to college and they got involved in maybe the aerospace club, or they got involved in the automotive club where they're building small go-kart racers or those types of things, or the robotics club. That practical knowledge combined with the sort of pedagogy of the education that they're getting is a great intersection that gives you the practical experience to build the things we're building, because we are building real tactical things, but also the theoretical experience. Similarly, and I think it's another area we have to continue to work on as a nation, is we have thousands of people that are in the factories building these. And our vocational education system has also languished. And so I could use every good welder I can get. And there are great welders out there, but we're not teaching enough people to be great welders. We're not teaching enough people to be great manufacturing engineers on how they build things in the factory. And so we're doing a lot of work in where we are in Florida and Alabama, where our factories are, and also up in Washington, to foster vocational education as well, because I think these are great jobs. They pay really well. You can build a career on this, and I look forward to working on both sides of that equation.
Dave, thank you so much. There's so much more, so many questions that our community want to ask. This has been such a delightful conversation. Again, congratulations. Congratulations to you, to Jeff, the entire team. We are excited to see the accomplishments ahead. So thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing more about your journey.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, JR and Dave. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break, so we'll see you back here at 9:25, I guess. For that. 10:25, sorry. Losing track of time.
Go ahead, quickly, please. Come on through fast. Absolutely fascinating. What a terrific conversation with that CEO of a pioneering corporation that is taking us to where we want to go across the solar system. It is time for the first break here on day 2 of H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. If you've just joined us, well, you might want to go back in a little while and see what you missed, because we've already had some great content in this second and final day of H2M2. I'm Matt Kaplan. I'm with the Planetary Society, but again, it's my pleasure and honor to be back here hosting the live stream and doing a couple of things on stage. When we come back from this break, the second panel that you'll be seeing, it'll be my honor to host that, and it will be an international panel talking about the Artemis Accords with some of the major players in that coalition of 55 nations, 55 and counting. That's just one of the highlights that is coming up across the day today. We will be going right up until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you were with us at the beginning of today's program, you got to see Shawna Pandya's great panel on the topic that I worry the most about as humans head out into deep space and plan to spend a lot of time there. And that was about human factors, keeping humans healthy, happy, and active and capable during all of that. And one of Shawna's panelists is standing with me right now. Jennifer, I want to refer to this because I want to make sure that I get your companies right. Jennifer Rochlis, you used to be with NASA, working in this exact area. You were there for years. You're now the president and CEO of Advancing Frontiers. First of all, welcome, and tell us about Advancing Frontiers. What do you do there?
So Advancing Frontiers is a small spaceflight consultancy for humans, spaceflight specifically. Our expertise and our co-founders are all folks who have worked either in engineering or medical or design or human systems, and we are giving back to the commercial companies and startups and other countries around the world who have not had the experience in human spaceflight that we collectively have had within our network. And so we're really trying to give back and help folks really accelerate their learning and understanding of what it means to have a human system flying in their spacecraft.
So much of the discussion by that panel had to do with this, getting this interface between technology and the human factor to work well together. And there was a quote that you had, which was, I love, the human is the least replaceable component or part of a mission because the humans out there are irreplaceable. The rest of it, maybe you can get out of a 3D printer.
Right, that's exactly right. And I think that we have to holistically understand and remember that we're sending humans to have the human experience. And so we also tend to think of a system as something that you build and design and then you hand over to a human to use. And as a human systems integrator, I like to remind people that please update your definition of system to include the human. So a system is the hardware and the software and the human. And we don't just mean the human user, the endpoint person. There are humans that influence design, operations, budget, cost, life cycle, success across the entire life cycle development of a system or a widget or a piece of software, from the ideation to the requirements to the building, manufacturing, testing, qualing, all of that. There are humans all along the way that drive up costs, that drive decision. And in fact, we lock in over 80% of our life cycle cost before we've even bent any metal on any hardware, software system, right? So we need to be very mindful of how humans are interrelated at all stages of these missions, and then particularly with respect to the folks whose lives we have in our hands.
There is another organization that I think you are also a co-founder and chair, I believe. And it was mentioned by Shawna, your moderator, the Organization for Space Medicine, Engineering, and Design. OSMED, did I get that right?
Right. We started that. We're coming up on almost our one-year anniversary. It is a nonprofit, and it came from a group of us collectively within the spaceflight community, working in the medical, engineering, design, data, computer science fields. Really recognizing the need for a huge paradigm shift and cultural shift around how we do integration of different disciplines to really yield maximum mission success. And we've been very stovepiped a lot of times. The physician will come in and say, this is what I need to keep the human alive. The engineer will say, well, this is how much power and mass and I need. And the crew will come in and say, well, this is where I want the widget, right? And we're not really having those integrated conversations. It's really a trade-off design process, right? When you say, how are we going to trade off what we all need for what we all have?
It's funny, this goes right back to the Mercury days, the first humans in space, who didn't want to be spam in a can, as we heard.
Yeah, thank goodness that they advocated for a little bit more design thought, right? And also, we generated this organization because there's a timing issue here. It's a very timely conversation because now we have a responsibility to fly general population folks, right? We were very lucky to be able to have hand-picked astronauts with truncated databases and exactly the specifications that we wanted and limit the variability as much as we can. And we can't afford to do that anymore. And we don't want to do that anymore. We want to have as many people go and experience our planet from a amazing destination that we can. And so to do that, we need to think differently. We need to do differently. And we need to be good stewards of information, knowledge, data, engineering, science. How do we then inspire the next generation? And that's another huge tenet of what we do at OSMED. Every product that we're going to put out, we are going to put out a young adult or child's version of it so that we can really start to help them engage in the conversation and see a place for themselves in this big expanse called space exploration.
We heard the CEO of Blue Origin expressing the same concern about bringing up the young people who are prepared to play the roles that we're going to need to fulfill if we're going to achieve our goals in space. I almost said destiny. I'm not. Why not?
We're already there, yeah.
Yeah. But this is also something that I saw that you're very involved with, very concerned about, STEM.
Yes, absolutely. I've been a STEM mentor for, 35, 40 years. As long as I can, ever since I started in college and grad school, I've been trying to give back. And especially as a woman engineer in my field, there were not many of us in aerospace. I was one of 24 women in a lab at NASA. And so that's an area, particularly young girls and women in STEM, but all people in STEM. We need everybody to come and participate because, for a lot of reasons that we all know are obvious to some, but more so it's a way of critical thinking. It's a way of communication. And when you start to break down these barriers and understand how to communicate across disciplines, that's the magic, right? All of us can get technically competent at something. It's really about how we communicate person to person, how I help you understand and get inspired by something that is a challenge and that I want you to help be creatively solve. That's the magic of these STEM fields. And we are very much, in alignment with Blue's comments about how we really want to make sure that we're bringing a funnel for that next generation. And we have to do that purposefully. It doesn't just happen organically. You have to go out, you have to make the effort, you have to say it in a way that they're going to be coming along, because people talk about the future of work. The future of work is here. We're just not ready for it.
You express this as well as my boss, Bill Nye, because he's deeply concerned, as everybody knows. Let me take us back to the Red Planet, and we'll finish there. Are we prepared? We're getting the technology. We're pretty close. Are we going to be able to get humans to Mars, have them work there for perhaps several months, and bring them back through that dangerous microgravity, radiation-filled environment, and return to normal lives on Earth after accomplishing a lot on the Red Planet?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. That's my nature. I'm optimistic. We do have a lot to learn, of course, but I think that part of what makes us successful as a species is by setting goals, putting our mind to something, and that intention behind it. If our intent is to put people out there and bring them back safely and have them do meaningful and purposeful work, we'll do it. And I think that the challenge for us, as a nation and as a world, is how do we do that across cultures, across nations, across geopolitical conversations. There's no way that one group, one country, one entity is going to be able to make this happen. This is a global effort. And I think that we need to start treating it that way and recognize this is about humanity. And when we all get behind that kind of a goal and a purpose, I'm confident we can do it.
And that's a nice opening for me to once again mention the panel that I'll be leading, which is an international panel about that international collaboration, the Artemis Accords. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you for your contribution on stage and for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thank you guys for watching.
Jennifer Rochlis of Advancing Frontiers. The break will go on for just a few more minutes here, and then we will pick up again with the program. And I know that it is a panel led once again by Tiffany Vora, Vice President for Innovation Partnerships at Explore Mars. Explore Mars, of course, the organization that is bringing all of this to you. They have been the power behind first H2M and now H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit, for many, many years. So stick around. Tiffany's topic this time will be practicing for Mars. I mentioned it earlier today. It's about this interesting possibility of using the ISS, the International Space Station, as part of an analog Mars astronaut program. Simulate the trip to Mars and back from Mars, and in between there, put those analog astronauts on Earth to have their analog Martian surface experience. Fascinating concept that Tiffany will explore with her panelists. Stick with us, as I said, we'll be going till 5:30 Eastern today. Lots more ahead here at H2M2. Thanks for watching.
We're going to send humans to Mars, which we often overlook. Are we going to keep the humans healthy, alive, mentally, physically? Are they going to be happy as well? And so in this panel, planning for the physical and mental health of astronauts on the first mission to Mars. We have an amazing panel led by Dr. Shawna Pandya, who is an emergency room physician, an aquanaut, an explorer, and she's going to be going up on a suborbital flight, I believe, next year on Virgin Galactic, with the IIAS Space Medical Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shawna Pandya. Shawna?
Nope. We're doing ISS panel now, right?
Yeah, you just read the first one. Oh, did I introduce the right?
Yeah, it's our turn.
Oh, yeah, I apologize.
Surprise, everyone, me again. Delighted to be back with you to kick us off.
You already did that one.
We already did that one. We're all set. So, no time travel today. Today, I'm delighted to introduce you to this panel, which is a continuation of a conversation that we started about 3 weeks ago at the Analog Astronaut Conference out at Biosphere 2 in Arizona. I'm going to turn you over to Jenny, our moderator for this panel, in just a moment. But this is actually an active session. So what I want to invite you all to do is, as you are listening to this conversation about the potential for using the ISS as an analog for the transit phase between Earth and Mars, keep an eye over in this corner of the room, which is where I'll be standing. And if you look over in that direction, you'll see 3 boards posted. One of those boards is labeled obstacles, one is labeled opportunities, and one is labeled offers. And what I will have back in the corner with me is a whole bunch of pens and sticky notes for you to be capturing your thoughts about particularly the opportunities and the offers that you and your community can make in order to get this really exciting analog opportunity off the ground. So Jenny will occasionally remind you that I'm back there. Feel free to get up while our friends are talking and come capture your points. And don't forget, if you want us to follow up with you, you need to give us your contact information on your sticky note as well. So I'll be there. Jenny, would you take it away?
Yes, thank you so much, Tiffany. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for this panel. First, I'd like to introduce the panel members. First, we have Dr. Cyan Proctor. She is an inspiration for Astronaut, a geoscientist, a STEAM communicator, and Dr. Shawna Pandya, physician, Aquanaut, and soon to be flying as an astronaut for Virgin Galactic. And we have Dr. Michaela Musilova, astrobiologist and analog astronaut with a record-setting 30 missions. And I'm Dr. Jenny Hesterman. I'm a retired Air Force colonel, and I'm also an analog astronaut. Does anybody not know what an analog astronaut is? Okay, so let me go ahead and give a definition. So we perform experiments and science and research in spaces that are analogous to space. So basically caves, lava tubes on ice, in remote situations. Right now there's actually an isolation experiment at Lunaris, which is a moon analog in Poland. We have a crew in there for 30 days isolated. So that's what we do. We test things. We test everything from human factors to actually testing equipment for space, and we're available to you. If there's anything that, and I just being here over the last day and a half, I've been taking notes on things that we can do in our community. So Cyan and Jazz Purwal, one of our colleagues, have put their arms around this community in the last couple years to professionalize what we do and really make it rigorous and not just space camp. And so we are performing rigorous research. We now have a journal. We have the world's biggest analog happening in October, where analogs around the world will simultaneously be performing missions. I'm the chair of the International Guidelines and Standards for Space Analog Committee. We now have a standard for space analogs, and there's more space analogs coming online. So thank you for letting me share that with you. So this is a continuation of a conversation that we held a few weeks ago at the Analog Astronaut Conference, which is held at Biosphere 2 in Tucson. And the analog astronaut community and Explore Mars came together to collaborate to pose a bold question. How can we use the ISS, which we know will not be in commission very much longer, how can we use it to replicate the transit time to Mars, which a few of the panels have talked about the challenges and opportunities that we have related to that. And yesterday, Vanessa Weiss said that the ISS is a space analog. So we got together and we talked about this, and I just want to do some of the takeaways here. I think the first thing, and the panel this morning said that the only thing that's not really replaceable on these missions is the human. And so we realized on the panel at the Analog Astronaut Conference that when the astronauts get to Mars and land, there's no one there to open the hatch for them. There's no one who's cooked a meal for them. Their habitat is not ready for them to live in unless we're able to send robots to do that first. So they need to be prepared. And so that was the conversation, was how can we use the ISS or other orbiting platforms, potentially a moon habitat, potentially bringing the astronauts back to Earth and putting them into a space analog. So that's kind of the basis for this, and we'll just go ahead and go right into the questions. And we'll just kind of do a round robin here. If you could fund or participate in one of these Mars transit analog missions, what would it look like? Cyan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would definitely be participating. And so that whole idea of, going up to the ISS and living for maybe 6 months and then coming back to Earth and going immediately into an analog and then going again back to the IS for the 6 months and then return. That's what we're talking about. And when we're talking about simulating a Mars mission, right? And for me, what I envision is that you would launch to the ISS on one of the providers, and I've done it on SpaceX, not to the ISS, but to low Earth orbit. It's pretty awesome, and live there and do all of this amazing work on the ISS. But the main thing is that when you come home after long duration space flight, how do you, if we're going to go to Mars, get out of the capsule like you said? My ideal situation would be, you splash down, you're in a SpaceX Dragon capsule after coming back from the ISS, and they hoist you up onto a boat, the return capsule retriever, just like they did for us and all of the other missions. But I don't know how many of you followed Phnam 2, the mission for Phnam 2, that was the first polar orbital one. They came back after 5 days, and their task for the first time ever was to get themselves out of the hatch, open the hatch and get themselves out of the capsule. But the longer you stay in space, the more challenging that is to be able to do that. So in my situation that I would love to have is that we would egress out of the capsule on our own, and then we would either immediately go into an analog on that ship, or we would work our way from that ship to another vessel that is next to it, and we would go into a simulation, and we would be on this, do an analog that is a sea analog for 4 months, 6 months, however, to replicate being on Mars. I mean, you're on the water, but you'd be isolated and confined, and you would do your egresses. They would be going underwater and being an aquanaut, and then after that you would go back to Kennedy Space Center and launch back to the ISS. I think that's one of the easiest ways we could set up an analog, where they go directly from splashdown into the sim versus having to be transported back to land and have to go into a building. But I would love to do that. So if anybody wants to help work on that, I'll take it.
Great, okay. Shawna, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. So hi, everyone. I'm Shawna. I did not get the black jacket memo, apparently. So in answer to Dr. Jenny's question, that's fabulous. So I would posit this takes place in a two-part way. And the reason I'm going to present this is because our job in teasing out the nuances of what it's going to be like to send humans to Mars is, first of all, to identify and mitigate risk. And then the second part of that is to do no harm above all else. And in fact, I'll reverse the order. Firstly, and I'm a physician speaking from a medical perspective, whenever we treat someone, first and foremost, we do no harm. So how do we do that? I'm going to take Cyan's idea and I'm going to build on it. So I completely agree with using the ISS to simulate that 6 to 9 month transit time. You want to know not just how to perform on your best day, but how to survive on your worst day. So you absolutely want to emulate the microgravity, the way microgravity wreaks havoc on your body. And so for those of you who don't know, quick physiology lesson on what space does to you. If you say you learn nothing else about space medicine from this panel, it's simply that space is trying to kill you. Okay, so the one-liner, the quick summary of that is your bones are going to lose density, your muscles are going to lose mass, your fluids are going to shift upwards, your brain may not like that, your optic nerves might be swollen from that increased pressure on your eyes, you might have vision shifts. That's what happens, we know that from ISS. There's countermeasures to help mitigate some of that, but not all of that. Okay, so now you're slightly decompensated. You can't quite, we know after 5 days, it's disconcerting enough to deal with that re-entry motion sickness. Try to extricate yourself from a capsule and then get to work. So the first thing you want to do is mimic that discomfort and that physiological shift that happens in transit to Mars. So then how do we take that one step further? We need to safely emulate the partial gravity environment of Mars. So 38% on Mars is what you're contending with. So this is where you and I differ a little bit, Cyan, is because you're talking about going into an increased gravity well, which does make it harder, but we want to know that what is that difference in going from microgravity to 1/3 gravity? And so first of all, this is where the do no harm proposal comes into effect. You come back to Earth, but then you're immediately put into gravity offset. Okay, so gravity offset is a harness that allows you to offload a certain percentage of your weight. So if you want to emulate microgravity like in ISS conditions, you offload 99% of your weight, you're weightless. If you want to emulate Mars conditions, you offload approximately 62% of your weight, and then you can emulate Martian gravity. And so then what does your body do when you offload the weight-bearing bones and muscles, the core muscles, the spine, the femurs, and how do you perform in that environment? And the reason I propose coming back to Earth, this is where I depart a little bit from where I sit in Arizona, is because you also want to keep people safe. So if they're truly so decompensated that they're helpless little astronauts cannot fend for themselves, you do not want to find that out on Mars. You want to put that in a very closed, supervised environment where if they truly are in extremis, in distress, you medical aid, the crew, the backup crew, the supervising team can intervene, okay? So step one, do no harm, make sure it's safe to go from total decompensation to total independence in a simulated partial gravity environment. And again, those of you who know the more technical aspects of this know that, well, are you truly going to be in a gravity offset 24/7 for a 3-year mission profile? Probably not. Okay, but you're going to get as close to that. Maybe you can do periods of bed rest studies in between, but again, that's not a perfect way to emulate reduced gravity, okay? But at least you're kind of trying to put the bits and pieces, throw back to the first panel from this morning, trying to start to identify those unknown unknowns, okay? So checkbox 1, do no harm. So then now this is where we get to what Dr. Jenny was talking about in your introduction. So going to Mars right now is akin to going on a very long journey. You're dusty, you're tired, you're cranky, no one has made the beds, no one has opened up the inn, no one has made the meal, you've traveled all this way and check-in is not even ready, okay? So that's what you're facing. So before you do that to Mars on this minimum 400-day mission profile, that's what's out there in the NASA literature, but most profiles are about 900 days, so minimum 3-year mission profile. Why not go to our next nearest nearby partial gravity environment? And this is where we talk about analogs, which right now are deep space. Go to the moon, okay? Because the other thing that we don't know is the gravity prescription. What amount of gravity will be enough to mitigate all these deleterious physiological effects? Because We don't know what amount of gravity for what exposure, for what duration, what frequency will be enough to mitigate that bone density loss, that muscle mass loss, those fluid shifts, the immunological shifts that we see. That's a big question mark. 1G, good, 0G, bad. That's about all we know at this point. So once we have identified risks, the do no harm part, the next phase of that is to come back to ISS, emulate those transit times, and then go to the moon for the duration of a Mars mission, and then say, okay, look, if we run into trouble, at least medevac or immediate evacuation is days away, not 6 to 9 months away if you have a favorable launch window, or never if you have no favorable launch window. The solution for Mars, for medevac right now, is don't send your favorite astronauts.
Okay, that's not a good solution. Michaela, what do you think?
I think both are excellent points. I think ultimately it comes down to budget. Mm-hmm. And what are the different goals you want to achieve? Because Shawna's idea is great, but that is much further in the future. I feel we have to go through a few steps before we can get to an ideal scenario where we're using the moon as kind of the middle section between the ISS days. And ship would actually be something in the earlier stages that, in terms of like affordability and practicality. And if we want to go even maybe a layer lower, there are a lot of existing analog stations around the world that could be used. But then, yes, there's the question of how do you transfer them from where they land from space to this existing analog facility, which would inconvenience a lot of things and complicate things. So that's one thing, is to think about, what is our budget and timeline? And per Shawna's point of health and safety first, we want to start with something that's feasible and safe, and that we've already tried before to some degree, so that we're not going to put the astronauts at huge risk. And then when we learn lessons from that, we can slowly upgrade to the better things, hopefully, of course, budget and other things favoring that. And so if we're looking at the very early stages of things, I would say also think about what is our goal? Like, what are we really trying to study? So, for example, with these two situations we have on the ship, we would have our gravity, but then at least we have the cool EVAs in the water using scuba gear and all that, so that already helps us test some things, even from like a medical point of view to a little degree. Of course, on the moon, we would be much closer to this difference between Mars and Earth. But for example, there are things that we can test here on Earth, whether on a ship or in an analog facility, that are also extremely important. For example, the fact that on Mars, the crews are going to be very isolated from mission control, even during the flight there. There's a period of time, I think it's about 2 weeks, where there's going to be zero communication between the crew and Earth. Also, they're not going to have real-time access to mission control, and I think it was pointed out during a panel yesterday that in mission control you have so many experts and so many things that are basically on call for the ISS astronauts. You're not going to have that on Mars. And so there's a lot of things I think we could test in the early stages of a much more simple, budget-friendly analog, again, depending on what we have available to us, where we could focus on the psychological effects of the comms delay or food things. We still haven't quite figured out the best strategy with foods for these long-duration missions, because there are those people that want to be efficient, and there's a lot of analogs that exist these days where they want to prepare food for the year or however long the analog is mission, like they already prescribe in advance what you're going to have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you have to stick to that. But the reality is, and Cyan, you were on one of those kind of analogs in the early stages where that's just not how humans work. We want to have variety. We want to be able to choose what we want to eat. And we heard in an earlier panel, it really, how we feel affects also how we perform, and that could compromise the whole mission. So my point is, I guess, depending on what's available to us, if we have to go with something more simple, at least we can focus on some of these areas that we're still far behind in research, communication, food, even other medical factors and things like that, and then hopefully with time upgrade to something that's more realistic.
Okay, thank you.
Jenny, let's poll the audience on what they think based on Michaela's ideas we should be looking for.
All right, fantastic. I don't think I have the changer to put the, okay, awesome. So we're going to do a really fun thing that Tiffany brought out to the Analog Astronaut Conference for us that we loved. And there will be a QR code for you to scan with your phone and answer this question. What is the biggest current gap in Mars mission readiness that analogs could help fill? So go ahead and use the slider.
While the audience is answering this, I would like to just throw out there, we know AI and robotics is coming down the pipeline quickly. How realistic is it that, if we're going to do an analog and when they come back from the ISS where it's here on Earth, but it's your robotic assistant that opens up the door and right?
I love it, yeah.
And welcomes you. And then if you can't get, you need assistance getting out of the habitat, they help you. And I could see us working towards a modern day analog habitat that where we're testing the robotics and the, androids that we would potentially send to Mars ahead of time and see how humans interact with them and they interact with humans as part of the analog for figuring out, instead of having it happen on Mars, we would do that here. And it would be a big part of, because we know this stuff is coming down the pipeline, how do we design for that now?
I think that's really important because, well, anything we send to Mars, we need to test it a million times on.
I know,
first,
and especially the robotics and the AI.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want a HAL incident,
So I think the robotics would really help, but also, we mentioned AI. I mentioned the situation with not having mission control ready to hand. And I think it was even mentioned during a panel recently that why not have AI substitute mission control to some degree? Of course, they can't, compensate for all the brilliant minds that are in mission control, but maybe with time we could train them to at least help in some way. So yeah, there's a lot of ways we could use artificial intelligence, robotics, and things like that, and test them during these analogs first.
May I respond?
Of course.
So let me paint a picture of what we're trying to do when we go to Mars. So dating myself a little bit, but when we were watching those talent and variety shows back in the 80s and 90s, you'd see these talented plate spinners, and they would set up a pole and they'd start spinning a plate, and then they would do another one, and they'd do another one, and sometimes they would get up to 15, and the challenge is to keep spinning them and not drop the plates and break them, okay? So now you are the new NASA administrator, and here is your budget plate. You're spinning it. Here is your technology plate. Here is your keeping humans happy, healthy, performing plate. Here is the enabling technologies like AI. But now you're going to start greasing the floor with, soap, so you have to try not to slip as well. So that's your mass and budget and volume constraints. And then you're adding the environment. So these are these secret trap doors that secretly open up as well. And they open up not to alligators like we had in the first panel, but sharks with laser beams. And that is your radiation and your microgravity environment and isolation confinement. So translating this stressful picture, because I hope you're stressed getting this picture, I want to talk about the trade-offs that we have to make, because in an unlimited world, in my perfect world, you brought me back down to earth a little bit, Michaela, in saying that we have to think about budget. I try not to think about practicalities. It makes me less stressed. So try not to think about budget. But once you do, then you have to start thinking about the finances, the mass, the volume. And so then this is where the technologies we bring with us are limited by the mass, the volume, the power consumption. So yeah, we can bring androids if mass and constraints and budget isn't a consideration. We can bring all of them. We could do 16 staged missions ahead of time and, create the Ritz-Carlton on Mars. That'd be nice. I'd love that. But we don't necessarily have that. And then we further constrain ourselves with the environment. So the challenges about AI specifically, this is a very long lead up to talk about AI, you're welcome, is there are massive data transfers involved with AI. The current comms architectures for Moon and Mars don't support that. So then how do we propose bringing AI, which I completely agree is a mandatory enabling technology for things like early warning diagnostics, diagnostics when you may have just one physician or crew medical officer, or the crew medical officer is the one who's downed, just-in-time training, guidelines and updates. So there's different models of AI that look at reduced or compressed data sets, so sending the node of skill sets like you might in a federated learning model, using transfer learning, which may be trained on smaller data sets. But then this is where the environment comes to stress you out, because even if you have the perfectly trained model, which it's not, it's only going to be trained on all the spaceflight physiology data that you have, which is an N of 700 that is very very diverse, heterogeneous mission profiles, 86% of which are mostly Caucasian males, and that includes the diaspora of commercial, traditional, Apollo, suborbital, low Earth orbit. And then on top of that, you also have to trust your AI model not to go into some sort of model drift. And then on top of that, if you have the perfect AI model, you have to trust it not to be disrupted by single event upsets, which could very well happen in the radiation environment. So now how do we feel about going to Mars?
Sign me up. but those are the things, we're already going down the pipeline, and we're talking, Mars is still years away. So how much are we going to be able to, if we imagine the ideal situation that we'd like to have for when we get to Mars, how do we create analogs and work towards testing that type of future here and now? And I think that that's more, we know the robots are being built. We know that the AIs and the models are being built. The question is, how do we take that technology that is already in play and start testing it towards this future when, you know, we do get boots on Mars, and how can we mitigate and say, yes, this is going to work, this isn't going to work, but to reduce that risk.
I agree. And I think it's interesting looking at the results of the Slido poll here that the psychological resilience and team dynamics was #1. And this is a very interesting, diverse audience of space professionals. So these are things we could test in the analogs, obviously, and we do test in the analogs. I was the commander of a mission at the Mars Desert Research Station, and we were all strangers, so 6 of us in a tin can in the middle of the desert for 2 weeks. That was a good test, and we succeeded, I'm happy to say. But also human physiology, and this is what we're talking about with microgravity, like how do we test that? And resource usage, food. You know, we're doing a lot of interesting experiments in the analogs now with growing food. One interesting experiment, it wasn't mine, but we talked about what do we have an unlimited resource of when we're transiting to Mars, and that would be hair and nails continue to grow. And so someone in our community said, oh, maybe I can grow plants with hair and nails. And so we tried that, and apparently it was quite successful. So these are the kinds of out-of-the-box thinking things that we do.
I'll just quickly add to that. That was an experiment invented by Slovakian high school students. It's part of an initiative that I've been doing to educate young people around the world, but also allow them to be directly involved in international research. So it was a competition I designed back home. I'm from Slovakia originally. And high school students came up with this idea, like, why just throw away hair? Because we're going to have a lot of it over the long duration of a mission. Let's use it for something useful. And so we've been testing that at high seas for a long time.
Oh. I think that Cyan does need to take this. Would you like to tell us why your phone is going off?
Yeah, it's going to be a good day. That was one of the songs for our inspiration for when I was driving up to the pad, that Haley and I. And the reason why I put it as my alarm to let me know that 11 o'clock, and I wanted to share this with all of you, is that at 11 o'clock on Instagram, the Smithsonian is announcing that my SpaceX spacesuit will be on display at the end of July. And I just want to say, you know, as a little girl visiting, I'd always wanted to be a pilot, a military aviator, an astronaut. And I remember vividly visiting the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum as a kid with my family and walking through and just being in awe and wonder, but never, ever imagining that, you know, I would do something that would end up in the Smithsonian. And it's the first SpaceX spacesuit that it will be on display. And so I hope you guys will, at the end of July, visit the Futures in Space. But also, at the end of our panel, go on Instagram. If you have Instagram, check out either my Instagram or the Smithsonian's and amplify, because I would love for people to know that this is happening.
And the first Black female pilot is
yes.
now in the Smithsonian.
So
That's incredible.
As a result of the SpaceX Inspiration 4, yeah. I'm the first woman commercial spaceship pilot and the only African-American woman to be a mission pilot. So thank you, Shawna, for that. Thank you. Now I got to go and look at my phone while you're answering and share. I have to accept the collaboration invite.
So I think it'd be kind of interesting, Michaela, thank you so much for sharing where that idea came from. I didn't know that.
I feel like there's an obligatory Soylent Green joke that needs to be made there.
Okay.
About food being made at people. Or are we not going down that?
Absolutely. I think it'd be interesting for us all to talk about in our experiences, which I think between all of us, we have like 50 space analogs probably that we've participated in, from caves to all different situations, for each of us to talk about a experiment that we were part of or some research that we did that would actually apply to the transit to Mars. So Michaela, I'll start with you, because 30 missions, leading missions at high seas, which is a habitat on a volcano in Hawaii. So maybe you could share with us.
Thank you. When I think about all those missions and all the experiences, it really always comes down to the humans. I could have a crew from all over the world and would be focusing on robotics or astrobiology, various things, but whether the mission failed or not was always down to the crew and how we interacted. And it wasn't just about having the most talented people that were well selected, but actually the more diverse the team was, the better the mission went. And I think it's because we're always learning something from each other, because we're different from each other. It helped create an environment of open-mindedness where people are like, oh, okay, yeah, we're different, we have difference of opinion, but that's not a bad thing, that's actually a very good thing. It also helped in situations when we face some new challenge, because everyone was from a slightly different background, they had different perspectives on things, and that actually helped us brainstorm and solve those problems more efficiently. So that was one thing. Diverse crew, emphasize empathy. The more empathy we use, again, the better we can resolve a lot of conflicts, the better we can communicate with each other. And I mentioned communication not just in the sense of like being polite and working together professionally, but being able to communicate how you feel and what you need to the others, which I think it was mentioned in the earlier panel. People are not used to being vulnerable, especially not in these sorts of situations. They're afraid of the consequences, what others are going to think of them. And so whenever I was the commander, I always tried to lead by example in that way. And when I was having a bad day or something bad happened, I even had a family member pass away while I was on a mission at one point. But I told the crew, I was always honest that, sorry, today is not my best day. Would someone mind helping me or taking over? And so to summarize, there's so much we can learn from these interactions. And I think we have so much to learn still to be fully prepared for Mars one day. And that's why, to your point earlier, Cyan, analogs are a great place to do that. But like to try and do it really fully. So try and have the crew be in an isolated environment for a long period of time. Ideally have the ISS factor in there, but the technologies really need to be something that we will actually be using on Mars. The AI being self-sufficient in terms of dealing with medical emergencies, again, just like it will be on Mars. So the more realistic we can make the analogs on Earth, the better we can test everything, including the human factors, and the more we'll be prepared. But if we don't invest that into the humans in particular, they will become the weakest link of the missions. And so we really can't underestimate that. And I fully agree with kind of the consensus of the earlier panel that we need to make sure the crew is not just surviving, but they're actually thriving in that environment, because then all the research will go well. They'll get along, they'll want to succeed in the mission, they'll help each other out, and they'll do a good job with the work that they're supposed to be doing.
Okay, thank you. I think emotional intelligence is something that we talked about at the Analog Astronaut Conference. I did a session on that because I think it's really important. Obviously, you need to be physically fit when you take off and land, but in between, when you're floating, it's really what's between your ears that matters the most, right? And a lot of that is emotional intelligence, the empathy, reading the room, understanding when you're the problem, things like that. So thank you so much. Shawna, what would you say in all of your experience would be most likely used in this transit to Mars?
Yeah, that's a great question. And before I answer your question, I'm just going to be a little bit heretical and disagree lovingly but respectfully with the poll results. I think you're all wrong. Because I think before you can answer any of the most challenging aspects, you actually need to, your biggest challenge is defining your mission architecture. And so what does that mean? That means, who are you sending? Why are you sending them? How many are you sending? How are they getting there? What is your mission profile? Are you doing a Mars flyby? Are you doing crew to Mars? Are you doing some crew in orbit, some to Mars? Because everything else trickles down from there. And this isn't just me. This is some entity called NASA. They have a lot of public documentation out there. It's fascinating. It's public domain, and it's freely readable, and it's really interesting to see what the thought process is, because, you know, are you sending 20 people? Are you sending 6 people? Are you sending 3 to orbit, 3 to land? You know, because that, everything else, the duration, the resources, the ECLS flows down from there. And then once you've defined your mission architectures, or even if you have 2 competing architectures where the trade-offs are so close by razor-thin margins, that's where you can use your various test beds and analogs to discern which one may be the ultimate winner, or even make them more malleable or shape them a little bit more. So coming back to your other question about analogs and lessons learned, there's 2 answers to this. So I've been lucky enough to be part of 4 missions, 2 Mars simulations, 2 underwater Aquanaut missions. And I've been lucky enough to test some really cool technologies that I really believe would enable humans on Mars. We know that the risk of skills deterioration is a very real risk. So practical example, you're the crew medical officer. The last time you stuck an IV in a patient was 9 months ago back on Earth. Next time you're called to use that skill is on the red planet. You've forgotten, you haven't practiced it in 9 months. Your poor patient is going to look like a pincushion. So my bad, sorry, I poked you 14 times. But you can use virtual reality to practice medical procedures, to retain that muscle memory, to retire risk. And the other benefit of virtual reality is that it is mass volume power constrained. You're not bringing a whole IV practice kit. You're doing that in the VR world. And so we've tested and launched and deployed virtual reality medical procedural modules, the world's first underwater demonstration of a teleradiology consult, where I, as the crew medical officer, met in a digital radiology reading room with the head of radiology in Saskatoon, Canada, over 4,000 kilometers away. And in real time, we reviewed the consult and the findings on the imaging together of a simulated trauma patient. And if you have a Mars architecture, you can do that in an asynchronous manner. And then the last way we used extended reality was using mixed reality, point of care ultrasound, again, to abide by those mass volume power constraints, but also give yourself a powerful imaging tool. So last thing I'll say, so I don't go on for too long, is echoing Michaela's point, is that, and also a callback to a point that Kaleigh Stabenau made on our first panel, is that sometimes the best discoveries you make are the unintended science or realizations that you get. And to Michaela's point, the biggest insight I got from these missions is that the crew dynamics 100% is the determining factor of make or break for mission. And then the other corollary of that is that crew training starts a month before the mission. Like, you need to form, norm, storm way ahead of the mission so you can perform when you are in that tin can. And so the best crews, the ones that I still keep in contact with daily, are the ones that we have known for years and that we know how we act on our best and worst days. And that's what's made the best missions, because there's a joke about analogs: you either become best friends or you never speak again. And I'm happy to say that there are some who have become like family to me.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Before you go, Cyan, I just want to remind everybody of the obstacles, offers, and opportunities board that we have back here, and Tiffany's back here. And as you're thinking through all of these things that we're talking about, later, if you want to write on a sticky note, and please put your name on there so we can respond to you of any of those 3 categories. Thank you. Cyan?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said so far. I was very fortunate that I was in the very first high seas mission on the Big Island of Hawaii, and that was back in 2013. And so it was over a decade ago. It was funded by NASA to investigate food strategies for long-duration space flight. And just to put it in perspective, this was funded by NASA to do that, and I lived in that high seas habitat for 4 months, investigating food strategies, because food is so important to overall not just health, but also mental health and mood. And so I think that when we're thinking about food for Mars and the transit, it's really important. But one of the things that I want to jump on is what you were talking about with virtual reality and augmented reality. As an artist, that's an area that I do a lot of work in. And I think that that's technology that's only going to get better in aiding how we learn, and not only learn and continue to be competent on the mission objectives and possibilities and contingencies and things like that, but also, we don't often talk about this, but entertainment, mental health, and how you can maintain mental health through those kinds of technologies, where you could potentially have your house in a VR. And so if you're feeling homesick, you can go in and you can walk through your living environment, and you could potentially interact with your loved ones in this VR space and maybe be able to mitigate that. You can go in and meet with, a psychologist or a psychiatrist through those types of interactions. You can practice meditation and breathing. You can play sports within a VR environment. And so there's so much potential there when I think about the health and well-being of the crew, particularly the mental health that, and again, these are that technology can be brought into the analog. I lived in Lunaris in Pila, Poland for 2 weeks, and this was back in 2017, and I had a headset, and it was and a breathing device. And when I was in the VR, you had to blow on this device and make this tree grow to find cosmic zen. And as a way of relaxing, and the technology again is only getting better to be able to help with some of those things. But by far, nothing beats crew cohesion and the ability to communicate. Training for, we trained for 6 months for the Inspiration 4, which was 3 days in space. And this whole idea of being comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's what my commander, Jared Isaacman, would often say, because you're in a closed environment on that spaceship for a long time. And we didn't go to the ISS. We lived, worked, and played in the Dragon capsule for 3 days. And we were the first crew to do that for stay and live in the Dragon capsule. And you don't have a lot of space. It's not, this is more space than in the Dragon capsule. And you really have to bond as a crew before that. You really have to be able to say, look, I can't, you have to be able to be vulnerable. I remember when we were hiking, Michaela is an amazing hiker. She's doing the 7 summits. She's done 4 of the 7 summits. And we'll be doing Everest next year. But we had to hike Rainier. I did not make it to the top of Rainier, but if you watch the documentary, Inspiration 4, we all have our backpacks, but about an hour before we reached our Camp Muir, we stopped, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, and Jared, if you know Jared, he's like a billy goat. He comes bouncing over, still happy. Leo, how's it going? And I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. And he's like, no, you're gonna make it. It's all good. And he's like, let me take your backpack. And if you watch that documentary, at the end when we get to the camp, he's got 2 backpacks on. Because I had to be vulnerable, be like, I can't make it. He's like, I got you as a crew member. And that's what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. So one of the things we tested in one of my analogs was a baby seal, a robotic baby seal that would be like a pet in space. And it got to know you and it interacted with you and all the crew. Not everybody liked the baby seal, so there were 3 of us who did and 3 who didn't. That was part of the experiment.
You didn't club it, did you?
No. But there was time with the seal, time without the seal. We were wearing a lot of fitness wearable devices, and they were testing our blood pressure. Did we like it? Did it lower our blood pressure? Did it help our pulse? All those types of things. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left. So quickly, round robin, this is going to cost money, this analog, all this testing. Everything that we do costs money. And one of the big takeaways, I think, from this conference, the Analog Astronaut Conference, and what we're trying to do in the analog community is directly tie what we do to Earth, right? And I feel like in the past we haven't been great about this. So if we could just quickly go to each person here and talk about what these efforts towards this Mars transit mission, how can we tie that to Earth? And Michaela, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of ways we can help Earth by preparing for Mars. Already when we think about how hard it's going to be to live on Mars, all those things we'll learn from that experience we can apply here. So some examples, for example, to grow something on Mars is going to be extremely hard. Currently the soil there isn't exactly designed for that, so we'll have to change it, adapt in different ways, create correct greenhouses and all these things. But all the lessons we'll learn from that, we can actually apply here on Earth, especially now with our changing environment. It is becoming harder to grow food in different parts of our planet. So if we can grow on Mars, we'll be able to grow here too. And instead of waiting for that future Mars mission and then learning from that, bringing it here, why don't we start doing that already? And by having something like this Mars Transit analog and even other analogs where we truly test technologies that we will be using on Mars or we hope to use on Mars one day, we can already start applying these lessons learned to our everyday lives. And so it could be growing food, but it could be all these different technologies, things we talked about, AI, VR. Yesterday, I think it was mentioned that nuclear fission is probably going to be the main way we're going to have source of energy for Mars. That could be greatly used on Earth too. So there's so many things that in preparation for Mars we can actually develop and use here on Earth much sooner than we might think. And I think that's probably one of our greatest return on investment on top of all the medical, psychological, and other things too.
Okay, thank you. Shawna?
I'm going to speak from the medical aspect. And so on my Aquanaut mission, my commander had this shirt, and it was such a great shirt, I had to go and buy it. And it was this umbilical going from an Aquanaut, and then it continued on into an astronaut on EVA, and the caption was same, but different. And so that's how I've come to think about when I'm working in the emergency room in rural Canada, which I do every single weekend when I'm not traveling. I was on medical deployment in Ukraine at the start of the war. And I also do a lot of health tech innovation for space. And that's a guiding philosophy for me. Same, but different. Because they're all examples of remote, resource limited, and in some cases, isolated and confined environments. And some of the best innovations we can come up with to not, as we say, as we said in the first panel, meet the standard of care on Mars, but surpass it and set a new standard of care for Mars and bring that back to Earth. And we're already doing that with novel innovations like real-time teleradiology guidance for mixed reality point-of-care ultrasound, with increasingly portable, minimally invasive biomonitoring devices, and also looking at the confluence of technologies. So these minimally invasive biomonitoring devices that can be, bless you, paired with AI, as well as novel biomonitoring parameters like skin galvanic conductance, voice analysis, to determine even newer methods for early warning systems. And so I would posit that we can take the best of what we've done in the most challenging endeavor humanity's ever undertaken, sending humans to Mars, and bring those innovations to help our most in-need areas in healthcare on Earth.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Sayan.
Yeah, I often say solving for human spaceflight is solving for Earth. The argument of why should we go to the moon and on to Mars with humans when we can send robotics? And that the reason why is solving for human spaceflight is all about efficiency in food, water, energy, resource management, and waste management. What do we have problems with here on Earth? Food, water, energy, resource management, waste management. We don't know what the best energy for Mars is yet. That technology hasn't been built yet. We don't know what the best recycling system for Mars is going to be yet because we haven't built it yet. There are all these things. In order for humans to survive on Mars, we have to imagine and build the most best and efficient systems in all of these life support areas. And that innovation, that technology, that knowledge is all created here, and it is spun off to make us more sustainable and efficient over time. And I think that that's one of the message that we need to really emphasize why human spaceflight is important is because it solves in all of the major areas that we have issues with here on Earth, and it does it in the most efficient and innovative ways possible.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I think to close out, we're going to do one more Slido.
So before we let you go, we want to have another opportunity for you to share your feedback on what you've heard about in this panel. There's another Slido here. You'll see another QR code. This is going to remain active for several days, so don't spend the time in the next panel doing this. We want you to pay attention to what's going on stage. But during the breaks, as you get home through your travels in the next week, come back to this opportunity to share your thoughts with us about how we could turn these types of analogs into a reality to deliver value both on Earth and to the future of space missions for us. Don't forget, we've got those boards where you can put your thoughts on sticky notes if you like to do it old school. We're going to be moving those boards out into the foyer, so they'll stick around a bit as well during breaks, during lunch. You're welcome to make your contributions there. And I think that's all I've got as well. Jenny, anything to add?
No, thank you so much. Thanks for having us explore Mars. Thank you for a fabulous conference here today. And thanks to my amazing panel. Thanks to you, the audience.
If you're on Instagram, please go like that post and share it, because I'm trying to get it amplified about my spacesuit. And I would really appreciate if you not only liked it, but you also shared it. Thank you.
I'm Matt Kaplan, and it's going to be my pleasure to moderate a very distinguished panel. As you can see in your programs, we're going to be talking about the Artemis Accords. So come on out, folks. So rather than introducing everybody up front before they talk to us for a few minutes on their own, each of them. I'm going to go one by one and save those introductions for a little bit. And open first just by noting that the Artemis program and the Artemis Accords, we were just talking backstage, are often confused and run together in a lot of people's minds, and they are separate, of course. The Artemis program continues to evolve somewhat rapidly in recent days and weeks. And so one of my questions is, does that mean the same is true for the Artemis Accords? That's one of the questions that I hope our very distinguished panelists will be talking about. By the way, you may have noticed on May 15th, Norway joined the 54 other nations that are now part of the Accords. I looked it up, I think I got it right, elsewhere on our pale blue dot, there are now 13 countries that are part of the ILRS, the China-led International Lunar Research Station. Interestingly, we think that Thailand is the only one that is a part of both groups. Interesting position. I want to start our session with the guy who got the Artemis Accords off to a very impressive start. Consider 55 nations, and it's only a 5-year-old program. Mike Gold is now the president for Civil Space and External Affairs at Redwire Space. He supports the company's business development efforts as well as its government and media relations. Many of us remember him as NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Policy and Partnerships. He also served as Acting Associate Administrator for the Office of International and Interagency Relations. And in 2020, Mike was awarded the NASA Outstanding Leadership Medal in recognition for his work on the Artemis Accords. He's also an honorary counselor to the Hague Institute for Global Justice, which is something we will definitely talk about today with Sohair down at the end there. But Mike, I'm going to turn things over to you first to tell us about where you think the Accords are and how we got here.
Oh, thank you so much. And 55 is a wonderful number. I wish I was getting paid per country. I'll make sure to try to work that into my next agreement. And numbers do matter, that when it comes to international affairs, establishing norms of behavior, having that number of countries sign the Accords, which has really exceeded every expectation that we initially had, is important, because when it comes to COPUOS and when it comes to votes, when it comes to establishing traditions, again, norms, it really is just fantastic to see. And that success was driven by the inclusivity of the Accords, that we wanted to make sure that the Accords would not be something to separate countries, but to bring them together. We were very focused on common ground. And I want to thank Adnan here and United Arab Emirates, who were a founding member of the Artemis Accords. And I think it's safe to say, possibly more than any other founding member, the UAE really focused on making the Accords as inclusive as possible. That was something the Emirates really strongly brought to the table. And while the Accords were led by America, they really belong as much to the international partners as they do to us. And again, just a wonderful coming together of nations, ideas, and cultures to create something that will support peace and prosperity moving forward. That being said, there is always room for improvement. And I'm as excited about the future of the Accords as I have been the past. And where I would hope to see the Accords evolve is really in two ways. One, while I'm very grateful to the past administration for the support of the Accords, the number of countries that have signed, I have become increasingly concerned that we are beginning to deviate from one of the founding ideas of the Accords, which was for signing the Accords to become a gateway, no pun intended, relative to joining the Artemis program. That it was always meant as a first step to becoming a part of the program. Additionally, we want to see contributions from our partners. And obviously Germany, Emirates are making wonderful contributions, but I'd like to see us be more systematic and more explicit about gaining these contributions. And I think there are large countries like Saudi Arabia, Korea, with great capabilities that have a lot that they could be contributing to the Artemis program at a time when we are budget constrained. And while not entirely the solution, this could be part of the solution to some of the budget issues that we face. And then on the other end of the spectrum, a Ecuador or a Bangladesh that just signed recently, even if it's a couple of grad students, there should be contributions that they can make. The administration has been very focused when it comes to defense of Europe making significant contributions to NATO, and we should be doing the same in space. And it's an easier argument because the countries want to contribute. They want to participate. They don't want the Accords to be simply a photo op. They want it to lead to something substantive, and I think that benefits us and the Accords signatories. So that's a direction that I hope to see the new administration take the Accords to make it more substantive and to make it more beneficial to all of the parties involved. And secondly, the Accords are a beginning of a conversation, not an ending. And as we look at some of the principles of the Accords, particularly let's take interoperability, for example. So the Accords say that we need to achieve interoperability. We don't want to reach the moon and Mars and then have a VHS beta moment, right? I'm old, so I'm referencing VHS and beta. But I can't emphasize enough how important something like that is. I mean, I believe that interoperability eventually will save lives. And what I hope that we do, and UAE I think just hosted a Artemis Accords gathering, as we look to the future, I hope that we dig in more to create better specificity with the Accords and actually put meat on the bones of many of the objectives that we've laid out, such as interoperability, such as heritage sites. We all agree we should protect heritage in space just like we do on Earth. But what does that mean? Is it 1 kilometer? Is it 2 kilometers? So this is the work that remains to be done on the Accords. It is an organic and evolving thing as we try and push forward with these ideas. And I'm so excited for the number of countries that are involved, so grateful to the founding countries, and I'm just really looking forward and have never been more optimistic about the future.
So excellent progress and still much more to do. And by the way, Betamax rules.
Well,
clearly superior.
We can talk about Laserdisc, but we won't go there.
Right. Adnan, we've already heard you introduced as a charter, representing a charter signatory to the Artemis Accords. Adnan Mohammed Al-Rais is with the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. He is the Assistant Director General in the Center's Space Operations and Exploration Sector. And are you still Program Manager of the Mars 2017 project?
Yes.
For the UAE?
Yes.
Fascinating, very exciting, future-focused project with young people deeply in mind, right?
Right.
And let's see, I believe congratulations are in order because there was the launch of the UAE's first synthetic aperture radar satellite just very recently. And only a week ago, I saw the announcement that your rover, the Rashid 2 rover, is going to be carried by Firefly Aerospace's next Blue Ghost lander to the moon's far side. Congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you very much, Matt, for that. Thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure and honor to participate in the summit. I've been here for past 3 editions. When it comes to the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center and BRC, we work on the implementation of the UAE National Space Program. We have the satellite development program, which we develop our Earth observation satellites. As you mentioned, we had earlier the launch of the Mohammed bin Zayed satellite, our next generation Earth observation satellite, earlier this year. And then a couple of weeks later, we launched our first synthetic aperture radar, our SAR mission, as part of our technology know-how transfer program to develop our capabilities and technologies in this area. In addition to that, we continue working on the implementation of the Mars 2117 program, 100 years of strategy to send humans to Mars and building settlement on Mars, and to do that collaboratively with the international community. And in order to do that, we introduced many programs, as you mentioned, the rovers. That's part of our robotics lab, which we want to develop our space robotics capabilities throughout the development of rovers to the surface of the moon and hopefully in the future to the surface of Mars to support the entire infrastructure on the moon and Mars. That's a new capability that we introduced as part of our Mars 2117 strategy. In addition to that, our contribution, the Gateway program with the airlock, and we can talk more about that. That's also something in line with the strategy. working as well with the Human Space Flights program. And having 4 astronauts prepared and ready for the follow-on missions, 2 flown for short duration and long duration mission, and 6 months, and looking for opportunities to send them around Earth and around the Moon as part of the Gateway contribution, and hopefully finding them on the surface of Moon and Mars in the future. We are also developing our life sciences program. Human element is very important when it comes to the exploration of Moon and Mars. And we have a team dedicated working on advancing our capabilities in the human health, how to sustain long duration missions, and working on the life sciences aspects locally and internationally with international partners. We have many other programs that we're developing, working a lot as well with education and outreach, which we find it an integral element in our long-term strategy. Yes, we have the programs, we have the satellites, we have the missions that we're working on today, but it's always important to prepare the next generation of scientists, engineers, architects, entrepreneurs. We need them ready to continue this contribution. All of this, all these efforts, all these missions align with our involvement in the Artemis Accord and the overall Artemis program. Yes, we are developing technologies, we're developing capabilities, but the most important thing in terms of the capabilities, not only the technologies, yes, they are important. When you develop a synthetic aperture radar, satellites, and missions, and so on, it's important that will contribute in the architecture and implementation. But more importantly is development of the human element, the human capabilities, the workforce, the talents, the skilled people that will continue doing that. Continue working actively in our contribution in the Artemis Accord. I appreciate the international support and collaboration, especially from the United States, and working closely with NASA and Mike on the Artemis Accord and being signatory there, and also an active member and implementing that, and continue working together with the international community on making this happen.
Excellent, thank you. Well, from a charter member of the Artemis Accords to representative of a nation, an agency that came a little bit later into the Accords, Mark Jokimisch heads the Washington office of the DLR, the German Aerospace Center. It is Europe's biggest research center working in this area on aeronautics and space. In this capacity, represents the DLR not just in the USA, but in Canada, I believe. Which we are still an ally of here in the United States. He has held a variety of similar positions at the center prior to joining DLR. Back in 2007, Mark was a project manager in technology transfer and entrepreneurship, worked as a researcher at the University of Munich. So welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the summit and be on this panel. It's a pleasure. And you mentioned it in your introduction. Germany came relatively late to the Artemis Accords, given its role in space exploration. We joined in September 2023, a very nice ceremony here at the residence of the German ambassador here in Washington, D.C. I remember it very vividly because it was a lot of work to get there. And the reason why we joined relatively late was that the German government in the beginning, and we were approached in the preparation phase to be part of this initial group to contribute to working out the accords. And I remember this meeting in the embassy as well. That was long before that, the time we joined. And at this time, the German government had the feeling that might not work very well with a UN corpus and the UN processes, which we supported very strongly. Over time, we had a lot of good and fruitful discussions with our friends from NASA, from the Department of State, also with other founding members of the Artemis Accords. Our discussions with Canada, with the Canadian Space Agency, were very instrumental for us to better understand the real purpose and the real content of the Artemis Accords. And we came to this decision to join. And ever since then, we really are really happy with the engagement into the Artemis Accords. It's a great forum to discuss and deeper drill into the real questions of safer, more transparent and sustainable deep space exploration. We very much value the knowledgeable contributions from all the countries, and that everyone gets their part in the discussion and can volunteer for taking over different topic items and lead the discussions on those and bring it all together to the whole group. So, and also the interaction with the UN is very, very helpful, and we volunteered to be also a topic leader for that, to make sure the connection between the UN, Vora, and the Artemis Accords and the information flow is going on very well. And so we're really happy with the Artemis Accords as they worked out. So we are happy to see now being at 55 with the latest editions of Norway, and I'm very optimistic that they will continue to grow. And since you mentioned also the program, of course, our engagement in the Artemis program goes much further back than our engagement in the Artemis Accords. Actually, before it was even named Artemis program, the decision to contribute the European service model to or the Orion spacecraft is back then more than 10 years. So the first contract was given by the European Space Agency to Airbus in Bremen in 2014 for the first ESM, which propels the Orion spacecraft and provides life support and energy to the Orion spacecraft. And Germany is contributing more than 50% of that. So this is our biggest contribution to the Artemis program, and we are committed to continue working on that. I just had the opportunity in February to see Orion and ESM-2 integrated in KSC, which is a very impressive spacecraft, and it's always fantastic and thrilling to know that the next humans that will go to moon and further out than any human before will be on this fantastic spacecraft. So this is something we want to continue. We also do smaller contributions to the Gateway. And of course, we have capabilities in Germany also for bilateral contributions, especially in the areas of space robotics, communication, navigation, and also we had a fantastic panel just here before on astronaut health. So that's something we are looking into and want to keep engaging in the discussion for potential bilateral contributions from Germany to the Artemis program.
Before we go on, the confusion in some people's minds that I spoke about between the Artemis program and the Artemis Accords, I think for some may also extend to the DLR's participation, Germany's participation in the Accords, and ESA, the European Space Agency. Can you say something about the distinction there?
Well, our biggest contributions, as I mentioned, to the Artemis program go through ESA. So ESA is contributing the European service module. Well, I guess most of you know more or less how ESA is functioning. The member states of ESA, they commit to certain programs. Some are mandatory, some are optional. And then they invest their national budget into that. And then they get their industry and their researchers and everyone get their share out of this overall program. And as I mentioned, for the European service model, which is a European element for bartering our IISS contribution, but also for sending astronauts to the moon, on the lunar surface eventually, that is more than 50% funded through Germany, and a big share of the technology comes from Germany also. So, but it's of course it's an ESA contribution to Artemis. So as a member state, we are, I wouldn't say in the lead, but we're the major contributor to the ESM. But it's an ESA, European Space Agency contribution to Artemis.
And talk about an interoperability challenge, mating that service module to the crew module on Orion. So far, so good. Worked awfully well the first time.
The first time it worked even better than expected.
Yeah. While our topic is the Artemis Accords, you heard Mike talk about where he hopes the Accords will go. I suspect that our two national representatives here may feel the same way. There is an example of at least a piece of where the Accords could go in our last participant on this panel. Lady Soher Salam Saber became president of the Hague Institute for Global Justice in 2018. The Institute is an independent nonprofit organization, and I read 3 approaches. One of them is the off-world approach that she has created, and that led to the creation of the Washington Compact, which, for those of you who were at that wonderful reception last night upstairs, right here, you saw several new signatories being honored, signatories to the compact who are here with us at the summit. She also founded and serves as principal of Wassel & Wassel, a disputes and geopolicy law firm. Under her direction, it has become a trusted partner in international disputes, investor, state arbitration, regulatory affairs, advising clients on navigating political risk, economic sanctions, and transnational regulatory compliance, which I imagine keeps your firm very busy at the moment, because there's certainly a lot going on there. Soher, welcome and thank you for joining us on the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today here. It's a pleasure being with you. It's an honor, and thanks for Chris Carberry to have us here and to have the reception yesterday for a new signatory for the Washington Compact. I always say that everyone agrees that I always confirm that I'm not from actually the industry of space, but it has been a pleasure for me to learn more and to be involved with this great industry and be part of it with the help of Mike and Ken and many others who really drive the Washington Compact to be in its stage today. So the Hague Institute for Global Justice pillars are 3 pillars, actually. It's rule of law, global governance, and conflict prevention. And since I became the president for the Hague Institute, we thought that our next decade for the Institute life will focus on future approaches and projects. And space was our first approach to start with as a new decade for the Institute. We wanted to make sure that our pillars implemented in space as well, because we understand the importance for space, not only for space, but also for the Earth. So if you prevent conflict in space, then you save the Earth and you save people, and same as the rule of law and global governance. And that's why we started to draft the Washington Compact. And it's dedicated for the commercial and civil society. I remember the first call I had with Mike, and Kenneth Hodgins actually was there, and we discussed what's the missing in space policies and regulations. It's the commercial, it's the industry itself who drive the future for space. And that's why we started to draft norms of behavior, non-binding document for the commercial and civil society. And because the beauty of the Hague Institute, the neutral position of our institute that can bring everyone from all over the world, from the globe, we thought that having the Washington Compact for the civil society and the commercial sector will bring everyone from all over the world to agree on those principles and standards. So 2022, we started to draft the compact, and really thanks for Mike and for Ken, who work hardly with us to draft and contribute all their time and effort to draft the compact. And by July, we launched the Washington Compact. We started to invite companies. I have to tell you, Matt, that was like really challenge, because I'm coming from private sector, and I understand if someone call me and say, come and sign this document that you commit with those principles and standards in your operation, I will definitely say no immediately. So I really don't blame anyone who took time to think about the Washington Compact and think about signing the compact. And I truly, truly appreciate every single signature we have on the compact, because those people really, and those members who signed the compact, commit with saving the future of the space and saving their investments as well, because by signing the Washington Compact, by signing the norms of behavior and standards and principles, you are also saving your investment, your future, and your company, and your operation, and your organization. So for now, we're having over 200 signatories on the Washington Compact, which is really a milestone in just 2.5 years. It's still by invitation. And as I said, last January, it was a milestone for the Washington Compact to have the spaceports to come on board and sign the Washington Compact. We have over 20 signatories with the help of George Neal, actually, who worked with us hard also to promote the compact among the spaceports. So it's a really success, and we are very happy that we have this approach, and we will continue working with it. Now, there is really a link between the Washington Compact and the Artemis Accords. So the Artemis Accords, you have 55 countries who sign it, which is great achievement, and really great effort also from Mike and all the team to bring those countries to sign the Artemis Accords. But the Artemis Accords is for states and for countries. So still, the commercial sector and civil society is not there, and their voice is not there. So where they would be, and that's why we have the Washington Compact, which can complement the Artemis Accord and complement all other, let's say, also the other treaty, which is the UN treaty. But for the future, having the Washington Compact for commercial sector and for civil society will definitely be a complementary to the Artemis Accord future as well. So maybe that's the link between both of them. And now we have the states and countries, and now we have the industry and civil society at the Washington Compact. So that's what we have, and that's our approach. And I'm happy to be here today to discuss with you. And thank you very much for having me again.
Of course. We're very happy to have you. And I encourage everyone to go to the Institute site to see that list of over 200 signatories now and read the text of the compact, because I found it inspiring. Mike, I suspect you do too. And is that partly why you wanted to be part of this?
Absolutely. I mean, Lady Sahara had incredible vision and leadership, and let me live out my unfinished dream with the Accords, because we had a clock on us with the Artemis Accords and couldn't necessarily be comprehensive. And as Sohair points out, and again, thanks to her, Abdullah, Ken Hodgkins, as you mentioned, the challenge that we've got in international space law and policy is the system simply was not built for the current reality of private sector leadership. At the United Nations, there is no chair for the private sector, yet it is commercial space that is driving so much of the change and the substance. So we have a mismatch there. And that's where the Washington Compact and the work that has been done is so important, because through NGOs like Sohair's and through work like the Washington Compact, it's the first time that the private sector can have a seat, and a seat that's equal to government in determining the rules of the road. And that is necessary for success. The private sector has most, or at least much, of the experience, and bad regulations come when people who don't have the substantive experience are writing the rules. So again, I can't applaud what Sohair and the team has done enough. That is the future, I believe, of space norms, law, and policy.
Back to the Accords and the relationship with the Artemis program, which we can't really avoid, the elephant in the room. I talked about how the Artemis program is evolving very quickly. And we have here representatives of two nations that have a big part in both. Adnan, the development of the airlock module for the gateway. Will there be a gateway? And if it does not happen, does that affect the participation of the UAE, not just in the Artemis program, but in possibly more broadly in the Accords?
Yeah, so first of all, we're happy to be part of the Artemis program with the contribution with the airlock module for the gateway itself. For us, it was an important program which helps in implementation of our strategy, but also to be a key player internationally, working with international partners to make this a reality and sending human back to the moon again and hopefully to Mars. For us, it's strategically important to develop also our capabilities in terms of the development human-rated systems. With all the missions that we developed, with the orbiters, satellites, rovers, and so on, and manned missions. So with the airlock development as part of the gateway, this is one of the strategic goals, to develop our capabilities in this area so that we can even further contribute in the future programs and future contributions. Yes, we understand the process, we understand the budget request that came out and potential cancellation of the gateway program. This is the process, again, we fully understand, we fully respect as well. It has to go through. I think it's also healthy as well to revisit your programs, to revisit your architecture and the way that you develop the missions. One thing that for sure, for us, that we are fully committed to work together with the United States and the international partners on the implementation of the program. With the gateway, with the airlock, which we hope that they're going to continue, and having the gateway is an important element. However, beyond that, we are here fully committed to look into the future contributions, future involvement, future engagement, because you have a lot of pieces there. You have a lot of elements related to the infrastructure on the surface of the moon, the habitation, the human element, and all of that. There are many areas that we are interested in and we can contribute in future program elements. So yes, the commitment is there, and this is the way that we work internationally with everyone. It has been always an integral part in every single program and every single mission that we work on. We work with international partners, so we're going to continue doing that.
Mark, I'd like you to address the same. What I have in mind, again, it's Artemis program. Orion seems to be good through Artemis 3. We're not sure about after that.
Yes, Adnan put it very well. Every program goes through development. So on the way, you need to make adjustments to stay focused on your target. That's normal. The whole overall Moon-to-Mars architecture by NASA is constantly evolving. There's a regular update every year with workshops and international partners coming in. So this is kind of natural. So in an ideal world, all the partners are on the table to discuss those changes. And like Adnan said, Germany stays fully committed to what we agreed upon to contribute to Artemis. And we want to be part of the program. We want to continue working with the US, with all the other international partners in Artemis. And we are ready to do so. And as you said, for Artemis 2 and 3, it seems we're sticking to the original plan. We have to see what comes after that, what alternatives are there, if we need to adjust the program, and how our contribution, which of course involves a long-term investment also on the European side for all the ESMs that are lined up and industry partners that have invested into that, how we can find a way to keep this cooperation going while having our common goal and target in focus and in mind to bring humanity back to the lunar surface, and of course to learn from all our experiences there and all the technology development we do there for the exploration of Mars.
Mike, I'm not even sure how to refer to the relationship between the two, but there's the Artemis Accords, and as I said, there's the ILRS, the China-led International Lunar Research Station, ILRS, yes.
Well done.
It's difficult to look at that and not see it as something of a competing program. How do you see the relationship between the two?
So I do see a competition of ideas. I see a competition of values. And I think it's important that we not just launch our astronauts to space, but we launch our values of transparency, of open science, of peace, of the ability to extract resources and enjoy the fruits of your labor, of avoiding conflict. I mean, fundamentally, Star Trek.
One to beam up.
And it's appropriate because the Artemis Accords do come from the...
You told me once that the Artemis Accords, in your mind, are the first step toward the United Federation of Planets.
Absolutely.
So
we need one extraterrestrial civilization to sign on, then I can die happy. But we need to preserve these values. And it is important that we lead not just in technology, but in policy. And candidly, much of what is in the Accords is a reaction to things that some other nations may not have been practicing. So that's why numbers matter. That's why the more countries that sign, the more countries that create momentum and precedent for doing things the right way, the better off we will be. And even for countries that don't sign the Accords, like many of the ILRS nations, they will be influenced by the positive practices that the Accords support. So my hope, again, is that more countries will sign. We will continue to gain, more momentum, and that even those countries, again, that haven't become a part of the Accords will be influenced by what we're doing, and the Accords can serve as a catalyst for additional conversations like the Washington Compact that take these values further, more broadly, and empower the private sector.
Lady Sohail, that's exactly where I was hoping to go, that whether you believe that the compact, even though the signatories are not nations, also may help to set an example with this really important point that Mike has made about the Artemis Accords.
Yeah, it definitely set, because if you have the industry itself commit with the values, then those values took to sustain the industry, then you have the country, the whole country already sustainable with the future of the investments in the country. For example, if you have uncertainty in the industry itself, then the investment will be less, insurance will be less. You will the lack of going on with that industry will be bigger and bigger. So committing with values and with principles that sustain and make the industry itself more certain for the future, then the whole country will be more certain, and the nation will be more sustainable. So values are very important. As Mike said, we don't only take technology to space, we take also the value to space. We don't take only astronauts to space. We take the value with the astronauts to the space. So it's very important. Now you have a great competition between different countries who wants to set different programs, and how this competition will play a role, where the commercial sector will be among this. If I like what Ken is always saying, if you are a commercial sector and you are not part, or your country is not part of the Artemis Accord, and not part of the Chinese program, then where you fit, it's a great competition. Maybe you don't feel it now, you don't see it now, but it will be in the future bigger. I still hope that, and it's great that we heard the National Space Council, the president is retaining the National Space Council, because this is a great indication that the administration is taking space into their consideration and account for the future and implementing more policies and regulations. I really hope that the United States keep leading the space industry, because the United States not only leading the technology, but also policies and regulations and rule of law. And they really prevented conflict for space for the last many years. And I hope that they continue this. With the news we are hearing now, with having the Space Council again in place, that's a great indication that policies will continue to be improved and implemented, which will help the commercial sector and help the civil society as well, because they needed that, and they needed the development to continue. So the Washington Compact implement all those principles and standards and values, and actually it's a draw from all those values and policies. So I still agree that the competition is huge. Actually, I was surprised to hear that 13 countries signed IILRS. So this is a great competition, and we need to work on it. And I hope that the Artemis Accord continue to be improved and to be beyond the Artemis program. Because this is really, as you said, Matt, this is a confusion. People don't really understand what's the relation between the Artemis Accord and the Artemis program. And I hope that the Artemis Accord, with the 55 countries now signed, to go beyond even the Artemis program. That's how you can improve it more and get the whole world together, because it's the latest non-binding or the latest document to be signed with those nations. So it's great that it continue and it go beyond to more and more than the Artemis program itself.
We have about 5 minutes left. I do want to save at least a couple of minutes in case anyone has any questions. And I can't see it, but I think there might be a microphone for audience Q&A. If not, we'll have you yell out. But before we do, Adnan and Mark, I want to see if you have anything to add. Your hopes, your nation's hopes, for the principles behind the Artemis Accord, seeing them develop in the way we've heard discussed already. Adnan?
Yeah, sure. Just to add, I totally agree with Mike. The Artemis Accord is the gateway to be part of the program, and to get involved and to have also kind of a tangible contribution in any capacity. But also it provides hope. It provides opportunities for nations that are maybe not ready today to contribute, to dream, to work on that as part of their education outreach, preparing maybe the next generation that could play a bigger role in the program. I think it's important that the Artemis Accords is inclusive, having those great nations part of the Artemis important. It's important as well to conduct those kind of workshops to identify clearly the contributions and how we coordinate the contributions between the different nations to reach that interoperability, which is a very, very important element. And here, we need to focus on the development of the standardization. Maybe there's something that we're lacking here in the space sector, that we need to further develop the standardization to be able to work together on development of the entire architecture.
Mark?
I can only second that. I was impressed how active, how outspoken some of the, let's say, non-traditional space countries that are part of the Artemis Accords engage into the discussion. And there was a lot of feedback from their side that joining the Artemis Accords and being part now of this group was very instrumental internally in their process to set up to gain more resources for their space activities. So this is something that's definitely an added value of the Accords, besides talking about the rules and the rules of the road and everything we want to solve when it comes to deep space exploration. So I think this is very inspirational, and so this should continue, and I'm sure it will continue, and therefore adding even more countries, and also those that are, as you said, cannot right now participate in the actual program with substantial contributions, is really, really worthwhile to do so.
Excellent. Does anyone have a question? There is a microphone now. If you'd like, make your way on over. We still have a couple of minutes left. We'll try and keep us on schedule here on day 2. Hello.
Hello, my name is Alexandra, and this is a question kind of for all of you. So I was very happy to hear that Ecuador signed to the Artemis Accords. Both of my parents are Ecuadorian, and I am an unabashed American. But one thing that's been stated is that the Artemis Accords are kind of the first step for countries to begin contributing their own efforts towards humanity becoming multiplanetary. My question is, how can people like me, who are, second-generation Americans, leverage our heritage in order to improve the ability of, I guess, our parents' home countries to contribute to these efforts? Thank you.
Fascinating.
Yeah, thank you. It was a wonderful signing ceremony, by the way, in the Ecuadorian embassy. Bo Derek was there, which was a shock to me. You never know. And you talk about, Mark, the catalyst of the Accords. I mean, that's an example of even the signing ceremonies can serve as great outreach to youth and messaging. And I think, as you said, the Accords stand for hope. They stand for the future, that we can all be part of something optimistic and new and exciting. And in terms of Ecuador and the cultural heritage, one of the things that we've been talking to about Ecuador, both when I was at NASA and even at Redwire, is microgravity research and development. That the coffee, the chocolate, shrimp, I believe too, and forgive my forgetting some of the products in Ecuador, but there's so much that we can learn from micrograv and its impact on biologics, on agriculture, that then can be implemented. I think countries like Ecuador have a lot to contribute that is unique and can have real impacts here on Earth. The Accords, in the end, is a preemptive strike against conflict, but that step into Artemis in space is something that can make life here on Earth so much better for all of us.
We will go one more question, maybe two. The chief scientist is here too, but first, someone who represents the future of our destiny in space.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, yeah. So my question is, how do you think a Sputnik moment with the moon in China would affect involvement with the Artemis Accords and IIAS?
Are we headed toward another Sputnik moment? Are we already there? I'll turn to you, Mike.
So, great question. And it's interesting as we look back at history on this one, because a lot of us thought when China first launched someone into space, that would be a Sputnik moment. Or when China landed robotics on the moon, on the far side of the moon, that would be a Sputnik moment. And it's been fascinating and a bit disturbing to see the lack of reaction, that we have not had that Sputnik knee-jerk that one would expect. And again, great question from someone who's probably a little young to even have lived through some of this. We haven't seen it. And this is my great concern when it comes to China, that the US reacts very well and with alacrity to sudden events. But with the Chinese, it's a slow rolling development. And I talked about microgravity for a second. We talked about Artemis as Moon and Mars, but it really begins in low Earth orbit. That if you don't have strong low Earth orbit capabilities, you're not going to be successful beyond LEO. And what do we see China doing? Building a new module for their space station, leveraging microgravity, not only for science, but for commercialization. We see them strengthening their moon program. And this is where it's death by 1,000 cuts instead of one Sputnik moment, and then it's too late for us. So I appreciate the question, and I hope that all of us are listening and that we react before that Sputnik moment occurs, because when it happens, it may be too late then for us to catch up.
So much for my promise to get us out on time. We're now 2 minutes over. Chris, do we let the Chief Scientist Emeritus throw in a question? Sorry, Jim. But you'll all be here, I hope, at least for a while, the rest of the day. So we invite you to speak to our panelists, and please help me thank them for joining us here on the H2M2 stage. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Matt and everybody. Terrific panel. So Aerojet Rocketdyne, now a branch of L3 Harris, has been one of our longest standing, actually our very first sponsor. Before we actually had a name, when we were creating the nonprofit Explore Mars, we hadn't even established a name yet. And Aerojet Rocketdyne became our very first sponsor. They saw that we were filling a niche within the space community, and we've been working with them closely for many years, throughout on the Achieving Mars workshops, this conference, and many, many other different programs. They have been our partner from the very beginning. So today, that's why we're excited about today's speaker. We have Alan Cutler from Coalition for Deep Space Exploration, the president and CEO, and former congressional staffer interviewing Kristen Houston, who's the president for Space Propulsion and Power Systems for Aerojet Rocketdyne L3 Harris. So are we ready? So without further ado, I'd like to bring out Alan and Kristen.
Well, welcome everyone. I'd say we're almost the spot for lunch, but I understand we've got someone behind us, so sorry about that. Happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this Humans to Moon going to Mars in the summit, because it's an institution that's been around for quite a while, and it's a great opportunity, especially with the focus that we've had on Mars, particularly with this administration. So I think it's great. Glad to have Kristen here.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thanks.
So I'm very excited about this. Let's just start off. I mean, I've got a list of questions here, and I came prepared, but I think this is a great conversation to have. L3 Harris, major NASA contractor. How are you feeling about the Artemis program?
Well, I am really excited about Artemis, specifically knowing that Artemis 2 is going to be launching less than a year from now, no later than April of next year. And I think about, I'm sitting here, actually I'm getting little goosebumps on my arms thinking about what it's going to be like on the day that Artemis 2 launches, and that we get to send 4 amazing astronauts back to the moon's vicinity of the moon, and actually going further than we've ever sent astronauts before, breaking the record for Apollo. And that just really excites me. If you haven't been, I don't know when you were at the VAB last, or the Vertical Assembly Building down at the Cape, and seeing the stacking happening. So the core stage with the ICPS, and seeing it all come together is just making it so much more real. And it's a really exciting time to be part of that program. And actually, I think we have a video. If we want to roll that video, we can show a little bit of the progress that's been made on Artemis 2, and just watching the stacking. But if you haven't ever been to the VAB, I mean, just such an exciting place to be. The history that has come from there, and you stand there, and it's just unless you're there, it's hard to really describe just the massive size of it. Being able to look up and see. Seeing the rocket there, and then also just knowing the history of what has come through that building before. But we'll roll the video. Yeah, so really exciting. And I mean, I remember being at the Artemis 1 launch, and that was something like 2 o'clock in the morning, right? So it's as dark it's so dark, and then the sky just lit up when the launch happened, and just so really thinking about what it's going to be like that day, really almost tomorrow in space time, right? By early next year. But I also recognize, there's a lot of questions about what the future of the program is. The president's skinny budget came out and recommends canceling SLS and Orion and Gateway after Artemis 3. So really would cut short our great ability to meet the vision of having a sustained lunar presence. I know they're thinking about other commercial transport vehicles that could potentially do that, but if we any kind of disruption, it's disruptive, it's costly to the program. We've seen in the history, if we think back to what happened with shuttle, then a major gap in capability for many years, and I don't think we want to have a gap when we know we have something that works today until we have something that's ready to be on board. And when I think about the cost of the program, I really just encourage folks to think to get more of the facts about what's happening and what's being looked at. It's not just a one-for-one look at the budget. NASA's been developing 3 different configurations: the Block 1 with the ICPS, the Block 2 with the expanded the EUS, the new upper stage, and then the BOLE extension on the boosters for a Block 2. So 3 things in development, but now we are through most of that development work. We're coming down the cost curves on production. You get into a learning curve as we're getting into production. We're already seeing costs drop on this rocket. And then Artemis 3 is 75% of the hardware is built already on 3. Hardware is in flow for 4, 5, 6, and beyond. We're building hardware out through Artemis 9 today already. Just make sure we're ready to support a regular launch cadence here. And there's been a lot of work to reduce cost. I mean, our RS-25 engines, they have the heritage back to Space Shuttle main engine, but we've taken 30% of the cost out of those in this program, where we're working to go even further beyond, but it's uses of additive manufacturing, updated processes in our manufacturing and manufacturing techniques. And I think there's still opportunity that we could look collectively as a program of how we can keep driving costs out. So I think I'd encourage to really challenge industry on how we can keep getting costs in, and how working together with NASA as well, how costs could come out, and but not just throwing everything away when we're really right on the cusp of seeing the benefits of being able to launch on a regular basis.
Wow, you packed.
Sorry, that was a lot.
You packed a lot into there.
I feel very passionate about this, obviously.
Clearly,
so.
this is definitely. Well, as you were talking about it, I was like, oh, the last time you were in the VAB, and I remember for Artemis 1 going in when they were stacking Artemis 1, and you got in the elevator and went up to like level 16, and you got on the cross section and you just walked around the corner, and there it was. Yeah. And it was one of those things where you just, when you see the vehicle and know that this is what our National Space Program is capable of doing, is really fantastic. And I do want to kind of go on about some of the things when you talked about SLS in particular, just because L3 does so much of the propulsion elements. You did talk about the skinny budget, and in there it does propose canceling SLS after Artemis 3. A little bit of skepticism out there as to, do we really need this? Do we really need this vehicle? How do you do that? Why does our nation's space program need SLS? You've touched on it a little bit, but I think there's more to it than just that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of aspects of why it's important, and I mean, I really look at the Artemis program and SLS really as a national asset. We have a history of being, the leader in space in the world, right? And we want to maintain that space leadership. And right now, today, SLS is the only rocket that has been proven. Artemis 1 flew perfectly. It had 99.974% accuracy. 99.974, almost nothing is that perfect in anything that we do today. So it's proven it's ready to go, and it's the only rocket that can take cargo and crew directly to deep space, directly to the lunar vicinity, right, in one shot. So there's no challenging proximity rendezvous operations. There's no concerns about propellant boil off. There's like a lot of the more challenging architectures that could be with multiple launches to get there. In one shot, we can get there. So there's a lot of benefit for that. So I think so this is about, I guess, specifically about SLS, but why do we really need to be there too? We really are in a race, or I think yesterday Dr. Pace talked about competition with China to kind of secure our presence there. China's I'll just jump in and talk a little bit about China too. I'm kind of going all over here, but but China, they are on a path to have regular crewed landings on the moon by 2030. That's 5 years from now, which is not a very long time. And they're making really steady, very good progress. You know, they've landed on the far side of the moon, which we have never done. They've brought samples back from the moon from that far side, which we have never done. So they're continuing to make progress. And there's a lot of reasons why we want to be the first to get there and to establish the norms and behaviors of how we're going to operate. There's on the lunar south pole, there's water ice, and we're going to need that to be able to create water, breathable air, potentially propellants. We want to be able to explore the helium-3 that's there. We're probably going to need that for fusion reactors at some point in the future. And whoever gets there first is really going to establish the norms and behaviors of how we're going to operate. And that's why we just had the last panel, the Artemis Accords, right? 55 countries all together. So this is an international coalition really working this, and we're the leader of that. And we want to maintain that leadership. We're going to, you know, with the rest of our partners on that, we'll be able to, again, establish those norms and behaviors. So I think there's that. So we then have the opportunity to learn. So we eventually go to Mars. We learn on the moon. Then there's a national security aspect as well, because space is continuing to be the high ground, and we're seeing that be more and more true of space becoming a more important domain for national security reasons too. So a lot of different reasons why we really need this program for our country.
No, absolutely. And I was kind of looking over the things I was thinking about this in Fireside Chat, and I was like, oh, there's some questions I think would be really great for Chris to answer. And I'm like, okay, she's going through this really fast. No,
I can talk more on just about
anything.
I'm
sure.
So.
We'll get to it. Don't worry. I do. One of the things that, particularly, we're here in Washington, Capitol Hill, when we had a hearing with the House authorizers earlier this year about the stepping stone approach of going from here, going to the moon first, and then to Mars as part of their in that advancement of exploration. And how do you see the Artemis campaign, preparing us for that eventual push to Mars?
Yeah, I mean, if you even think about the program, it's Moon to Mars. That's official, program at NASA, right? So the intent is to go to Mars there, and it's not. I don't see it. It's not an either or. And the moon is going to be. It's the perfect test bed for what we're going to need to go to Mars. So you think about the harsh environments that we're going to have to learn to survive through. So minus 280 degrees at night, or when it, in the lunar night of 14 days, it gets really cold. It gets really hot over 200 degrees Fahrenheit on the warm side. We have 14 days of potentially 14 days of no sun on that lunar night. There's dust. We got to learn how humans can survive at long periods of time in the microgravity with the radiation. And so we have to use the moon as that test bed, because the moon's a few days away. Mars is months and months one way. It's a many years round trip to get there. So we got to make sure we know what we're going to do. We need to understand how our equipment's going to work, how humans and robots will work together, how we're going to create fuel and air and whatnot. So for those long journeys. And I just think about, if you think the International Space Station's 200 miles above us, and I know that kind of feels far, but when you look at the perspective, that's 200. The moon is 240,000 miles away, and Mars is 140 million miles away. So, I mean, it's not just like little increments. It's actually significantly further, right? So, I think about, so I run. I'm getting ready, I'm training for the Marine Corps Marathon later this year, and I think about, okay, as you're running, if you start out, you don't just start out all of a sudden like, I'm gonna go run a marathon tomorrow. You kind of start with, hey, I need to go on a walk, and I need to do regular long walks. Then you're going to progress to, I'm going to start doing runs, do a 5K, a 10K maybe, eventually get to a half marathon. And then, okay, let me think about doing something like a marathon or something beyond. Well, it's kind of like what we have to do with the, Moon to Mars. We're not going from, hey, we're right now kind of walking around the block on ISS, and we need to build our way up to get there, so.
No, absolutely, and I can very much sympathize with that, building up to the marathon. Anyone who wants to sign up for a marathon and do it tomorrow is going to have probably a bad day, and we certainly don't want that.
And maybe many bad days after too.
Yes, absolutely. You went through a number of capabilities that we need, technologies. As we're going to that ultimate destination of getting to Mars, what do you see as the technologies that can be focused on? What's out there? What are the things that we can, we mentioned power and things like that, but we can prove out on the moon, gets us to Mars. What are the things you think we should be focusing on?
Well, I'm a real big proponent that we really need to be focusing on nuclear propulsion and nuclear power. We are not going to be successful getting to Mars, living on Mars without that. If you think about, let's start maybe with power. I mean, I don't know about you, when I travel every night, I'm plugging in all kinds of devices, and I have so many power cords that I need them. And we're relying on power for everything we do here on Earth. Well, we're going to need power on the moon, and we're going to need power on Mars too. So, there's things like the Fission Surface Power Program. We were part of phase 1. We're partnered with and teamed with Westinghouse for the reactor part of that, and it's a 40 kilowatt system. It's enough power that could power 30 houses for 10 years. That's a lot of power, right? And so we're going to need that because we're going to need to power our rovers. We're going to need to power anything else we're going to generate on the moon, and we're going to need. So we want to prove that out to go to Mars. So we're continuing to innovate there, and then we're looking forward to what will hopefully be the phase 2 of that program later this year. And I think we need to continue to build that out. We're already pretty well versed in things like RTGs, MMRTGs, powering the Mars rovers today, and some of the other battery sources we need. But then from a propulsion point of view as well, we really have needs, I think, for both nuclear thermal propulsion and nuclear electric propulsion. And at L3 here, we see ourselves a little bit of an honest broker. We think both are needed, so we're not a proponent of one or the other, because we think it's an and. If you look at it, an NEP solution, that's going to be much better suited for getting cargo to Mars and to deep space. It's 5 times the efficiency, or 5 times the specific impulse ISP, sort of essentially the gas mileage of a traditional chemical propulsion system. So again, it's going to be much more efficient to take things on a long haul out. And we think we have a great solution by pulling our advanced electric propulsion system, a 12 kilowatt system that's in test at Glenn right now with an FSP solution, and could have a solution ready to go pretty, relatively quickly on an NEP solution. And then from NTP, it's still very efficient, 2 times the efficiency of 2 times the ISP of a chemical system. So not as efficient as an NEP solution, but it's going to be able to be faster. So when we're thinking about getting astronauts out to Mars, the shorter we can make that transit, the better, obviously. So we want to minimize radiation time. So an NTP solution is really probably going to be what's best served to try to get them out as quickly as possible. So I think we need to really stay focused on that. I think we need to come together as a country to say, hey, this is a priority. I think we need to not be nervous about it being nuclear. Our solutions today, they don't activate until they're in nuclear safe orbits. And frankly, we did this 60 years ago. In the 60s, the SNAP-10A. We launched, and heritage companies throughout the years got to launch that SNAP-10A, the only company to have launched a nuclear reactor in space. So we've done it. There was lots of testing afterwards. So we know how to do it. So we just really need to get behind that as being another imperative that we need to go work, because it's going to be critical to our success on Mars.
Well, excellent. As you're talking about the technologies, I was thinking a lot of times, as we were talking about the stepping stone approach, you're talking about what are those technologies we can prove out on the lunar surface or in the vicinity of the moon's cislunar orbit, that sort of thing, and then that helps us going to Mars. I know NASA's been working on with the Moon to Mars plan. They've been tracking, here's the technologies that we believe we were going to need for Mars, and how we're going to map to get to there. What if you flip it the other direction? I know there's like $1 billion that's proposed to be in NASA's budget for more Mars type of research. At least that's what's in the skinny budget. That's what the words have been put out there. What technologies can you bring forward? Is there anything that's out there that's in the distance that makes sense to bring in?
Well, sure. I'm going to continue to reiterate about all things nuclear propulsion and power, because it still is out there, and we need to keep developing that. And frankly, there's been delay. FSP has been delayed multiple times. There has not been as much. It'd be great to get more funding, I think, from the NEP, NTP solution. So I'm going to keep advocating for that all the time. But also another thing I think we could think about is, we are thinking about these long transit times to Mars, right? And it's one thing, our Artemis 2 crew is going to go up in an Orion, which is great, but for 10 days. So it's one thing to live in a pretty tight environment, kind of like this, for 10 days. When you're on a many months, years journey, you're probably going to need a little bit. It's going to be a little different. It's going to still be cramped quarters, but it's going to need to be a little bit different. So I think we need to be thinking about how that crew transport is going to work in those transport habitats. And I think there was some talk on that yesterday, about that yesterday as well. But how can we kind of pull that forward and learn, in the cislunar orbit, can we create a habitat that it could dock on Gateway and it can then have, more extended periods of stay, again, seeing how humans are reacting for staying in a longer period of time, kind of, again, working out how it's going to be for a longer period with many people together in a confined space. So we can do, I think, some of that today. And then, that when it comes time to go to Mars, something like that Gateway being a kind of a rest stop on the way, stop there, be able to kind of do a shakedown, make sure everything's working, test out the Eclipse system, check out any of the other systems, make sure you're kind of good to go before you go on a long journey. So I think we could think about it in that type of way. It'd be good to continue some research and development there.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are so many options out there. It is fascinating to look at how many different technologies and what could be done, how you could do it. It really is. It's an amazing thing to see where we are and how to do that. I do want to kind of go back a little bit. Early on, you talked a little bit about the national security piece, and I know that we get a lot of things that resonate here in the Washington area. So, China is obviously a near competitor. What is, Artemis doing that exploration and being out there first? What does that mean from a national security perspective? What is it that we gain as a country by doing these activities?
Yeah, I'll approach it in kind of two parts. So first part really, again, is being first to be able to set the norms and behaviors, again, with our 55 partners on the Artemis Accords, and if we're there, first we get to do that, and that'll help enable not just our ability to have the sustained presence on the moon, but also then the learning to be able to get to Mars. And we like winning. I'd like to win that, to win that race or that competition. And then again, I think I mentioned, space is a high ground, so we're seeing a lot more congestion in space. We're seeing a lot of the kind of defense and national security missions moving into a space domain. Obviously, we know a lot of talk right now about Golden Dome as an example, and that's very, the space layer is going to be really big there. So we need to make sure we have what we learn in from exploration is also that technology is also going to be used for defense, can be used and applied in defense applications. So then leading me to the second part is, I think about the impact that we have on other programs. It's almost like they're kind of interconnected and intermixed. So a lot of our workforce, it's a lot of the same skill sets, whether it's used for exploration or defense. A lot of similar technologies we learn, we share across. We have, at least other years, and I know many of my peer companies, our workforce can sometimes shift between the two. So by having a strong workforce in space, it helps make that strong workforce for defense as well. And then if a major program goes away and gets canceled on the space side, it's going to have ripple effects and implications there. We saw it when Shuttle ended, but a lot of our facilities build both defense products and space products, or space exploration products. So the overhead burdens, the costs are going to go up on many of our defense programs, and we're going to lose out on some of that skilled workforce. And then if we did end up with a big gap, it takes a long time to get that workforce back. It's very skilled, from technician up to PhDs, and some may go in the defense industry, but we'll lose that and it'll be hard to regain that back. So I think just for our countries in having those skills that can be used on both sides is really important.
Yeah, no, I think that, I know it's discussed, probably come up more than once during the summit here about the workforce and how that impacts the decisions that are being made today or will be made as we go through about the direction NASA's going. Will have a direct impact on not only the workforce of today, but what's that workforce of tomorrow. And if turning off, I'm showing my age when I sit there and remember you talking about, I remember when Shuttle retired, I'm like, yeah, I remember that one too. I remember actually adding some money to put an additional flight on the manifest for Shuttle. It's like, oh, this has been a long time.
It's very disruptive.
It is. It's you can't. It's not a light switch. You can't turn it on and off.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've heard a lot. We've covered a lot of ground here, but what are you most looking forward to about this with the upcoming Artemis 2 launch? I mean, it's easy to get bogged down in all of the things like, oh, these things are happening and we need to worry about this. Other, like, what are you excited about?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you can definitely get bogged down in the day-to-day. There's challenges, and I'm sure it'd be, every day there's something that you have to work through, right? It's not easy, and space is very hard. Even though sometimes it looks easy, and sometimes it doesn't. But what I'm excited about, again, I'm thinking about standing there watching Artemis 2, and I'm like getting goosebumps on my arms thinking about it. And I think what I'm just so excited about is knowing we are sending, again, 4 amazing humans back to the moon's vicinity, breaking that Apollo record by sending astronauts further than we ever have before. Again, maintaining our leadership in space and the inspiration that's going to bring. So, I've had the great honor of meeting all of the Artemis 2 crew. So, Victor and Christina and Jeremy and Reed, and they're just, again, amazing humans. The backup crew, Andre and Jenny, not just, again, them as individuals are amazing, but also it's what they represent, right? I mean, I think this really brings like the best of America forward. And I just know the inspiration that's seeing that launch and having that experience is going to be, and then watching them land 10 days later, splash down in that Orion capsule, and just knowing what it's going to spark in so many of us, regardless of the age. But I mean, who didn't want to be an astronaut when you were a kid, right? At some point, I mean, I think probably everyone here at some point thought maybe you might want to be an astronaut someday. And that inspiration, that's their next generation of engineers and scientists, and some might be astronauts, but some of those folks might be, end up in defense. So I think about. I actually thought one day I studied chemical engineering, and I didn't know what I would do with it, but I was like, oh, maybe someday I can work for NASA. And it's been a lot of years, but here I am now supporting NASA in space work. But I just thought space was so cool, and that might be a fun thing to do. And I've spent a lot of my career on the defense side, so I've kind of seen both sides of it. But I just think just amazing inspiration that's going to be, and just seeing how it has all come together, as it's thousands and thousands, almost 100,000 people work on this program across the country. Every single state has input on this. And to think of all those folks that made something like this happen, it gives me chills.
Well, it truly is. It's a national space program.
Yeah,
I think that's really important. It was funny, you were talking about kids who didn't want to be an astronaut growing up. And I'll be honest, if I see when it's Halloween and the kids come by, it's like if someone's showing up dressed as an astronaut, they're getting a little something extra at the Cutler household. I mean, that's just, it's just how it is. I mean, I'm happy to encourage. But at the same time, it's like last week I was at a high school in the local area, and it was an AP teacher who had and she had her Physics C students, and she wanted me to come in and talk about all the options that are out there. And I think that it's, as that inspiration piece you're talking about, how inspiring this program is and can be, and what it will be for future generations, to go through and look at this and say, here's what we as a country are capable of, and we should not be turning our backs on that. And we're innovating, everybody's innovating, and that investment we've been doing has been great. I'm looking at the clock, and I know we're running out of time, but we've covered so much ground. So much ground. But I did want to let you have the last word on this. From an L3Harris perspective, anything we didn't cover, or any points that you think that are, our audience should be walking away with, that you think, are absolutely important?
Yeah, well, I think we covered, like you said, we covered a lot, and I hope you all are as excited as I am. You can probably tell that I get very excited about this. So that's what I think. I really just hope everyone feels that excitement and understands, what this means to our country, and not just our country, but to, all of our partners internationally as well, and what is at stake here. And I just say from L3Harris' perspective, I'm just really excited about, like you said, the innovation. We're doing so much innovation every day to keep advancing and getting better and better. So whether it's all the work we do in additive, or our high-powered electric thrusters, what we're working on our nuclear propulsion and our nuclear power solutions, that just really excites me, just knowing and seeing what that might become someday. And I think back, we have provided propulsion, or we provide propulsion elements on probes that have hit every planet in our solar system. And I'm going to include Pluto, because I still like Pluto, because it was a planet when I learned the planet. When I was a kid and learned the planets, it was a planet then. So I'm gonna count that, because even Pluto, or we just went closer to the sun than on the Parker Solar Probe than we've ever been. Anything has ever gone to the sun, and so just being part of that, we have the Voyager is at the edge of the solar system and still operating 40 years later, and the propulsion we have there, and we're getting ready to provide power on the Dragonfly that's going to go to Titan. So just thinking about how, the expanse of this world and the role we can all have in that. Again, what Artemis is going to do to excite excite everyone about that. And I just think there's so much opportunity. I was really excited about the next great leaps we're going to make.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Kristen, despite being up here on the stage with the lights on it, so I was like, I've enjoyed the conversation. This has been great. I think we've missed an opportunity. We had the video boards. This is billed as a fireside chat. We should have had like fireplace for your home up on the screen. That would have been awesome. But no, thank you so much. It's great to hear from the L3Har's perspective. Here's what's going on, but also how that translates into our broader national space program, why it's important. And I appreciate the time, and I hope everybody's enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan.
Right,
it's a
thank you.
pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you. So our next session is something a little different, kind of looking at the storytelling of Mars. Yeah, our next two guests, Eric Hazeltine and Chris Gilbert. Yeah, Eric comes from, he worked for Disney as an Imagineer, chief Imagineer for many years, as well as worked in the intelligence community, pretty senior in the intelligence community. And Chris is a SAG actress as well, so they have strong Hollywood connections. They've started working on a graphic novel, trying to engage kind of the emotional elements of going to Mars. And they're working with us, trying to really develop this and see if we can do something special to excite people, excite kids, but as well as adults about why we're going to Mars and just grabbing their passion, grabbing their imagination on this amazing voyage we're about to go on. So, Eric and Chris.
Thank you. Well, hello, y'all from out west. It's funny, California isn't viewed as the West, but we're about as far west as you can get, right, honey?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so
very far away.
Howdy. Okay, we're going to talk about storytelling, and we'll get into the reason for that in a moment. But in Hollywood, we have a saying, show, don't tell. So in that spirit, let's start with a story.
When I was a little girl, I was 5, 6 years old. I was very much alone. My parents were not with me very much, and I had no friends because I had to study all the time. And at night, I was in a room all by myself, and I was scared, and I didn't know how to fall asleep without being scared. And being alone, I had the inspiration of going outside and looking at the stars. And as I started looking at the stars more and more, I had dreams as a little girl that I was going in between the stars. I was navigating in between the stars, and I was able to understand, to feel vibrations from the different stars. And the different stars with that recurrent dream became my friends. And then, after a few weeks of doing that, I was not afraid anymore to go to my room all by myself or to be alone anymore, because I knew I would find those stars. They would be with me. And that was my story. And that's the inspiration for what we're going to show you.
Thank you, Chris. So I want to pause for a moment about what you just experienced. It's a very different way of messaging. And Walt Disney used to say, you can speak to people's hearts or you can speak to their minds. But there are a whole lot more hearts out there. And so we believe everything that you've heard over the last 2 days is fantastic arguments for the rational mind of why we should have a human presence on Mars. We're going to show an irrational message to add one arrow to the messaging quiver. We're explicitly going to avoid the rational and go for the emotional. And that's why we call this getting to Mars on the wings of a story. Because without the motivation of the public and the money that flows for it and the support during all the privations and difficulties that we're going to have, we're not going to get there. They say no bucks, no Buck Rogers. Well, right, if there aren't stories that engage people, for example, interest in STEM skyrocketed after CSI. You had huge increase in enrollment in the life sciences after that TV show. So that shows that stories can produce motivation and motivation can produce money. So that's really the whole point. So let's tell you what we're going to talk about this morning.
So we're going to tell you about our goals.
We're going to talk about how we're going to approach achieving those goals.
We're going to tell you about our keys to success.
And then we're going to spend most of the talk giving you examples, which is a little like a movie trailer of our graphic novel that we've written, specifically working with the board, of which I am, Explore Mars.
So our goals.
We want to generate sustained interest in human exploration of Mars.
And we want to show unique benefits of human versus machine-only exploration.
And we want to raise money for the Explore Mars Foundation. A percentage of the sales of the book will go to the Mars Foundation, the Explore Mars Foundation. Here's our approach.
So we're going to tell an inspirational story that invests people in a character who cares passionately about Mars.
So if we can't get people interested in Mars, we'll get them interested in someone who is passionately interested. And we'll do it by, as we say, show don't tell, the benefits of human exploration through a narrative that appeals to the widest possible audience.
And we'll make the story deliver the message and not the message deliver the story.
When you're trying to convince people of something, it puts their defenses up. Oh, they want my money, they want this, they want that. So the way to get to them is to explicitly not do that. The hook, as we say, has to be different than the grab, and the hook has to be emotional, fun, whatever storytelling benefit we afford. And we want to sustain the interest over a long period of time. The Martian was fantastic for generating interest in Mars, but that was yesterday. We want to do something that's going to be in the consumer's faces for many years. So the graphic novel, and we also have contacts in Hollywood. We're talking about getting this made into a Pixar-like movie or a series for TV. We want to keep the message out there all the time. Here's what we think are the keys to successful storytelling.
So first, a sympathetic, attractive character with relatable issues who has
a difficult to achieve, high-stakes goal.
And that a worthy, complex, multidimensional opponent tries to thwart.
No snidely whipnash. Our villains are going to be really interesting, and as we say in Hollywood, textured. To overcome this opponent and other obstacles, the character must grow emotionally, ultimately realizing what they initially wanted is not what they needed.
And along the way, we're going to need three things. One is conflict. The second one is conflict. And the third one is even more conflict. So the more novel and imaginative, the better.
Did we mention conflict? We have to have, and of course, no Disney story. And for those of you who have ever seen a Disney story or watched a Disney movie 50,000 times with your kids on the VCR till it wore out and you had to buy a new one, thank you for buying them. Heart is everything. And so you're going to see that, hopefully, in the story.
And like all good stories, we're going to offer bonuses. And those are all little tidbits of science, real science, that people will learn, or kids will learn.
But those bonuses, those messages, if you will, about the science and the coolness of it are not the point of the story. They're incidental. They're woven in and essential for the story, but they're not the point. They're a means to an end, not an end in itself. And of course, a happy ending is mandatory. So let's get started. In the not too distant future, a bot approaches Vicky as she sleeps. She tears free of the bot as it grabs her, running for safety. But she trips. The bot prepares a death blow.
Oh no. 25 years earlier, in a shabby house, in a neighborhood where 2/3 of the house are abandoned, a bedroom light shines. Vicky rises so she can make breakfast for her mom, with whom she lives alone. But her mom is on welfare. She drinks alcohol, she smokes, she's not doing well, and she has nowhere to be. But Vicky tries to wake her so that she can eat. Vicky has become her mother's caregiver. She receives only criticism in return. Vicky often feels worthless. But only few people can understand Vicky. I mean, she's so good with math and physics. She knows about everything. But she's alone again. She feels like a perpetual insider. And often she cries before bedtime. But she has friends. The wild burros that roam the street keep her company when they can. Grateful to the wild animals who console her, she rescues 2 young burros. She's going to name them Jasper and Helix, and they become her closest friends. And she makes another friend, because at night, she's drawn to something else that is also alone, the only red object in the sky. It is Mars, and it eases her loneliness. So she dreams of being the first human on Mars and to discover the life she knows is there. And then she studies on how to become an astrobiologist. And years later, we can see that NASA is hiring the first 16-year-old, and that's Vicky, for astrobiology research. And after that, she wants to become not only an astrobiologist, she wants to become an astronaut. And she starts training, and she's accepted for astronaut training. But 2 weeks short of graduating, she's almost there, Vicky learns that her mother had a stroke. What is she going to do? Does she have to go there? She doesn't have any brother, doesn't have any sister. Who can take care of her mother? And mother doesn't have enough money to take care of herself or to hire somebody. She needs Vicky. So Vicky gives up her dream to care for a mother who never cared for her. So she did that for a while. And then afterwards her mother dies. And when her mother dies, she is interviewed by a company who is devoting their work to human exploration of Mars. And she lands a job at that company.
With Caitlin as the CEO. And any resemblance to Elon Musk is completely coincidental.
The mission to Mars will be uncrewed, but to test the viability of a crewed mission, Vicky's job is to design and install a life support system to evaluate if it can survive the rigors of a two-way journey to Mars.
She develops what we call in life science a phantom, a completely instrumented proxy human to test the effects of radiation and long space travel, apart from the psychological, on the journey to Mars, and as long as everything else you need in a support system to go to Mars. So before we send humans, we're going to send their support system there and back in order to see whether everything functions properly.
The company is fabulous, but something mysterious is going on there. This lab has everything I ever dreamt of.
And some things no one has ever dreamed of. Go anywhere you like, except the basement.
What? The basement? Why?
Curious. Ignoring her boss's warning, Vicky explores the basement. You don't belong here. Leave.
Whoa. Should I go talk to the boss? I think I should go talk to the boss. But Caitlin, why is the scientist in the basement so hostile?
Dr. Stanhope is a bit cranky, yes. But don't worry, it's a physics project completely unrelated to Mars. Don't argue, Stanhope. Install tamper protections on your payload now! And reprogram the bot to kill, if necessary.
Undeterred, Vicky investigates further.
Late one night, Vicky sees unfamiliar men loading a large container into a hidden compartment on the ship. After the men leave, she learns after much analysis the payload is a particle beam for sterilizing Mars so that microbes there do not infect the humans that her boss wants to mine. When she goes to the particle beam to sabotage it, she gets an electric jolt. It knocks her out. But she wakes up to a roar and shaking. The ship is taking off.
Vicky contacts the boss, tells her she's aboard by accident. She learns why her boss wants to profit from human-operated mines on Mars.
You guessed right, Vicky. Dr. Stanhope particle beam will make Mars life safe for humans, including you now that you're going there.
Well, I'll die before I let you destroy Mars or life on Mars.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you can see, you're dead already. But you wouldn't stay dead if you help me. Can I tell you a story?
Do I have a choice?
No. Here's my story. My parents were missionaries. I saw more poverty and disease than my heart could bear. Everywhere I saw the powerful steal from the weak. I resolved one day to put an end to that and the misery it brought. But I never relinquished my desire for change. I spent all my formative years imagining ways to overcome power and realized there was only one way, with greater power. In college, I decided that the only enormous wealth, more than anyone had ever amassed, could achieve that power in order to ensure that food and medicine and healthcare got to everyone who needed when they needed them anywhere in the world.
Okay, so you want good things for human on Earth. Okay, I get it. But then you're going to destroy Mars? Vicky must make an impossible choice. Is it selfish to want to save life on Mars when I cannot prove yet that it exists? I think it's selfish. Okay, I will help you. The journey to Mars is perilous.
A supernova in the galaxy overwhelms the radiation shields of the ship. The massive energy pulse disables power and artificial gravity. The ship leaks. There isn't enough oxygen to reach Mars. So Vicky has no choice but to convert some of her precious water into oxygen and hydrogen. There's now enough oxygen, but the layer of water in the hull that protects from galactic cosmic rays by absorbing them is much thinner now, allowing dangerous radiation to get into the ship. This radiation makes Vicky very sick.
If things were not bad enough, Vicky's boss tries to kill her.
After recovering, while she's making repairs on the ship, Vicky discovers hidden cameras have been monitoring her since launch.
She knew I was on board when she launched. She's using me as a guinea pig to assess the risks of a Mars journey, as a captive labor. Oh, God, Caitlin, you always knew I was aboard. Oh, maybe even lured me here. Are you trying to kill me?
You'd know it if I were trying to kill you, trust me. And why would I? You've proven a huge help already, surfacing problems, making repairs. You're invaluable.
I won't help you destroy Mars.
Better than destroying Earth.
Don't bother calling back.
Vicky, please, don't make me...
I hang up.
Resigned that Vicky will thwart her aims, the boss sends a bot to kill her.
Vicky survives and reaches Mars. Finally, her dream has come true. Really? I'm the first human on Mars? Oh, my dream. That's my dream.
But the planet proves more perilous than the journey. When Vicky has second thoughts about helping her boss, another bot attacks, followed by a self-destruct explosion. She must confront lethal particle beam her boss has sent. Much of her food and water are destroyed, and she's now stranded on Mars on the red planet. More cosmic radiation than her already irradiated body can afford. There are meteorite strikes. It's bad.
While Vicky searches for life, something happens.
While gathering samples from a crater wall, a powerful Marsquake knocks her off the crater wall, sending her tumbling down to the crater floor. But Vicky uses the opportunity to explore. The quake exposed a hole in the surface leading to a lava tube left over from the Mars volcanic era.
Vicky makes her home in a lava tube and uses remaining seeds, algae, and plants for food and oxygen.
She lands in the crater to get close to the lava tube with parts that she's made, and then installs the parts and now has a new permanent home. She has her bots shovel soil into a heated tank to convert the ice crystals that are bound to this soil into water for her plants and for her to drink. She plants seeds for more fast-growing oxygen generators like bamboo and, of course, algae, which can be used both to generate oxygen and for food.
Her travails force a moment of truth.
Yeah, right. Like little Vicky is going to survive and thwart the most powerful woman alive? I don't think so.
As usual, her biggest obstacle is her inner critic. But then, finally, she realizes she can and must leave her mother critic behind, her inner critic behind. Vicky finally quiets her mother's harsh voice. She is not worthless.
So Vicky, with her newfound confidence, negotiates a deal with the boss. And in this deal, she convinces the boss that there is a way to mine without destroying life on Mars. And in fact, using thermal energy from the planet's core while drilling for the minerals, you can achieve 2 at 1. And she makes a really important last point that keeps her alive.
You need me alive so I can do what no bot has ever done. I can think, I can improvise, I can plan and adapt and get into places where bots can't.
So after striking a deal with her boss, Caitlin, certain things are sent to her, including new supplies and something much more important.
Vicky's heart leaps when she hears familiar sounds coming from the cargo. Caitlin has kept her promise. It's Jasper and Helix. Vicky may not have found life, but life has found her. Vicky makes special suits for Jasper and Helix because they are restless in the confines of the lava tube. They want to go outside and play. At the opening of a new lava tube, Jasper taps enthusiastically, indicating she senses there is something worth investigating below. The search for life, even in fossil form, proves frustrating.
Lava tubes are among the most likely places that hardy life forms might dwell because they're shielded from radiation and the extreme temperature fluctuations in the surface. So she takes samples there. But she finds life, but it turns out to be contamination from her plants. Other samples have microbes, but her analytic app tells her they come from her skin, her plants, and other equipment that weren't fully sterilized or contained on the trip. Time after time, she gets promising results, but they're inconclusive. Why? Because she and her AI model haven't been trained on Martian life. All they know is to look for earthly life, and maybe Martian life isn't the same thing.
And one miraculous day, however,
she finds life. And it isn't anything like. Now, we would have shown it to you, but you're going to have to read the book.
Yeah. So Vicky saves life on Mars by persuading her boss it has a value to humans. She says Martian life must routinely repair cell mutation caused by radiation. That will allow us to prevent and treat cancers on Earth.
Life forms here must also extract water from the atmosphere and soil through hygroscopic molecules. Think how useful that would be for growing things in the desert, high altitudes, and other places we can't grow crops.
Yeah, and speaking of growing things in harsh environments, Martian life has learned to extract nutrients from inorganic substances, such as perchlorates and iron ore. That could show us how to grow crops in poor countries.
Martian-enabled medical treatments, agricultural advancement, harvesting scarce water, and radiation resistance will make someone a lot of money. Enough, maybe, that a certain someone wouldn't need to mine for minerals to finance their goals.
And we have bonuses. random bonuses.
For the reader.
For the reader. We'll talk about quakes. There are a lot of quakes. Mars quakes.
Lava tubes people didn't know about.
Talk about stromatolites in lava tubes.
And oncolites. These are structures made by biofilms on Earth that would be something that conceivably could be found on Mars.
And we'll talk about oxygen and food from the same source.
And what would be unique about life on Mars, because it grows up in a very different environment with very different gravity, with lots of radiation and temperature variation. So what kind of extremophiles would grow under those conditions?
Yeah, and likely just microbes that would have membranes that would be very thick to protect against radiation. And the last one is...
And the last one shows how not only the space program would be very clever in shielding people, but how it would be done. But the biggest bonus of all is a happy ending. Now, again, you're going to have to buy the book to see what the happy ending is.
Yes.
But suffice it to say, you see some Earth creatures here for which there's a happy ending, and the creatures on Mars. And yes, we can all learn to get along together.
And this was only a trailer. This is only the trailer.
Yes.
But we need to thank some people before the 10 seconds
Oh,
are
this isn't
over.
where we say in theater soon?
No. Oh, yeah, we can say in theater.
Yeah.
But,
Available on Amazon.com.
But we can thank...
We have some people to thank. And by the way, there are probably some errors because we're still, we have the first draft done, but there are probably some errors. So don't blame any of these people for the errors we might have had.
So we need to thank Dr. James Green,
Chris Carberry,
Janet Ivey,
and J.R. Edwards. And thank you very much,
you very much.
Also to all of you. It's been a lot of fun. So we're 30 seconds over. Do we have time for any questions? Anybody interested?
Probably not, because we need to, it's lunchtime.
Yeah, oh yeah, we don't want to get in the way of people's lives. Well, you can ask us questions in the break. Thank you very much.
Okay. Take my spot. Go ahead. We're not on.
Crossing.
No problem.
And do you want me to stand?
I'm going to put you right here, and then I'll sort of turn towards you. No problem. He's not doing anything yet.
For those of you still here, we'll take an hour lunch. See you back in an hour.
Well, maybe Kristen will make it. I've got a space-happy grandson who'd love to get a copy of that graphic novel that we just got a sample of on stage. It is lunchtime here on day 2 of H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, and it is my great pleasure to again be hosting this live stream that comes and fills in some of the spaces between the great things happening on the H2M2 stage. Now, if you were with us pretty early this morning, especially early if you're from the West Coast like me, you might have caught a terrific panel moderated by the woman standing next to me, Shawna Pandya, who is a longtime attendee, longtime participant in Explore Mars activities. And Shawna, it's great to see you again.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It was a fantastic panel. I'm excited to talk about it.
And we already got to talk to Jennifer, by the way, who was on your panel, a little bit about what she's up to. She told us about that nonprofit organization that you're both part of. Before we go on, though, I want to say, it says in the program, you are physician, Aquanaut, explorer, director, IIAS Space Medicine Group, space medicine and austere environment researcher. I want to find out what all of those are about, but the most exciting thing I heard, if I heard correctly, is that you're going to space courtesy of Virgin Galactic.
That's right. I have been assigned to a research mission through the International Institute for Astronautical Sciences, and I will be flying to space with Virgin Galactic's new class of Delta spacecraft as early as 2026.
That is fantastic. Congratulations. I'm incredibly envious.
Oh, thank you so much. It still feels incredible, like it's still sinking in.
So it's a research flight on this brand new version of a space plane from Virgin Galactic, which is apparently coming together well. What will be the nature of your research on the flight?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've already completed one research flight through IIAS. That was the IIAS-01 mission. So I was the medical lead on that mission. I was one of the co-lead scientists. So we had biomedical payloads as well as a physical sciences payload on that mission. So some of our work will be a continuation, building on the work that we started with the IIAS-01 mission. And then because of my own background in space medicine and extreme environment medicine, we have a dedicated focus on women's health, neuroscience, and health technology that can further what we know about space health. And so we're actually in the middle of the down select of that science, which will be announcing those payloads later this summer.
It causes me to remember that you had the only panel, at least so far, that has had all women participants, all of them dedicated to the same goals that you have, making sure that humans can thrive in space. Is that fair?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be the moderator for the first panel of this morning. Dr. Jen Rochlis, Phnam, Bagley, and Dr. Kaleigh, Stabenau, all powerhouses in engineering, design, medicine. It was just such an easy panel to moderate because there's such great speakers and experts in their subject domain.
What is I think you called it the IIAS?
Yes, yeah. So this is the institute. This is the institute that I'm flying to space with, the International Institute for Astronautical Sciences. We've been around. I've been part of the institute for 10 years now. I direct the space medicine group there. So we've done a lot of cool research in parabolic, suborbital, and orbital space flight. We had some science on the Polaris Dawn and Axiom 2 missions. So there's a whole lot of things we need to know about space health. There's a whole lot of countermeasures and technologies that can help us keep astronauts safe. And it's really cool to be playing a small part of that through neuroscience, women's health, health technology, and endocrine studies.
So you got research to do when you go up. Are you going to have a moment or two to just enjoy zero G and look out the window?
Yeah, so the way we plan for our suborbital space flights is likening it to a performance sport. So we have our checklists. On our first IIAS-01 mission when Kelly Girardi flew, we had her checklist scheduled down to the second. So she knew exactly what she was doing with her payloads. She knew exactly what she was doing in case of one possible outcome versus another. But, that's not a view we get often. So we definitely schedule that into the checklist.
Thank goodness. Best of luck with that. Best of success. Have a wonderful flight. And boy, I would love to talk to you when you get back.
100%. Thank you so much for those well wishes. And hopefully they'll be around too once I'm back.
Thank you, Shawna. Shawna Pandya. I'm going to say goodbye because we're all going to go have lunch here and be back with you. I'll actually be back a few minutes before 2 o'clock with the two folks you just heard on stage, demonstrating the importance of storytelling if we're going to share the excitement, the passion, the PB&J, the passion, beauty, and joy, as my boss, the science guy, says about space and space science and space exploration. So I hope you'll be able to join us then when we return for the last half of the last day of H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit. We'll see you then. Gilbert? Finally, I get to talk to some other people in hats, and their hats way outdo mine. Of course, mine says NASA, and that's hard to beat. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the final stretch, the home stretch of H2M2, day 2, the final day of the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit, coming to you courtesy of Explore Mars at the George Washington University here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. If you've been with us for a few minutes, if you were here before lunch, you got to hear a story from the two people that I'm standing next to right now who shared that, I'm going to call it a graphic novel. Yes. We've got Eric Hazeltine and Chris Gilbert. I got it right this time. Gilbert. This is why I'm not allowed to speak French by my wife and my daughters, because my accent is so bad. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you for having us.
So even before you did your session today, you were talking to me about the importance of storytelling, which as a former WDI, Walt Disney Imagineer, and you as an actress, of course, that's all about telling stories and being in stories. You have a feeling that this is awfully important if we're going to communicate what my boss calls the PB&J, the passion, beauty, and joy of space science and space exploration.
Right. The real message of a story isn't information, but emotion. And a successful story makes you feel something, hope, inspiration, or excitement.
Just like a song. Why are we listening to a song is to have emotions. And those are the ones that are successful when you reach that deep, deep emotion. That's what we want to tell people.
And what we want is to convey the emotional payoff of human exploration of Mars. Because when you get right down to it, it's kind of like when the amphibian first came out of the ocean and walked on land. Well, that's what we want to do in space. And that isn't a logical thing. That's an aspirational, emotional thing. And so that's the level at which we want to communicate the ideas about Mars, is to hit people in their heart.
Yeah, and when people have problems, like they land on Mars and they have problems, how do they get food? How do they get water? And then our characters start to improvise. What do we do? How can we? So, and the listeners or the readers can help and say, oh yeah, if we were in that situation, how would we do that? That's the point.
So I loved your graphic novel that you shared with us. I told you before we started here on camera that my space-happy grandson, I think, would be thrilled by that. You ever see the movie Robinson Crusoe on Mars?
Yes.
Yeah. Your Vicky is her name, right?
Yes.
Much more resourceful than that guy was.
Yes, yes. Well, she is a woman, and they tend to be smarter.
I know that for a fact.
Yes. But the thing about storytelling, I'd like to add, is that a story isn't about us or our ideas or the information we have. It's about the reader or the audience. Any story that isn't about the people consuming the story isn't going to succeed. Because a good story sucks you in, and you're in the story. So it's you in there, not watching something. You're not on the outside looking in. You're on the inside living the story. And that's what good stories do. And that's why we think that's the best way to motivate people that humans should go to Mars.
And that's all about vibrations. Like Vicky, she vibrates with Mars. She vibrates with the life that she thinks.
She resonates.
She resonates that with the sorry. Thank you for correcting my French. the life that she knows is on Mars. So the point is, once she resonates and when she feels those vibrations, the readers, the listeners can feel those vibrations also, and that's how. And we know. I mean, Eric is a neuroscientist, right? What happens when the brain feels or is in contact with somebody who really feels intensely? The brain resonates with that.
Yes, indeed.
So you had profuse thanks, gratitude to a lot of folks behind Explore Mars, because I guess they've been helping you with this project?
Yes, it's important to us to get the technical details right, because those aren't the message, but we want to make them a means to an end so that people see their importance. Like, why is it that we should have humans on Mars instead of robots? Well, there are really good reasons. But in a story, you can't just say that. It has to be something that turns on that. In this case, Vicky's life or death depends on convincing someone they should keep her on Mars alive. And so in doing that, we explain why humans are more valuable than robots.
And we love the advice from Jim Green, which really helped us so much. Told us all the details of the newest discovery. And Janet
Ivey, she speaks to kids all the time, and she was the one who pointed out certain things we should emphasize.
We have hit 2 o'clock. We need to wrap it up here because they are ready to pick up again on stage. Thank you for sharing your story, and I look forward to seeing it on paper or on a device like this.
See you real soon.
Thanks to you. That was very fun. That was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Thank you.
Up to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had an excellent lunch filled with excellent conversations. And I am delighted to be kicking off the last part of our day today with this panel, which is focused on my favorite thing, which is how innovating for Mars can help to deliver value here on Earth starting today. You remember from my opening statements this morning that this was one of the challenge questions that I gave you to come back to repeatedly today. Of course, I was setting you up for this panel, my panel. So that's what we're going to do today. What I really want to happen is at the end of this session, I want each of you to be able to go back out into the world and say, here's the amazing stuff that people are doing to help a sustainable space future that is going to help us live on Earth in a way that is more sustainable, more prosperous, more resilient, more healthy. All of the things that you're going to hear these great innovators talking about this afternoon. So I'm going to kick us off by inviting each of our guests to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their company, what they work on, and what they're excited about in the future. So Deborah, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. I'm Deborah Factor, and I'm with Airbus U.S. Space and Defense. We operate like in our own little bubble in the U.S. For Airbus. So while we have a European parent, we have an entity here in the U.S. that works for the U.S. government and national security missions. We kind of parallel what goes on in Europe. So I run our U.S. space business, and that includes small satellites with a manufacturing facility in Florida, space exploration, which is our work on the International Space Station with Bartolomeo, and support to the Artemis program that Airbus contributes the European Service Module for. And we're also partners with Voyager Space in Starlab Space LLC, which is a joint venture looking at a next generation space station. So super excited to be here and talk about some of the things that Airbus is doing, kind of an industrial perspective on Mars, how we work with the government, and where a lot of the investments are in practical day-to-day programs, as you're pointing out, on Earth, and how those apply to what we're doing in Mars and vice versa. I think it's a really important topic, as there are many budget challenges and a lot of inspiration, and kind of bring it down to the practicality, particularly in the areas of water, weather, and energy.
Wonderful. Bhavya.
Hi, Tiffany. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhavya Lal. I was Associate Administrator for Technology, Policy, and Strategy at NASA, and also the Acting Chief Technologist. I'm currently a Professor of Public Policy at RAND Graduate School, and teaching a class in space policy, and it's a pretty exciting time to be teaching space policy. I'm also actually working on a really fun consulting project where we are developing draft options for the US government for developing a national strategy for space, nuclear power, and propulsion, which is why I'm so excited that we are here talking about Mars.
Wonderful. Robert?
My name is Robert Price. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of CleanJoule. CleanJoule focuses on developing performance-advantaged, sustainable propellants and energetics. So escaping our gravity well, while still nuclear is going to work great, I think, in space. Getting out of this gravity well is pretty hard. And so you need a lot of energy conversion very quickly. So we focused on that. My personal background is in chemistry and biology, and I've had some great chats with Dr. Benner backstage. But yeah, it's great to be here. It's been a fantastic conference so far.
Wonderful.
Had a great time in the crowd.
Good. Molly.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here today, Tiffany. My name's Molly Sullivan. I work for a small business called Space Tango. Space Tango is an enabler of research and manufacturing on the ISS and beyond. So we focus on hardware development and mission support for anything from biomedical research to biomanufacturing, and then also just basic translational research in biomed or physical sciences. We have kind of two business lines and research lines that we focus on. One is making things in space or using space to give us insights that we can't do on Earth. And the other is using space to support space exploration. So things like sustainable bioreactors for construction on the lunar surface or the Martian surface, as well as predictive health for astronauts and how they'll fare on long-term expeditions.
Thank you. And Steve.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, I would work in three areas, I guess, that are relevant to the panel discussion today. One is an origin of life. You heard on yesterday John Mathers saying that we have chemistry that will get you from gases and rocks to RNA, which is believed to be the first genetic molecule on Earth. What John didn't tell you yesterday is that this chemistry all works better on Mars than on Earth. Now we know that life originated because we're all here, but the preponderance of evidence is such that it emerged on Mars rather than Earth. And the second thing we work on is what I guess we call synthetic biology, where we are creating, if you know how life originated naturally, you can go back and redesign your own kinds of life. We have DNA that is built from 12 letters, not the paltry 4 letters that all of your DNA and RNA is built out of. And this allows, of course, it's much easier to make self-replicating Darwinian evolving systems when you're not constrained by rocks and gas. And so one of the ways we know that God did not create life on Earth is because if she had done so, she would have done a better job. And so what we have is evolutionary systems that are able to create drugs and various other things, which will be part of our technological adaptations for Mars. But the more important thing is that when you understand the universe of possible biopolymers to support Darwinian evolution, you know how to go look for them in a general way. So we have, through NIAC, built an agnostic life finder, which will find life in the water mined for in situ research utilization on Mars and concentrate it, even if it's very sparse, and detect it. And that's kind of useful as well. But the third thing that we do a lot of course, is what we call metabolic engineering, which lets you ask the question, is if you were a life form on Mars, what would your lifestyle be? You can come up with a general statement about how life on Mars would be different from life on Earth, even in the Atacama Desert. And what you can say is pretty much, I'm going to disagree with what Jim Green said yesterday strongly, that all of the Viking life detection experiments were consistent with the kind of model that you would expect for life in a surface, Martian surface environment. And of course, this means we can learn from that life on Mars, what it does to be sustainable, how it changes its biopolymers to tolerate the low activity, high salinity of the water there, this type of thing. And that will also be very important for bioengineering, where we're not so much trying to transfer an Earth environment to Mars to sustain exactly Earth life, but rather learn from the indigenous life on Mars. The amusing question is that almost nobody in this audience knows about this. And that's because, of course, the Viking experiment was done. The experiments were misinterpreted. Those misinterpretations ended up in textbooks. And so almost everybody believes what Jim Green said to you yesterday, none of which is really true. So that will be an interesting part for discussion as well.
Well, excellent. I think you all know me by now. I'm a biologist by training. So I'm going to go ahead and use moderator's privilege here and start digging in a little bit deeper with the biologists first, and then we'll come back to you all. I'm sorry, you'll forgive me, I'm sure.
The engineers.
The engineers. It's okay, it's okay. It's nice at a space conference for it to be about the biology.
Yeah, this is great.
So, Robert, take us a little bit deeper into what you're working on at CleanJoule and paint us a picture of how the technology works, what you envision it doing for space, and then how you envision that helping out on Earth.
Sure. That's a lot of parts of one question, so I might forget some, so you might have to
I got
remind me. But specifically what we do is we use metabolically engineered microbes to produce hydrocarbons, and then we use synthetic organic chemistry to transform the hydrocarbons into performance-advantaged fuels. So essentially what you're looking at is a domestic, wherever domestic may be, homebound production system for hydrocarbons not relying on petroleum that is using CO2 from the atmosphere. So when you are expending hundreds of kilograms of CO2 to get 1 kilogram into space, we can actually just recycle that instead of pumping hundreds more kilograms to get it into space. That has a lot of interesting intersections with both defense industry, but also just sustainability here on Earth, because our fuels can't just be used for liquid rockets, but turbine engines, next-gen propulsion, kind of these interesting ways of milking more chemical energy out of the traditional methods before we can get the cooler ways of nuclear propulsion really working and shown. Because right now, everything flies on the back of chemistry. It just does. And until we can get out of that, we need to be able to do it in a method that we don't microwave our own planet.
I would really like to draw a line under something important that Robert just said here. When we think about innovating for energy on Mars, there are no petrochemicals on Mars, right? It's like not a choice. Whereas here on Earth, we've had that as an easy out for several hundred years. And so for me, this is one of the most exciting things about innovating for Mars is you're essentially innovating for a post-petroleum world, but in a world in which you have no choice. There's no pre-petroleum Mars. So I really think for me, this is some messaging that I take with me out in the world when I'm trying to get other folks excited about this.
Yeah, and to take it even a little bit further, right, petroleum-free, there's a lot of places on this planet that are petroleum-free. That you just can't get petroleum, right? South Africa has no liquid petroleum. It's all, the biggest Fischer-Tropsch plant on the planet is in South Africa, which they feed coal because they have a lot of excess coal. But there's states that have no petroleum, there's entire countries that have no petroleum. So when looking at these sustainable technologies, you don't have to think of it just as, oh, we gotta do it to save the planet, whether or not that is believed in that particular locale. But imagine Kansas having the oil reserves of Texas, or another small country having the oil reserves of the Middle East that you can just cyclically continually produce, right? In North America, there's enough biomass for 60 billion gallons of liquids sustainably per year. Now, that is less than we currently use, but a lot of these efficiencies that other people are working on, whether that is in new engine design, new aircraft design, they're going to be able to get us further on a gallon. We also have to kind of approach that problem from both sides. But it doesn't just have to be framed as sustainability and save the planet. There's a lot of economic benefits that resonate much more with politicians and governments than, we need to save the planet for 50 years from now. Well, I can put more money in your pocket next quarter. So, right on the back of each other.
Go ahead.
If I can say something to that. Again, obviously, there's no petrochemicals on Mars, and chemical is the basis of everything. But one M&M-sized amount of uranium has as much energy as like a ton of coal. So if we are talking about sort of step changes to both what we can do on Mars and on Earth, I think nuclear power is kind of pretty fundamental. Sorry, I didn't mean to take away the glory from the chemical reactions, but nuclear
power
trumps
is amazing.
Now you see what happens when folks talk among themselves. My energy is better than your energy. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
All of our energies is good.
It is
all
great.
The energies.
I mean,
unfortunately,
unfortunately,
M&Ms in the snack bar out there.
watch out for the heavy ones.
Yes. If your M&M is really heavy, don't eat it.
But at the end of the day, we are kind of space monkeys, and we're afraid of the things we're afraid of. And so despite all the benefits that nuclear energy has and the amazing things you can potentially do with it, there is still some reticence on the back of governments, on the back of populations. Nobody wants it in their backyard, right? Where you put the launch pads, for example. If we could get nuclear to work for surface lift off the planet, who wants that near them? So there's other arguments of, oh, radiation from coal plants actually kills way more people than nuclear ever has. But we still, it's hard to get it out of your mind or get it out of the general public's mind.
Do I need to empower you to go further with the uranium and how innovating uranium for Mars is going to help us on Earth?
Sure. So on Earth, we need, we need more power, and there's all this, extra effort going these days about, adding more data centers and how much power they're going to suck up. So we need to build power fast, and for many applications, we need to have mobile power stations, right? We need to be able to take it to a remote location. We need to be able to take it to Alaska, a remote village, Antarctic, defense bases, forward bases. So we are not going to be building gigawatt level power plants on Mars anytime soon. We are looking at tens to hundreds of kilowatts, but those are exactly the kind of sizes we need back here on Earth for these remote operations. So that connectivity between a Mars power system and an Earth power system is extraordinarily strong.
Molly, I had promised that I was going to ask you about bio and space tango. So would you please scratch that itch for me and tell me about the stuff that you're working on that really is developing things that are going to deliver value on Earth as well as in space?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Space Tango, we've flown about 300 payloads to the ISS, and we're now moving into an environment where we can fly things in lunar orbit, potentially in the future to Martian orbit. And what these environments provide is a really unique place for us to study some things we can't terrestrially. A lot of our researchers fly life sciences payloads. So that's anything from organoids, stem cells, and other types of 2D or 3D tissue cultures to study what the effects of that unique environment are, and then try to use the information we get from that to deliver terrestrial impact. So a couple examples of these. Terrestrially, there's some late-stage diseases that you can't really study in vitro. So what that means is in a plate in the lab, as opposed to on someone's body or on an animal model. If we can use the accelerated aging or accelerated maturation kind of effect that we see in space to our advantage, we can potentially grow these models. So things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, glioblastoma, really intense diseases that don't manifest until later in someone's life are really difficult to create in the lab quickly. What we've seen our researchers do is be able to kind of accelerate that timeline to creating those disease models in space. And so then they're able to test those and find unique biomarkers that could be used for therapies or be able to predict someone's risk progression to that disease over the course of their life. So imagine sending someone's healthy cells up there, and then you can see what might happen to those cells in that microgravity environment. This is something that'll become even more interesting as we go into lunar and Martian, when you have effects of radiation more present, and when you're just on longer journeys in general. There's the potential to really uncover some things that we can't uncover in the lab today.
Excellent. So I'm going to pivot us just for a minute in a slightly different direction. Deborah, I was thinking about Airbus's role in supporting the innovation ecosystem in this whole area. And so I wanted to ask you, if you could only invest in one breakthrough technology that you knew would deliver value for both space and Earth, what would it be and why?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's so many as we're hearing about right now. You know, what I think actually I'm going to go with a practical side, which is, I would love to be able to predict and anticipate the weather. Whether that's here on Earth or anywhere in space and on the moon, on Mars. There's a lot of technology that goes into understanding our planet and the overall space ecosystem, and using satellites and sensors and science to understand what goes on. And so many times you say, yes, well, it's raining, but how did I know whether I should bring an umbrella here or when I go to Florida this afternoon, well, hopefully later today, with the weather? And what is it going to be like will I get to Mars? What's it going to be like there? And I think we take for granted so many things on the practical side that, the Weather Channel is not where weather comes from. It comes from satellites, from our understanding of space. But if we can think of the predictability well into the future, remember how the farmers would use the Farmer's Almanac and try to predict what the weather was based on in sometimes folklore and stories that would go back for generations in farms and say, well, this year was the year of the flood, or this year was the year of the tornado, and use that as a predictive model. So we have so much data right now, and continuing to have that the predictability with certainty and credibility and confidence, because I think that environment in which we operate in as people, and that our systems which are in solar radiation or storms, the way other planets interact with each other, and frankly, as we continue to put more infrastructure into space and on planets, what does that do to those environments, and how can we know about it? So I would want like that magic, I can know the weather at any time, at any day in the future. The second thing I would like, which is my personal one, is teleportation. So then maybe I wouldn't have to worry about whether the weather is delaying my plane to Florida. But that's maybe the more fantasy side. Which
you're not working on it at Airbus.
No, I'm not working on that at Airbus. No, but that would be, if any of you are, I think that would be, or maybe you teleport my molecules or something. So yeah, I think about it, and industry thinks about it in a very practical way. An Airbus being in a platform provider and supporting a lot of missions where the science or research is done, and how we can contribute to that, as well as how the technologies that we use are done smartly in manufacturing environments and operating environments, whether it's in airplanes, helicopters, or satellites, or missions to Mars.
Well, that got interesting fast. Steve, what about you? What would be your breakthrough technology? I think I know what you're going to say, but I'm excited for you to prove me wrong.
We're not working on teleportation. Right? So. No, there's an A, B. A must precede B, B must precede C, and there's going to be a stepwise process here. And the very first question you have to ask is whether or not you are prepared to spend the resources to go to Mars to see if there's already a biosphere on there. And now we keep offering to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos the opportunity to have their organization be the one that discovers life on Mars, but part of the problem is that you have to get that step done, and that step has to be motivated. So people go explore when they think that they're going to discover what they set out. Columbus thought he was going to get, India, Hudson, the Northwest Passage, going to Mars to find extant life. You have to have some reasonable confidence. So most of what I do right now is to try to persuade people that life originated on Mars, it survived on Mars, it can be found on Mars, as a way of motivating step A, which is to go look for it. Now let's just say you've taken step A, you've gone to Mars, you've found life extant on Mars, you've gotten over all the gainsayers from Jim Green and all the statements that Viking proved that Mars was sterile, which it did not. But now you're there, and now you got to analyze that life. So what does it teach you about the Martian environment? We know, for example, that the Martian water is very salty, so salty that life on Earth, in the equivalent at the bottom of the south end of the Dead Sea, does not live in very salty water. But Martian life doesn't have to have the same amino acids and the proteins as we have on Earth. They can have proteins that are adapted to very salty water. The very first thing we would like to do is to understand how that Martian life adapts to the peculiar environments. And then that's step B, but then there's step C. And now it's back to artificial evolution. How can we use that to build our own evolving system so that we can say, I want to make a medication on Mars because we just had an outbreak of dengue, which our teleporter biofilter neglected to screen out, yes.
Oh, no,
and we make a drug for it. And of course, design in chemistry is an imperfect science. That's why it's so hard to get drugs in the first place. But combining design, chemistry, and evolution with instruction from the indigenous Martian life form will be step C, which will get you. Now, then the other question is step D is how do you get it back to Earth? Well, your first question is intellectual property laws, okay? So Robert Zubrin will say, yeah, you can just send the intellectual property back cheaply. You don't have to move matter, just electrical signals. And that's what will happen. But, we built a agnostic life finder. I have not found a patent attorney who, it will work on the moon to detect forward contamination. It will work on Mars to detect accident life. I can't get a patent attorney to tell me whether I can enforce that patent on Mars because it seems to be outside of the jurisdiction of the courts.
I've got some space lawyers you should talk to,
We'll talk.
so we'll head that way. But my question for you is, do you think you currently have all the tools in hand that you need in order for steps A, B, and C to take place? You've got what you need.
Well, Mars may disappoint us.
Sure.
Right, so when you get to Mars, the answer can be no. There is no extant life there. But we have steps A and B and C, and we're looking for funding to move it to technical readiness level 5 if you want the details. So, I'm open. I'll send you my email. But the bottom line is that, yes, we have the steps for A, B, and C.
Okay.
See, this is where teleportation could come in, because right now, remember, it's a one-way trip to Mars.
Yes.
You got to be able to get back. So we're not quite there yet. But if you go there and you don't like it, you could go somewhere else.
Well,
or if you're disappointed.
I teach my students,
pretty cool.
We teach our students not to rule out things. So if you want to travel faster than the speed of light, teleportation, you're not allowed to say it can't be done, right? Because that attitude will cause you to have missed every major discovery in the last 2,000 years, right? Yeah. So what you do ask the students to say is, okay, great, let's assume you can do teleportation. Yeah. What do you think is true must be false in order for teleportation to work? And that's a discipline which allows you to sort through all your, high temperature superconductors. It turns out they're a reality. There were people before that who said it couldn't be done. So the question you had to ask yourself before the people at IBM Rochlis came up with this stuff was, what has to be wrong of which you think is true right, in order for you to get high temperature superconductors? And it turns out there are much fewer things than if you say, I want to travel faster than the speed of light. I want warp drive.
Molly, what would you pick as your breakthrough tech?
I think for me, coming from kind of the health and the biological perspective, any technology that can fully close the loop for habitation, survival of humans on Mars, but that also is able to support the science and the research efforts. I think a lot of the times we see that we're fitting into vehicles that weren't necessarily made for research and manufacturing efforts, or we're fitting into kind of slots that were given last minute, have to make a lot of hardware adjustments to be able to enable that, and maybe don't get the fullest science out of it that we can, and the fullest kind of terrestrial impact of that science that we can. And so really keeping that industry in mind when we're designing is really important. For what we do, we need a lot of water, and obviously that's a constrained resource wherever we're going. And so when we're designing a life support system for humans, they need that water too. And so just any system that is able to support all of that and recycle it in the best manner possible, so we're fully closed loop, is really what I think will be a breakthrough for our industry.
Great. Pandya, I want to ask you, because you've worn so many interesting and different hats during your career, what do you think are the most significant bottlenecks to the ability to take what we're doing for Mars and apply it to Earth? Where are the friction points?
The friction points are, some of them may be regulatory, as in there's just some things we cannot do on Earth for a range of policy reasons. And actually, some of the core ones are our inability to work together, as putting on my government hat, sort of interagency coordination, being able to, what DoD does, gets integrated by NASA, gets integrated by the Department of Commerce, that sort of thing. So I think we have, all of our bottlenecks are manufactured as opposed to natural. And I think those are the ones we need to work on.
The human constraints
Yes.
rather than the laws of physics.
Absolutely.
Right. That was alarming.
Yes, yeah. What warning are we missing?
Does anyone want to add to that? Any thoughts about what could be really slowing us down here from this goal of taking our Mars innovations and applying them back on Earth?
I mean, in the field of biology, there certainly is artificially constrained now, probably with good reason, especially with self-replicating systems that can potentially go haywire and fill the planet. Obviously, like the European Union has much stricter rules on GMOs than the United States does, for example. But there's definitely bottlenecks in place that we have put there. But probably we need some kind of critical evaluation of the bottlenecks, not necessarily in aerospace where all the rules are written in blood, but there's certainly space to look at the regulations that we have and see how, if they are still applicable, because we've had a lot of legacy technologies that have come and gone, right? There's a lot of regulation around lead paint. Well, it turns out lead's not the best pigment. We found a number of other ones since then. Even if it wasn't illegal right now, you probably wouldn't use it. So things like that, where the regulations might have been a historical artifact more so than necessary in present day, I think there's space to resolve that.
I also find myself thinking about market signals, pricing, things like that. Robert, I'm assuming your fuel is not cheaper for me to use than other fuels yet.
Not
is that
yet.
an accurate guess?
Yeah, not yet. I'm building a demonstration plant right now that does about 120,000 gallons a year. The jet fuel market in the U.S. is like 80 billion gallons a year. Right. So it's just slightly smaller than we need. But full scale, yeah, we'll meet cost competitiveness with all the fuel markets that we're going after. But it takes money to get there. And it takes scale. Scale is really, I think, everybody, right? Scaling is maybe the hardest thing of any technology. Scaling these nuclear reactors so we can build 50 of them. We can get them all up there. Scaling our space experiments so that we can do more. There's so many more questions than there is space on launches. Or, I don't know. Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. The biggest problem we run into is, and especially over the past few years, we've seen, double the amount of scientific samples that people want to run. Now we're seeing quadruple. We'll probably see 10 times that within the next couple years. And right now we have to fit within kind of NASA standard volumes. So an express rack is about this big maybe. And so we can fit hardware that's about this big. But to really make this a reality, that volume needs to scale. That is available to us.
But do you think that can change? I mean, Chris Temby, who was here yesterday, he's not here today. He's over talking to NASA about their astrobiology program, but he has an IMPRESS mission architecture, which he may have told you about, where you can launch 1,000 Martian penetrators. They're going to be dropped from, and they're going to impact it. They're not going to be slowed down. They're going to impact, penetrate, and then you will be able to do 1,000 experiments on one launch. Is that a real possibility from your perspective?
Absolutely, yeah. I think a lot of the bottlenecks we're seeing right now is because of ISS operations and the backlog they have to just fit things on station. But when we move to lunar and Martian, when we have bigger vehicles like Starship or the other capsules and vehicles that are being developed, that opens up a lot of opportunities for us. So internally, we're scaling our hardware development. It's just, where does that go?
Because you also
Tiffany,
have...
you are onto something with the demand signals.
Right.
So, on Earth, we are very good with, putting those out. So, when these companies had to develop COVID vaccines, the government said, we'll purchase whatever 100 million vaccines. Or utilities, even the government, routinely says when a power plant is being built, we will buy power at X cents per kilowatt hours. For some reason, we don't do that in space. The government has never said that, if a company will sell us water on the moon, we will buy it for X dollars a gallon. Or if you send us sell us power in low Earth orbit. So we don't do that, and I think this is something we need to learn to do. I mean, we treat space as this sort of pristine thing over here where no rules apply, but space is just another place. I mean, we should be leveraging what we've learned on Earth up in space.
But to answer your question, I mean, information coming back to from Mars to Earth is already being obstructed by regulatory processes, fearing about this sort of reverse contamination, right? So the reason why there has been a huge cost overrun on the sample return from Mars is because there has been a concern, not very well thought out, as to whether or not that Martian life could do damage and what level of protection you have to do to prevent that hypothetical damage from occurring. And it's not been very well thought out, and as a result has created an enormous precautionary principle, unwarranted cost, which basically has prevented what we could today bring back by way of information from Mars, which in part would let us know whether Mars will disappoint us, and when we go there to look for extant life.
I was at an interesting event in the fall where someone was proposing using the moon as a BSL-4 facility. So what if we didn't bring the Martian stuff back all the way to Earth? What if we only took it as far as the moon?
That's a brilliant idea. I mean, it's lower cost than having to have a BSL-4 facility in orbit where you then have the risk, engineering risk of failing to make the connection and having the material land in Utah anyhow, right?
Right. Well, I've got an idea for a startup if anyone wants to fund. Airbus, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, well, that whole, just to add on to that, the concept of depots and using space, not Earth, as the launching point, if you will, or the intermediary point, because the most energy you need is to get off the planet. So if we could do things in the ecosystem, whether that's in low Earth orbit or the moon or Lagrange points, that as a staging point, and I think that's another perception that we have, or a barrier, that it's all or nothing. Go to Mars or nothing. And as opposed to thinking of it that there are interim steps in between to invest and learn. And I think you've heard many examples here. Everybody's talking about it's weather or water, energy, biology, health diagnostics that we're investing in on Earth that apply to Mars. This is the part you started out with, is what is the practicality of investing in space in general. And the biggest barrier is people don't understand that. They don't understand the role that space plays. And then you say, well, why am I spending money on it? Because in the end, it will come down to money. Who's paying? What are the budgets? What is the motivation? What's the demand signal? What's the opportunity? And is that led by the entrepreneurs who are saying, hey, I see an opportunity to mine an asteroid? And it could be both, the role of government traditionally to put in those R&D dollars for where there isn't or the return is much longer, the dollar amount is much greater, and you know that for every dollar invested in space, it comes right back down to Earth. So it is money well spent. Besides the additional part of the investment in STEM technologies, people who have the skills, the AI that will help us go much faster. So I think the practical standpoint comes down first to the people who create the regulatory, who are afraid maybe of what they're going to find or not find, or what they think to be true that might not be true. And so addressing humans, I think, is the first part. And there's an innate part of humanity to want to explore, whether it's your risk or my risk or yours. Everybody has their tolerance for what that looks like. So.
But keep in mind, we had on stage yesterday 50 grams of Mars. I have in my office 50 grams of Mars. Adding about 500 kilograms of Mars comes to Earth every year by natural processes. The notion that NASA is going to bring a few more kilos and it's going to exterminate life on Earth has to be argued at a level that is much more intense than it's being argued right now, especially if you're going to do what has happened, which is prevent the information from coming from Mars to Earth in sample return, And that effectively has been, as a final story, if the budget goes through as it's written, right, there will be no sample return, and that's primarily because of regulatory costs from misplaced and misargued fear of reverse contamination.
So let's think forward a bit more into a more distant future in which we can imagine a sustainable human presence on Mars. Not go and come back, none of that, but we actually have a sustainable presence there. Do you think the biggest innovations that we need in order to see that future happen, will they come from established space players today, or are they going to come from other organizations, other people who may not think they're space companies today because this future is so far off? What do you guys think?
I mean, the technologies that are needed are so many and broad, and like, even if you just take efficiency in what? Efficiency in power, efficiency in water, efficiency in growing food, efficiency in recycling loops. Like, all of these things are coming from such desperate fields. I think it really is just a totally open market, winner take, not all, because there's 100, 1,000, 10,000 technologies that are needed. I think it's a collaboration between the traditional people that know how to get off this planet, and the people that know how to get off this planet aren't necessarily the ones that know how to do things efficiently. I think space lift is probably one of the least efficient things that we do. So I think it's going to be a convergence of all of those players that are required to get to the technological point to establish a sustainable presence on Mars.
Mm-hmm. Molly?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it has to be a little bit of both. We learn things every day from new partners who are coming to us wanting to fly new concepts that we then take to our hardware and make it a little better and make it a little more efficient. These people are coming from biotechnology companies or pharma companies, and they use certain technology in their labs that we can integrate into ours. And I think that's probably the same for a lot of other, I guess, industries in the sector. So I'm sure there's lessons, from the automotive industry that we can take into space. I've heard people talk about learnings from F1 all the time on how we can make our things in space more efficient. So I think it definitely has to be a collaboration between new players, also to just shake things up a little bit and make sure we have the new ideas coming and going all the time.
Does anyone want to argue the opposite? That the established space players are going to be the drivers?
Well, I did talk to a representative from Grow Mars who's here, who makes the point that the people who know how to launch don't necessarily know how to colonize and make a sustainable biological system. But again, I'm not one of the people who does. We are going to need collaborations from everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a combination. If you go back, if you ask the question 50 years ago, what would it look like today? I may have been more, the thought was more traditional, and there's been such a drive of private investment, which used to be really predominantly in the US, and now the amount of money that is global in number of startups, and what we would previously say, well, a developing country, there's space ventures everywhere across the globe, which is super, super exciting and demonstrates the kind of interest when people think about business and what kind of business can you do in space. I do think thinking about the business environment, you talked about regulatory side. Today, where still so much is funded by the government, and if you think of the military-industrial complex since post-World War II, in the U.S. and also in the major Western players, and even not, certain rules were set up and expectations for companies to do business with the government, and that's where the predominant funding was from. So you have entire companies, established space players and defense players, who operate according to those rules because that's what they were told to do, and that's what they grew up to do. And the disruption from smaller companies, I did a couple of startups in the late 90s, early 2000s, before SpaceX and Blue Origin were even born yet, about reusable launch vehicles as an example. And it's like, well, it's a whole new rule set of commercial terms and conditions, intellectual property, the federal acquisition regulations. And now we see that disrupted, and you have two different rules going on. So which rule is it going to be? Is it a government set of artificial rules, as you were saying? Is it commercial enterprise? Is it Mars rules? We don't know. I'm sure that will all change in 50 years. But what I will say is that if you plan out from today, because we can see it going backwards, the family tree that will come from everything we're doing now in space, and even if that company or technology doesn't exist, we'll see maybe the people or the tool that enabled it to go somewhere else. And that's kind of fascinating. I'd love to see, 100 years of space, and where did those ideas go and grow, and where did they come from, and show that we're much more connected than we even realize.
But is it a business or is it a hobby? This is what Dave Limp was talking about this morning. Is it a business or is it a hobby to go ask, is there life extant on Mars? Because for forward planetary protection, that's the next step that has to be addressed. But I don't see any player in the business right now seeing that as a business.
Right.
Do you?
No, that's where I think the government side about investment in R&D and in the kinds of technologies and discovery, I believe that is an appropriate role of
But NASA's
of
not
government.
doing that.
So this is interesting of the shift to private investment, saying let's have more private investment. We already have it. The investment that is going in today, thinking about proliferated low Earth orbit systems or next generation space station, what we're doing with Starlab. Space station is retiring. So now commercial enterprise is stepping up in private enterprise to create alternate space stations for a demand signal from the governments, NASA, European Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, and all the private astronauts. That now is say, okay, is there a business? And that's what we're working on now. So for Mars, could it develop to that? Maybe, but I don't think it comes without having significant investment, because nobody's going to have that money at the incredible amounts that we need today, unless they choose to as their hobby.
Well, we
But I
keep.
think the key
I'm sorry.
point is the government has to make those bets across the board. Then the big players, the small players, the startups, the outside of the space startups, because we don't know where the ideas come from. And that's a parallel betting NASA did for commercial cargo and commercial crew, right?
Exactly.
I mean, they funded, the big rocket, but then they also started funding this little thing, and it worked out.
Yeah.
But
I'm
NASA
going
is
to,
not-
Steve, give me one
No,
second.
yeah.
If anyone would like to ask our panel a question, please come down to the microphone. While they're walking, you can keep talking. Okay.
We got a little busy up
No, I
here.
think it's
Amongst ourselves.
We don't need you
important
guys.
to get the questions from the audience. But no, I mean, my only question would be, NASA is not now looking for extant life as a matter of policy, right? There's a 2023 decadal survey which might change that, but not until 2040s. And so the problem is I have to persuade Elon or Blue Origins that they want to be the organization to have discovered life on Mars. Now that is a prestige item for sure. Maybe the United Arab Emirates would like to be the people who did this, but I don't quite see how it's a business.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been like that, right? If you were a scientist in the 1400s, you had to convince the Catholic Church that it was worth going after because they're your patron and they pay for the work, or some other rich benefactor that would do it. I mean, now the government is the, let's say, rich benefactor that decides to invest in these things, but it gets back to the core of basic science versus applied science. Right? I only do applied science. I figure out how to monetize basic science, but without the basic science, I have nothing to monetize. So.
And also NASA has, Robert Lightfoot used to say NASA has a 10-pound mission in a 5-pound bag, and now it's a 4-pound bag, right? So I think the question is, how many missions can NASA put, and how do you prioritize, and do you do a little bit of everything, or do you, do a smaller number of things faster and better? Those are the hard questions.
Well, then does that say, it's not all NASA. So thinking about international partnerships, this is a lot of the missions that are done today have all been done on an international basis, and one patron isn't carrying it all. There's significant interest. Even ESA and their concept of geopolitical return of countries that invest, and then they get the return work in the country. Japan, you mentioned UAE and others, Canada, working together. And maybe there's a totally new investment model that comes up that's an international space agency funded, where that is looking ahead. Maybe it's not going to be the role of one government. And what does that look like?
Right. Excellent. Well, I'm going to ask us now to imagine we're 50 years into the future. What does a sustainable human presence on Mars look like, and how did your work lead to that? Steve, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I was hoping that we get audience questions.
I know, but the microphone is empty. We've
empty,
scared
yeah.
everyone with our enthusiasm.
Yeah, no, look, the sustainable presence will be a hybrid between what we can take with us, what Martian life can teach us, and at the tweet level that you asked for, and that's basically it. There's going to be a combination of the two. So we're not going to be doing underwater farming on Earth by reproducing the surface, but by adapting to plants that already grow there. The same will happen on Mars.
Great. Molly, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we have habitats with photobioreactors everywhere. They're pretty, they provide green for everyone, so there's a psychological benefit there. And then they're also really helpful in closing the loop, as I was mentioning before. Plants maybe that are genetically engineered to grow medicine for the astronauts that are living there. But really, I hope that biology will be integrated into these habitats in some way.
Excellent. Robert?
I somewhat align with the DoD's vision for far forward operation of essentially being able to make anything from anything else in a circular fashion. So there's calls out right now, basically, can you convert anything into anything else? That's what you're gonna need. Can we take 10 pounds of literally everything on this planet that we might need, or just figure out how you can make it with what is there? But it's truly, I think, the circularity and the efficiency and all of these things that are going to benefit us on Earth as well, but pumped up to such a degree because you run out of something, it's not down the street.
Awesome. Pandya?
I see a small resilient settlement on Mars, and it's powered by a small fission reactor. It's producing fuel from the atmosphere. It's helping us stop dust storms, or at least protect ourselves from dust storms. And all of it was made possible because of a nuclear reactor we developed in the 2020s.
Excellent. And Deborah, take us home.
So I also see a small habitat there, and I see Airbus having contributed a lot of the infrastructure for that, the platforms operating with a lot of the technologies that we've talked about today. And maybe there'll be planes flying around with your innovative, sustainable fuel. And that we also have proven that there is a business, and the business is the business that is created by people moving to a new environment. And just like in your Christopher Columbus example, that they create whatever business is going to be created, that I have no idea what that is, but there will be one. Or two or 10.
With teleportation.
With teleportation. Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for your time, your generosity, and your perspectives. Would you all please join me in thanking our panelists?
Yay, panelists.
Thank you. All right, next up is our next lightning talk. We have two postdoctoral associates here at GW. They're both co-founders of Vivijet, which works with plasma power. One of them, Dr. Anmol Taplu, is the CTO of the company, and Dr. Vikas Soni is the CSO. And the title of their talk is Plasma Power Pushing the Boundaries for Earth and Mars. Gentlemen?
I'm trying to grab the clicker, sorry. Okay. Sounds good. Plasma, the fourth state of matter. You must have heard of this word a lot. Not the blood plasma, I'm talking about the fourth state. What's the first and the second and third? Solid, liquid, and gas. Plasma can be as gentle as a healing touch, and it can also be as powerful as a propulsion system. That's what we're going to use here. We're going to harness the power of plasma. Imagine a future where using a plasma engine that's allowing you to maintain satellites at 100-kilometer altitude by utilizing air in the very low orbit. Sounds like science fiction, right? And imagine a jet-like device, lightweight, that helps in treating cancer, antibiotic-resistant wounds, and skin infections. Again, sounds science fiction. My name is Anmol Teplu. I'm the co-founder of JivaJet, and we're going to be talking about our breakthrough innovations. What are we trying to solve through all of these plasma technologies and devices that came out of the work we did during our PhD under the guidance of Dr. Michael Cater? Let's talk about Earth. High-resolution imaging. So this is all verified from our National I-Core customer discovery. We found out that there is a strong requirement of high-resolution imaging, somewhere around 10 centimeter optical imaging. The other thing is space situation awareness. That's very important, especially with the growing concern of war, and we want to also monitor space debris in those altitudes. So space situation awareness is another thing. And the third thing is space debris. So you must have heard of this thing called Kessler syndrome. So we're going to be putting up satellites up there up until we won't have space to put those up there. These are the three main problems on Earth. Let's switch the gears to Mars, because we are at the Mars Summit, Explore Mars and Moon Summit. On Mars, we want to have a Martian architecture which is sustainable and has sustainable mobility. And also, we want to come up with some innovative ways to make oxygen from the carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere of the Mars. What are our key solutions? Before I try to progress further, I want to show you how our plasma jet looks like. This is our atmosphere-breathing plasma thruster. You can see some of the plasma plume images in the purple that indicates nitrogen plasma. What it does is it uses the atmosphere gas. So if you're on Earth, air. If you're on Mars, it's going to use CO2, and the other planets, let's say hydrogen, etc. It's going to ionize that gas, and it's going to create a plasma. The plasma is then accelerated using electromagnetic fields. And that accelerated plasma is going to create thrust and maintain your satellite or your spacecraft in the orbit. What's our most unique selling point? The most unique selling point that I discovered after working on this for the last 5 years of my life is high thrust-to-power ratio. When you're talking about plasma propulsion systems, thrust-to-power ratio is very key. It's an important term. And we are achieving orders of magnitude higher thrust-to-power ratio, which will allow us to scale this up and scale this down. If you're using atmosphere gas in the low Earth orbit, you're not carrying any propellant tank with you, which means you're going to save a lot of weight of propellant. You are also going to save a lot of refueling cost. So that's the whole idea. In situ resource utilization kind of concept. And it allows your propulsion capabilities in very low Mars and very low Earth orbits. And that can be used by lowering the altitude of the satellites. And satellites will be maintained in those drag-induced orbits with our technology. And that will enable you to get high-resolution images, improve communication, and most important thing is your propellant, in this case, which is air or CO2, is also your drag source. So if your satellite goes out of control, what's going to happen? Your satellite will automatically re-enter, making space more sustainable and self-cleaning. And last most important thing for Mars, because we are talking about Mars here, it also actively not just produces propulsion system, it's not just do propulsion, but it's also actively converting CO2 to oxygen, which means that we can actually use it for dual case purpose, electric propulsion and oxygen generation. And that data is shown you see the graph on the top. We have that oxygen peak generated in our spectrum, and we found out that this oxygen peak, with some estimation, we found out that the oxygen generation from this technology is comparable to the MOXIE, which NASA has. Let's imagine. We're going to deploy this in sun-synchronous orbit in the satellite in coming years. And then we're going to be able to do on-demand imaging. Once we do high-resolution optical on-demand imaging, whoever the customer it is, whether it is DoD or commercial, the satellite will, after the end of the mission, you just turn off the thruster, it automatically re-enters and burns up upon re-entry, making it sustainable. And on Mars, because of high thrust-to-power ratio, and also because of oxygen conversion, you can use it for 3 purposes: generating oxygen for the Mars habitat, utilizing it in the Mars rovers or like vehicles, and also you're making like a network around Mars with Mars atmosphere breathing thrusters and satellites. Now I'm going to shift the gear to plasma medicine, and I would like to invite Dr. Vikas Soni, founder of JivaJet.
Thank you, Anmol. So thank you, Anmol, for the introduction. I'm Vikas Soni. I'm the founder of JivaJet. So let's switch gears, and I'm going to talk about some stuff that we do in the lab that's very cool stuff. So as Anmol mentioned, cold plasma is the 4th state of matter, and we are trying to utilize this for space medicine and space propulsion as well. So unfortunately, the slides are not moving forward, so I'm going to see. OK, so before I jump into our tech, there are major problems. Let's talk about the major problems in space, which is one of them is space radiation. And can you imagine 6 months in space is equivalent to 1,000 chest X-rays? That's a lot of radiation, and it's highly significant. And also, it causes DNA damage, increases the chances of neurodegeneration. And also, cancer drugs expire because they are not that potent, and they have a tendency to degrade. And there's only limited amount of drugs that you can carry in a payload. So what is the solution? The solution we offer is cold atmospheric plasma. It is an adaptive technology that can adjust itself based on the tumor profile and change the intensity of its plasma plume. It generates reactive oxygen and reactive nitrogen species that's therapeutic for cancer because there's already high level of reactive oxygen and nitrogen species in cancer cells. It treats different types of cancer. It promotes rapid wound healing. And it's also the underlying technology is FDA approved. That is a spin-off from GW. So to summarize, it's basically a lifesaver that looks like a lightsaber. It's topical, non-invasive, it's patented, and there is no reliance on any drugs that you carry on the space missions. So as you can see here, I'm going to show you some data on scanning electron microscopy on extreme top left. That's our untreated control sample, and bottom row is treated with plasma, and the cells basically cooked like an omelet. And at the bottom, you see real-time live imaging of brain cancer cells. On the left is untreated cell, and on the right is treatment of plasma for just 60 seconds. And you see those blebs and blebbing-like structures and nuclear fragmentation. That's a hallmark of apoptosis. In simple language, cell death. We've also tested this in preclinical models of mouse. We implanted tumors from patients and grafted in skull of mice, and did a non-invasive treatment using the plasma just for a single time. And our lab was the world's first lab to do this treatment in a non-invasive way by exposing plasma and hovering it over the skull of mouse, with just 60 seconds of plasma exposure, and there was 79% tumor inhibition. So I'm going to switch gears to the second major problem that we have in space is wound healing. Astronauts go through wound healing issues. Imagine you're out there in space and you get a small cut. No big deal, right? On Earth, it's not a big deal, but in Mars, everything is just slow. It's microgravity, there's less oxygen, there's less blood supply, no nutrients. So the platelets do not arrive on time to the wound and they not heal properly. And I'm showing an example of an astronaut using a 3D printed bandage, but that's also limited because it lacks infection control, and there's only limited amount of stuff that you can carry up there. So what we are offering here is, again, cold atmospheric plasma device that we have, and I'm showing you results from the FDA. I was working at the FDA, and on the left is Staphylococcus aureus that's resistant to the treatment. And after 5 minutes of plasma treatments, you can see the holes and perforations on the top row. And it is a dual-purpose treatment, so you also see wound healing. So in diabetic mouse and wound healing preclinical models, after just 1 minute of plasma exposure, stained by the green arrows pointed there, you can see the wounds healed, and there was formation of new blood vessels also. So it basically acts as a dual-purpose treatment. It eradicates antibiotic-resistant bacteria and also enhances and accelerates wound healing. So let's talk about something that's we have spoken about propulsion, we have spoken about cancer, but let's talk about plant biotech in space. So we have shown in the lab that our technology can actively generate oxygen from carbon dioxide, and that's going to be huge breakthrough in Martian environment because 98-95% of Martian environment is carbon dioxide. So what we are trying to do here is plasma has been already proven, and it's more than 2 decades of research that plasma is used in seed germination. What it basically does is after exposure to plasma with the seeds with plasma, it basically removes the coating and it absorbs more water and activates phytohormones, basically hormones that are used for growth. So it enhances seed germination, and it can be really useful in generating plants up there for farming and food agriculture. It basically develops some sort of reactive species that contains the seeds and then activates some hormones to develop these plants. So it can function under harsh environments, Martian and lunar environments. We have not tested this in microgravity yet, but it supports the oxygen and food production there. So with that being said, we are here to harness cold atmospheric plasma technology to help space medicine, and our mission is to generate some technology that can be used up in the space. And with that being said, I'll leave you with the spirit of our company that's smart, scalable, and science. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? We're good? It is my extreme pleasure to introduce our next speaker. I have a bit of history with this next speaker. I met him in 2019 when he was 6 years old and attended my Janet's Planet Astronaut Academy in Toms River, New Jersey. Today, he is 12, a rising 7th grader, interested in space since he was in preschool, and he's been participating in aerospace groups, presentations, conferences, camps, and summits since I met him. He's a proud member of the Aerospace and Innovation Academy's Wolf Pack, which encourages kids to research and present technical papers around the world. That is done by our lovely friends Kevin Simmons and Shawna Christensen. He has presented recently at the Small Sat Conference at Kennedy Space Center on water propulsion, and is excited to be presenting a poster at Small Sat in Utah in August on the use of AI in satellite development. As an attendee to the U.S. Space and Rocketry Space Camp 2 years ago, he helped to lead his team to win the Commander's Cup. His goal is to become an aerospace engineer, and as a member of the Artemis generation, he hopes to be among the first to be on Mars. In Lucas's spare time, you can find him playing hockey and lacrosse. He said he forgot how many goals he scored this year as a forward on his hockey team, and his hockey team won their tournament and district title. He is our future. I love him like life. Will you make welcome Mr. Lucas Lowry? Come on out, Lucas.
Hello, my name is Lucas Lowry, a 12-year-old sixth grader from Toms River, New Jersey. Thanks to the involvement and encouragement of Janet Ivey and many others of you in the field, this is my 4th year attending Humans to Mars in person, and my 2nd as a presenter. I'm excited to be here today to talk about the development of educational experiences for the next generation of aerospace professionals, and specifically about the Wolfpack CubeSat development team. The Wolfpack CubeSat development team is a 501c3 and the only organization led by pre-college students which has launched 3 satellites. It is supported by the Aerospace and Innovation Academy and Blue Cube Aerospace. Wolfpack students lead into one of 3 domains. Engineering, entrepreneurship, or public policy. The mission of the Wolfpack is to design, build, test, and fly CubeSats before graduating high school. The AIA aims to provide unique STEM experiences to middle and high school students, as well as educators. Since 2018, the Wolfpack has launched 3 spacecraft, with 1 CubeSat being built for launch this year and 2 more in development. I'm excited to be on the team developing our first Pocket Cube mission. The Wolfpack continues to impact STEM students nationally and abroad. This team challenges the traditional way students are educated. Under the mentorship of Simmons and Christensen, Wolfpack members have written and presented over 110 accepted papers at conferences such as the SmallSat Conference, the International Astronautical Congress, the Committee for Space Research, and the Global Space Exploration Conference. These presentations teach the skills of researching, writing, presenting, and publishing, which is vital for work in STEM fields. Wolfpack students have gone on to the schools of their choice, including prestigious military academies and Ivy League schools, on scholarships. I personally have benefited from my time in the Wolfpack. Most recently, I presented a paper related to the use of water electrolysis-based propulsion systems at the SmallSat Education Conference. This year, my abstract has been accepted to the SmallSat Conference about the use of AI in CubeSats. Among the issues I'll discuss are the harsh space conditions, the small storage sizes, and cybersecurity threats. I've learned so much about the field through this work. The Wolfpack has helped me to discover about my future chosen field of aerospace, and has helped me develop the communication, presentation, and interpersonal skills that are vital to success in any industry. They taught me to better keep my eyes on you, engage with my audience, and to network in an audience like this. Who knows where these opportunities will lead? The Wolfpack has also helped me to work together with others as a team, taught us to work hard and to prioritize and manage time. As a future aerospace engineer, I will work in teams to develop meaningful and important projects that take many different individuals and specialties to bring to life. No one is developing the next spacecraft, probe, or rocket in isolation. It takes a large team working together to make it happen. The Wolfpack stresses this teamwork as integral to all processes, and has been a wonderful learning experience for me. Finally, the Wolfpack builds confidence, which expands into all areas. As a 12-year-old, I've learned to speak to adults with professionalism and confidence from my experiences. As a young person with apraxia, this is a significant achievement for me. I have struggled for years to overcome a significant stutter. Thanks to the assistance of the Wolfpack and other experiences, I have the confidence to stand up here in front of hundreds of attendees and possibly thousands online and present. In closing, I want to challenge you to take some time to share your wisdom and experiences with the teens who aspire to enter your fields. You may not realize the impact taking a few minutes to talk with a student like me makes. Organizations such as the IIAA and the IEEE promote this type of mentoring. Helping students make these connections allows them to see that they do in fact belong in this STEM ecosystem. I want to thank Mr. Kevin Simmons and Ms. Shawna Christensen from the Wolfpack and Janet Ivy of Explore Mars for their guidance, leadership, and allowing my participation at such a young age. On behalf of myself and all the students you've mentored, you've made a difference. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh no, we're first supposed to.
He may be only 12, but if anybody wants to go ahead and plan on hiring him as an intern, we'll take your email, right, Lucas?
Yep.
How about you tell everybody that they can go have a snack?
Yeah, that's good.
Let's take a break, everybody, and we'll be right back after this break. Thank you again. Big round of applause for Lucas again.
We have reached the last break on the last day, day 2 of H2M2, the Humans to Moon and Mars Summit, coming to you as we have for the last couple of days from George Washington University here in the nation's capital. The hits keep coming, and we've got more for you, so stick around with us through the break because we've got a great finishing lineup for you here at the 2025 Summit. I was backstage a few moments ago asking questions of the gentleman standing next to me, Stephen Benner, Dr. Stephen Benner, and I told him I'm a fan, which I am, because he is doing the most amazing work with a field that you have just about invented, synthetic biology.
Well, yeah, synthetic biology has a number of meanings now. We were inventing of one of them, which is basically trying to create alternative forms of DNA to try to understand the possibilities of life in the cosmos, whether Vulcans and Klingons would have the same DNA as you and I have, or whether it would be different in structure. And so when you make alternative forms of DNA, you can answer that question. Some of them work, some of them don't work, and from that you learn what can work, and that helps you go looking for it, right? It lets you do agnostic life finding, so you can go to Mars and have a reasonable confidence of detecting life if it is there, even if it does not share the natural history that you and I share.
I won't bring up assembly theory. That'll be for another day. We were talking about that backstage. But what I was hoping also to get to with you were your intriguing comments about the results of the Viking landers back very nearly 50 years ago.
Yeah. So look, what happened in Viking in 1976 was a gas chromatography experiment failed to find organic molecules, but actually it did. It found methyl chloride, which we now know is the product of perchlorate catalyzed oxidation of the organics that are there. So, but at the time, Jerry Soffen, who was the head of the program, maybe you've met him, he said, that's the ball game, no organics, no life. And so what that did was shut down the dialectic. There should have been in a healthy science, you saying, it is life, I'm saying, no, it's not life, and we would go back and forth, and then we would do experiments and the whole, but it didn't happen because it was such a hard no and it was a misinterpreted no. So my only contribution to this field was in 1999. We wrote a paper pointing out that the GC mass spec would not have detected the organics from meteorites in particular, even if it had been sitting on a pile of them. And it was never intended to be a life detection experiment, but the poison was done. It's been 20 years from 76 to our paper in 1999. By then, everybody said there's no life. Mars exploration went away until Dave McKay came back with his meteorite, Allen Hills meteorite, and the structures there. That's what got Dan Golden to, I'm told that Golden went to Bill Clinton's office and it brought Bill Clinton to the Rose Garden. It's the last time that we've had a presidential commitment to a major NASA mission up until Donald Trump's inaugural address, but of course, John Kennedy's Rice speech is another example of that. But Golden was a very good NASA administrator. He managed to get the NASA astrobiology program out of this basically by saying, look, we have to do the basic science to understand how we would interpret this kind of biosignature on Mars. And the NASA Astrobiology Institute has provided that, including from our laboratory. So yes, so the other question that was never asked is if you were a life form living in that environment on Mars, what would your lifestyle be? Well, you would fix carbon. Norm Horowitz, 1976, Viking saw carbon being fixed from CO2, which you would pre-organize on the surface.
One of those other experiments on the Viking landers.
Precisely, and Norm saw that. And then another thing, it would be respiring, and Gil Levin, as you know, saw respiration on Mars and went to his grave basically at age 97, still saying he had found life on Mars. But last, you would store that oxidant that you made during the day, like the plants on Earth make O2, dioxygen, which they throw out into the atmosphere, which they are confident they can get it back at night. But of course, in Mars, the oxygen is only 0.13% of the atmosphere. So on Mars, you would, if you're a life form, you would store the oxygen for overnight metabolism. And that's what they saw with the gas exchange experiment. Now, they misinterpreted it. They thought that meant there was a powerful oxidant destroying all the meteoritic organics, which is why they didn't see any organics. But we now know that was just not the case. But for old people like you and me, right, we know that a bacterial autotroph respiring with stored oxygen for overnight metabolism, BARSOOM, is a very easily remembered acronym.
You get it, Barsoom, folks? Okay.
Coincidence? I think not.
All right, so what does this say, at least about your belief in the possibility of not just past life on Mars, but living life, extant life?
Exactly. So by logic that Aristotle would recognize, and it's a preponderance of evidence. This is a civil trial, not a criminal trial. We're not talking about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But the preponderance of evidence is that it is more likely that Viking found life on Mars than it did not. And the minute you say that, and that Utopia Planitia was not a very good place to look for Mars. I mean, Jen Eigenbrode yesterday told you much better places to find extant life on Mars, and that we now know that at mid-latitudes there's an enormous amount of near-surface water ice.
Yeah.
That water ice would be infected if it were on Earth. It has access to the global planet by dust storms. Jan Spacek has now built an instrument to identify the universal biosignatures in that. NIAC, NASA's innovative program, funded this work. And so we're now looking for a ride. And so we have to ask you got money? And second, do you want to be remembered as the person who discovered extant life on Mars? Because we do think it is there. Now, it's an interesting point. As I think I mentioned a few moments ago, we have enough chemistry to know more or less how life emerged on Earth, but we also know that chemistry works better on Noachian Mars than it works on Hadrian.
Another one of the very fascinating things you shared during the panel.
Yes, absolutely. So again, it's by logic that Aristotle would recognize if life emerged, and it did, here we are, right? It's more likely to have emerged on Mars than on Earth and then been transported back and forth. But so when you go looking for extant life on Mars, there's a couple, you have to be motivated, right? You have to think that it emerged there. You have to think that you might have a chance of finding it. It emerged there. Do you think, like Jeff Goldblum, that life finds a way, right? So life on Earth found a way to survive through the planetary changes, much of which were caused by the biosphere. Martian life likely also found a way. We know how to identify it because we've made 400 different alternative life histories and molecular biologies, and so we know what's common, what will work and what will not work. So we know how to look for it. Jan has a machine that's able to go look for it. We just need a ride. Right?
You'd be happy to get a ride. I'd be happy to provide a ride if I had one, but The Planetary Society certainly is solidly in favor of answering those two great questions. Where do we come from, and are we alone?
Well, the Planetary Society has been, since Carl Sagan and the crew, right? You guys have been the most important public advocates for this and driving enthusiasm in the private sector, which has inspired me. Okay, if that makes that's a small contribution that you made, but inspired many, many, many other people.
That's awfully nice to hear. And Explore Mars, no slouch. A little bit later to the game, but I mean, these past 2 days have been good evidence of that.
Indeed.
Thank you very much, Stephen Benner. If there's life on Mars, you heard it here first, or at least the possible explanation for it. That's it for me. This is the last break of H2M2, the Humans to the Moon and Mars Summit. I hope I'll see you again next year for the 2026 summit. We do, as I said, have a great program with just the few events that are left to us today here at H2M2, and hope that you'll stick around and take it right up to 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time with us. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I'm Matt Kaplan, Senior Communications Advisor for the Planetary Society, and always, always honored to host this live stream for Explore Mars, the creators of H2M2.
This one is being moderated by an old friend of Explore Mars and a current member of our Board of Advisors, Dr. Pavya Lal, who is the former NASA Associate Administrator for Technology Policy and Strategy. She was also acted as first woman to hold the job of acting Chief Technologist at NASA. Prior to that, she worked many years with the Institute for Defense Analysis and the Science and Technology Policy Institute, and she's had an amazing career and many other things as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pavya Lal.
Good afternoon, everybody in the room and also online. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a stellar panel for you to talk about nuclear propulsion today. So my introduction is as follows. Nuclear propulsion opens up the solar system. It offers the speed, efficiency, and endurance that human missions to Mars demand, and that chemical propulsion alone may never deliver. But here's the uncomfortable question. If nuclear is so essential for Mars, why haven't we done it yet? This panel, and I will introduce them in a minute, will probe whether today's momentum is finally real or just another chapter in a decades-old cycle of ambition and abandonment. Mars needs speed, and nuclear is a seductive solution. But history is littered with false starts, program autopsies, and missed windows. This time, can we deliver? If so, what do we do differently? This is the essence of the discussion this afternoon. So with that, let me introduce our panel. On my left is Fred Kennedy. He's the CEO of an awesome company called Dark Vision that he will tell us more about. Next to Fred is Amy Roma, who is a partner and practice leader at Hogan Lovells. Next to Amy is Kurt Polson, who is the chief engineer for NASA Space Propulsion Systems and was amazing enough to come at very short notice. Thank you, Kurt. And last but not least, and he just showed up so he knows how to be just in time, is Rian Baran, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Energy for Nuclear Systems. Before I turn the questions, I want to actually do a poll, and I wish I could see the online people answering the question. Will nuclear propulsion be flying by 2030? I won't even say to Mars. Let's say a demo. Show of hands, how many of you think we will have nuclear propulsion in place by 2030?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, okay. Okay, I will remember that. Okay, let me actually now start with the questions. And my first question actually goes to Kurt. Kurt.
Yes.
SpaceX is solving the Mars transport problem with chemical propulsion, while nuclear remains in the realm of R&D. What is the strongest technical or mission case for nuclear propulsion?
Well, let's back up a second to the premise of the question, which is that SpaceX is solving Mars with chemical propulsion. Starship is a real system really being built. It has got specific propellants it's selected. We know some things about Starship. We don't know everything about Starship. While that makes it difficult to analyze, and you've got to fill in a lot of the gaps, at the same time, it makes it difficult to analyze. So anybody that says that they've solved the problem, you don't know that because you don't have enough data to do the analysis. We haven't been given that data to be able to do that analysis. We do have intelligence guided by experience, and so we can make some guesses at what fills in those gaps. We know that LOX methane has a certain specific impulse. We know that to do a Mars mission with a Starship, you need lots of refuelings at Earth. You need lots of refuelings at Mars, which you have to send in advance. You either need to send that propellant in advance or send a bunch of material and hardware to the surface to be set up and robotically make your propellant in situ while you're there. You can start to see that this starts to become kind of a Rube Goldberg way to do Mars. Will I say it can't work? No. But will I say that it's really, really difficult and challenging, and there are a lot of miracles to make it work? Absolutely. And so the notion that SpaceX has solved Mars or is going to do Mars with Starship, I would challenge that on its face. I don't think the analysis and the data bear that out. So switching gears, let's talk about the nuclear aspect for a minute. You at the very top you said, why haven't we done nuclear yet if it's so good for Mars? Well, we haven't sent people to Mars. I mean, that's really the end goal. I mean, we haven't done it, so we haven't done it. It seems very simple, really. The thing with nuclear, there are challenges to making it work too. However, all my challenges get solved here at Earth and in low Earth orbit before I leave. Nuclear is nice. It has a higher specific impulse, especially when I talk about nuclear thermal propulsion. It is high thrust, which means it will get our astronauts there and back quickly, but I can carry all the fuel I need to get back with me. So I don't need to do any complicated refueling at Mars. I can return without having to make propellant or do any kind of send a prepositioned propellant to get back. So all the miracles, all the hard things I need to do are confined to Earth and then low Earth orbit. That's a much easier problem to deal with than having to preposition a whole lot of things and count on a whole bunch of things done remotely out of Earth orbit after my astronauts have left in certain cases. From a reliability standpoint alone, that's kind of a big deal. And so if it were me, since I am the chief engineer for nuclear propulsion, I guess I'm a little bit biased. But at the same time, there's a reason why I've gone this route. It's not that I, am in favor of nuclear propulsion because I'm chief engineer. I am in favor of nuclear propulsion because technically it makes sense.
Agree. I have some follow-ups, as might some of those folks, but let's move to Rian. Rian, you are at the Department of Energy. DOE has long been a backbone of U.S. space nuclear efforts, especially in light of the new executive orders. And actually, I will return to Amy for that in a little bit. How should DOE's role evolve in this next phase as we shift from design to the next step? As Kurt just said, maybe this time we are going to do it because we're going to do it, right? So.
No, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. At the Department of Energy, I'm in the Office of Nuclear Energy, and we feel like we're having a moment. It's really exciting. I don't think in the past 20 years I've seen any executive orders that are promoting nuclear technology, and we have 4 on May 23rd. And they do a lot, and they say a lot, and so they set the policy of the United States. And it includes, by the way, advancing nuclear technology for national security, by the way, which space is a subset of that. And it directs the Department of Defense to get serious about nuclear technology. It directs us to work with them very closely. If you actually look at how it talks about DOE and its role in advancing nuclear technology for defense, it talks about things that we already do with the Department of Defense, which is looking at technology maturity, helping secure fuel, helping provide infrastructure, helping really just advise on the technical pieces. The executive orders also really push towards more reform, and Amy is really the expert as it relates to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But I'll say the Department of Energy, it pushes us to explore the expanded use of DOE authorization for nuclear systems. Which I tell people, a lot of people that don't follow this space kind of don't understand, and I quote that Ted Lasso quote, which is, be curious. Be curious about this expanded DOE authorization, because we already do this. This is kind of already in our playbook. We demonstrate reactors for terrestrial use, actually even for transportable use at our national laboratories every single day. And so part of the executive order drives us to do more of that. There's a lot of interesting things in there. I encourage you to all read them. But I'll just note that it's really exciting because I steward the programs that do research, development, demonstration, and deployment, primarily terrestrial and nuclear technology. But the idea is to make nuclear energy available for everybody who wants it, and specifically fission power. That high energy density source that the Navy, realized was really, really useful if you want to build a submarine and want to, operate at sea for long periods, is the same high energy density source that the Department of Defense thinks would provide resilient power. It's the same high energy density source that can provide resilient power not just for terrestrial missions, but also for space, right? It really is about being high energy density. And what that provides you from a space perspective is if I want to go far, if I want to be able to turn around, if I want to bring fuel with me, it all makes sense. It's just that high energy density source, and at least in my office, I'll note, we have been really, really active over the past couple of years, and we're going to be supercharged now to demonstrate and deploy advanced technologies, including microreactors that lend themselves, at least in terms of the overlap from a technical maturity and technical work to the work that is needed to advance space fission power. So we're really excited to leverage these programs. I'll say, over 15 years ago, when the Department of Energy was asked to look at space nuclear power, they went to naval reactors because the Office of Nuclear Energy didn't have this breadth of test beds and programs related to microreactors. But today we're in a different place, and so I'm really, really excited. In my office, we're in the Office of Advanced Reactors, which is a subset of the Office of Reactors that I steward. We're developing a newly formed space reactor program. It's small, but the idea is to work with NASA, Department of Defense, and industry to enable the utility of nuclear technology for space exploration. So to answer your question, I think our role really is to take advantage of the things that we already do for terrestrial applications. It is looking at maturing the technology. It is looking at providing infrastructure. It is looking at ensuring that the fuel is readily available with the end goal of providing this high energy density source for an application that many of us and everybody here is very excited about.
Very cool. The quote I remember from Ted Lasso is "believe." That's a good one too, but I like "be curious." So Fred, turning over to you. Kurt talked about the case for nuclear propulsion from Mars. I want you to make the case for nuclear propulsion for national security applications. Even though this is a conference on Mars, I think the core technology is the same. And we want to be able to see how we can leverage not just DoD expertise, but also potentially not just DOE expertise, but also DoD expertise.
I think that's fair. So I'm the CEO of a startup called Dark Fission Space Systems. I love to hear DOE saying that they're jumping all over this because we could certainly use some help out here as the little guy. We do see a very strong case for a national security application for these kinds of systems. And honestly, no offense to the Martians out there, but I think that case will be put in place before we necessarily graduate to transportation out to celestial objects. The truth of the matter is that we are seeing some very interesting challenges erupting in space. I'm sure we've all heard about what the Russians are up to with interesting gear they're putting in low Earth orbit. The truth is we don't have much insider control over things that happen on orbit. And what Kurt said earlier is as true for cislunar, space between here and the moon, as it is for everywhere else. You want to get places fast, you want to get places efficiently, nuclear is going to get you there, and at some point the Space Force is going to stand up and really figure that out. Turns out they're actually funding us to go work this problem right now. But I think there's going to be a growing consensus over how we're going to have to approach the problem of meeting our potential adversaries up on orbit. And again, I think we're going to see that before we end up on Mars. I also think we're going to see commercial cases for using this capability in cislunar space before we end up on Mars. And so our company is very interested in going out and getting both commercial customers as well as defense and civil customers to go solve this problem. But yeah, I'm absolutely convinced, no surprise, I'm running a company that does it, but I'm absolutely convinced that we are going to have to graduate to nuclear for exactly what Rian said. We need the power density, we need the energy density, and you're not going to get that from the indirect fusion source that's sitting 93 million miles away. You're just not. And if you want to go to other places, if you're trying to go to the asteroid belt, if you want to go out further, the sun is even more of a problem. And you're just simply going to have to do this if our future is out and settling and exploring the solar system. If that's what we're planning to do, then we're kidding ourselves if we think we've already got all the tools at our disposal. We don't. So.
Yeah, in my previous panel, I talked about one M&M-sized U-235 has as much energy as a metric ton of coal. So somebody fact-check me, but that's, there's some serious, serious energy density.
Few M&Ms.
Few M&Ms, okay, few M&Ms. Okay, so turning to Amy. So obviously, we are, we have plans for Mars, we have plans for national security. From a regulatory and a policy perspective, what is holding us back? What are the top legal and regulatory obstacles for us to have forget a mission to Mars or even to cislunar space, just doing a basic demonstration of nuclear propulsion?
So I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to start by answering your first question, which is if nuclear is so good and so important, why aren't we doing it now?
I love it.
Okay, and then tie it into what the regulatory issues are, because it turns out they go hand in hand. So I've been in the nuclear space for 20 years. I think I worked with my first advanced reactor client in 2006. They have gone bankrupt because they couldn't find a customer, right? They couldn't find somebody that actually wanted to deploy their reactor. We were at a very different time then. In nuclear in particular, we were looking at a whole bunch of new nuclear power plants, right? And then the price of natural gas tanked. So we had the Fukushima accident. Everybody canceled their new nuclear power plants. And those were not big innovations on the existing technology. They were still large light water reactor technologies. And it was really hard for companies that were developing microreactor technologies or small and modular reactor technologies to find a customer. It's still hard, by the way. However, we have reached a few tailwinds that continue to work really well for nuclear. Energy reliability, energy density, and climate change. So it's clean energy, right? So we saw a whole bunch of people looking at deploying nuclear because they were looking at how do I reduce my carbon emissions for my carbon-free power and my process heat. We saw companies that were looking at nuclear because they needed intense amount of reliability for the power that they needed to deploy, such as in the chemical industry. Data centers are no different. They needed an intense amount of power. It needs to be reliable. It needs to be energy dense. And by the way, if the power goes out at like a data center, all the equipment melts, right? So when I did this thing the other day, I was reading about an Amazon data center in Minnesota that needed 600 megawatts of backup generators. 600 megawatts of backup generators for their data center in case the grid, shut off the power. That's an insane, business proposition. And they were also arguing they didn't need any permits for them. And I was like, well, the state disagreed. However, what happened is there's all an interconnection between nuclear innovation and there being a commercial model for it, right? So when you look at what businesses decide to fund something, you either need to go out and raise private capital, or you could be super, super rich and do it yourself, but then you eventually want to commercialize and you need to have capital who wants to invest in it. You need a customer for your product, and so you need to be driving towards a customer and towards a use case. And terrestrial nuclear power struggled to do that for a while, right? It's changed significantly, though. We see companies developing a range of microreactor technologies. You see companies developing a range of small modular reactor technologies. You see companies looking at deploying Gen 3 Plus, which are traditional light water reactor technologies, but through a spin, they're more advanced, And then there's the Gen 4 reactors, which are, use alternative fuels and coolant. And they're moving forward towards licensing. So the X-Energy application is in for the Dow chemical plant, which is an incredible project for carbon-free power and process heat, but also reliable power and process heat for a Dow chemical plant in Texas. We see the TerraPower application in before the NRC right now for the Natrium project in Wyoming. Kairos has received 2 NRC license application reviews for their test reactor for their SMR design. All these activities are enabling space nuclear because they're creating an ecosystem and an environment in the commercial sector that can dovetail in with the government sector to reach a common objective. And so I just remember talking recently to somebody in the Department of Defense about where the Department of Defense should focus their efforts when they invest in technologies. And I'm like, it's going to be in the stuff that nobody in the commercial sector is doing. If you're trying to get the biggest bang for your buck, right? Do it in the stuff where the commercial sector is already doing it, but you need a tweak for defense purposes. Or do it in the side where the private sector is not doing it and there's not a commercial application, but you need it for a defense use. So you need to spend the time and resources on making sure that happens. Don't do it in the middle where you're just doing a different version of what the private sector is already doing. I think that's a waste of resources. And so the good news is right now, as an offshoot of the terrestrial applications for nuclear, we're seeing the space applications for nuclear peel off. So BWXT is working on the Draco project. Westinghouse is working on a space reactor. I assume you're working on a space reactor?
That was the plan.
Right? And then there's a number of other companies as well, but they get the benefit of there being an appetite for this technology and an interest for this technology. So this kind of dovetails into the why haven't we done it yet? I have been a long proponent that nuclear is where we are going on a bunch of different fronts. It is clearly where we are going on the space front if we have space objectives that we're trying to meet, right? So colonization on Mars, deep space exploration, mining, all of this is going to require nuclear, and that is like an evident fact. We don't have another technology that can serve that purpose and for the duration that we need it to. Other areas where nuclear is evident is I think we're going to find more and more terrestrial applications of nuclear. I liken that some of our existing energy technologies are like whale blubber, which is, I'm from Massachusetts, so I do an overarching number of whaling references, but like whaling used to dominate our economy. One of the richest cities in the world was New Bedford, Massachusetts, right? Which is now a city that doesn't have that much money, but it was dominated by whaling. Things change, technologies change, and they come to market. So on the regulatory side, we have a regulatory framework that is set up for terrestrial applications of nuclear energy. That said, the Atomic Energy Act leaves the ability, and this is all reflected in the executive order, for the Department of Defense and Department of Energy to use their own authorizations when it serves a DOE or a DOD purpose, right? And that can be national security umbrella. And one of the things that the executive order did was kind of make it clear that DOE should in fact use its authority and DOD should in fact use its authority when it serves a national security objective, of which space exploration is clearly a subset of that, as Rian said. And so on the regulatory side, though, we're kind of left with, where do you go? And so I started getting phone calls from folks a few years ago saying, NASA wants me to build a reactor. I need to build a prototype. Who do I go to? And I'm like, well, if NASA is who's asking you to do it, is there anybody else involved? Because I'm like, tell me DOD or DOE is somehow involved in this. And they're like, no. And I was like, okay, if it's just for NASA, and by the way, NASA wants it to be a purely private activity. Okay, so now it's like, you guys have to go figure it out. You can't build a prototype under that scenario without an NRC license. Including, you can't do R&D. You have very restrictive environment for building and demonstrating your prototype without getting an NRC license, which is in fact very expensive. And not at all designed for this type of application, where you would get an NRC license to demonstrate a technology that is intended for a space application. And so you ended up with these kind of gaps about who you went to. If DOE was involved, fantastic. DOE could use its oversight authority, which is in fact what it did in the past, when the one time we deployed a space reactor.
1965.
Yeah, which is it was a while ago. But there's a path. The interesting thing about government is if somebody has done it before, everybody's like, well, we could just do this. People tell me this about offshore nuclear power plants. They're like, well, we've done it before, so like it's no big deal. And I was like, yeah, like 50 years ago. And it was never built. But that doesn't matter. People think you did it before, we could just do it again. And so those are the things. It's trying to figure out who is it for, what type of authority do you have under the existing statutes, and then how do you deploy it? So the regulatory gaps are, if you're a purely civilian activity that just involves a contract for NASA and DOE and DOD aren't involved, you're NRC. Nobody wants to be in that space. So what you need to do is try to get under the DOE or DOD space for the authorization for the reactor itself. And there's avenues for that, and I think the executive orders will further help that.
Okay, well, let me reframe my question, because let's say DOE is involved. In that scenario where NASA, DOE are working together as a team to build a reactor, and let's say it isn't even necessarily a private company, although it can be. I would like it to be.
What kind of company would it be?
It would be called Dark Fission.
No, I mean, what if it's not a private company?
Well, I meant like commercial, you versus, let's say, Lockheed Martin, BWXT.
Oh, so kind of a large prime
traditional
that isn't a real company.
There's people from those real companies here. So I guess the question I'm asking is, in that scenario where the government is working as it's supposed to, what do you see as the top legal or regulatory obstacles, or do you think there aren't any if that's the scenario?
Literally the easiest question you could ask me is, DOE's involved, what's the pathway forward, right? And one of the things is when you have a government panel, they always opt for the easy one and they never give you the hard one. So they just give the hypothetical. The good news is that if it's a DOE, if DOE is involved, DOE can use its licensing, or it's not licensing, it's oversight authority for the reactor technology, just as it has in the past.
And by the way, that's our plan.
Yeah.
Right? I do not want to go out and fight to get an NRC license for a startup.
It doesn't work.
Good luck,
Yeah.
right? So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make sure I can do everything else, and then I assemble the thing on a DOE site. And then I ship it to the Cape, and off we go. And then all I really need is FAA to say it's okay with a little interagency buy-in.
Yeah, so I guess this is where I'm also trying to go, Amy. Like, is FAA an obstacle? Are there any other obstacles that we need to be worrying about?
Well,
and I don't even mean to say FAA is an obstacle. FAA, I love you guys. Mwah.
Well, I will give an example. Of the interesting thing about nuclear is how many biases people bring to the discussion about the technology. And so I think I told you the story before, but I was on a panel with somebody from the FAA talking about space nuclear. And he said he had all the decision-making authority, and if he had his choice, he would never put nuclear in space because it's just not safe. And I said, what do you mean it's not? Like, I was like, what do you mean it's not safe? And he goes, you can't tell me that it's a good idea to put astronauts on a rocket with a nuclear reactor on board, because that's super dangerous. And I was like, more than the actual like launch and everything that happens with that? And then I was like, have you heard of the nuclear navy? And the fact that people are on submarines right next to a nuclear propulsion system and have been for decades, right? And it has an incredibly safe and known track record. So when you ask me what are the problems in government, it's that perspective. It's the person who doesn't understand the technology, doesn't understand what it's supposed to be deployed for, and tries to throw up flags that slow down deployment and development.
Clearly doesn't understand dose rates in space.
Doesn't understand a whole host of things, right? It was just a matter of like, where do I start with this statement?
This is the time where I can throw something in. So I have a little office out in Leesburg, Virginia. Now, you guys heard this one, okay? So I've just stood up the office. I've got some engineers in there. We're having a great time. And like any small company, we need liability insurance and workman's comp and everything else. So we did that because, you got to do it. Well, it turns out that the large insurance company based somewhere in Connecticut got wind of the fact that we're a startup trying to build a nuclear reactor for space applications. And they said, time out, no appetite for that kind of crazy stuff. We're not going to do that. Yeah. And so they canceled our policy because we have 5 engineers behind computers working in Leesburg, Virginia. Yeah. All right? There's no reactor being built in Leesburg, Virginia, right, folks? I mean, you can imagine I'm not going to do that, right? Yeah. But this is the kind of crazy that we're dealing with. Yeah. And those biases are very hard to overcome.
But it is getting better, right? I mean, it's not just the kind
that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
That wasn't good. Polling is getting better. And I mean, I don't know, maybe because I'm just, whenever I take the metro, everybody knows about SMRs now. It used to be like a wonky thing in 2006.
That's true.
That's true. Everybody knows about SMRs, reads about SMRs. I've had, I won't say serious, but not unserious conversations with AI hyperscalers about space nuclear to power data centers in space in the future, right? Like, these are kind of real conversations. And so it's quite mainstream. But I wanted to just make one point about the DOE authorization. At least the perspective that we have in the department always has been, this is for first of a kind, using DOE authorization can make a lot of sense, but the NRC would be involved and they'd be looking over our shoulder. And so the idea would be ultimately to enable commercial industry and to allow NRC to provide commercial licensees. Whether this is for terrestrial or space, that's kind of the business model. So we are closely coordinated, but looking to, if we expand the use of DOE authorization, it is also with an eye towards helping the NRC become, really have an easier time at being able to license advanced reactor concepts. And there's good language in the executive order that really kind of gets to kind of how that would look.
That's awesome. Back to Kurt. So Kurt, we did NERVA rover in the early 60s. We've had SP100, JIMO, Prometheus, over a dozen programs in the last 60 years. We've spent maybe $20 billion or more. The question I have is, what needs to be done differently this time? What's a step 1 that doesn't die and leads to step 2 and 3 and beyond? Like, what do we do differently that we don't stop this time?
So as you were speaking, actually this came to mind, and it gets back to a less pithy answer to your question of why is it going to be different this time? From a regulatory perspective, from a business perspective, from the switch to HALEU as a fuel. And so those of you that are not nuclear engineers, nuclear fuel comes in various enrichment levels. Obviously, very high enrichment, very high levels of U-235. The fissile type is what we make bombs with. It's what have fueled reactors in the past. Now we are moving into, and then light water reactors are 3 to 5% enrichment. HALEU is about 20% enrichment. It's high enough where you can make a compact reactor, but it's not so high that it's easily made into weapons. And so the nice thing about this is you can make those compact reactors, you make those SMRs and those micro reactors, which have a very nice business case on Earth. And so, but it's also enough to where I can build a reactor for space. It's not quite as mass efficient in some cases, although once I get to a certain size, that kind of falls out in the wash. But there's two things I get out of that. One is we don't have to pay full freight on the development of the technology anymore, right? NERVA rover, SNAP, I mean, those were standalone programs where we were developing the technology, the government alone, right, for government use. There were no other real business cases for that, especially in the 60s and 70s. But the second is, from a licensing and a handling standpoint, there's only a few places, a few organizations that can handle very highly enriched uranium. And there are many more that can handle low enriched, HALEU, and be able to make it work. So I like to talk in these forums about accessing the intellectual firepower of the nation. Companies are not going to come to the table if there's no benefit to them long run. And if they can't handle it and if they can't work with it and they can't make a profit off of it, they're not going to do it. So the switch to HALEU, in my mind, is kind of a big game changer that makes it different this time. And so that's kind of my initial answer to the question is the biggest first step is one we've already taken, and one that you were part of, in fact, which is the move to the HALEU fuel, which allows us to both, like I said, do space and do terrestrial. The terrestrial makes the space possible. The space makes terrestrial better. So you get a nice little feedback loop in the technology development there.
Folks, just so you know, and you may not know this, I don't know if you've mentioned it yet.
I haven't.
So back in 2016, this was the lady who basically spearheaded all of the regulatory framework changes for things like space nuclear that got into Scott Pace's work that ended up in the reason that FAA has, the kind of interesting authority that's now got to work commercial space nuclear. Yeah. This is her, right?
Slight friendly amendment. It was part of a team, and Aaron Miles at OSDP was the one with the pen. So, we're hoping that Aaron Miles will help us again to go to the next level. Okay, moving on to Rian. Rian, what internal or cross-agency reforms are needed to accelerate space reactor programs? And by cross-agency, I mean with NASA or even with DoD.
No, thank you. I think so. I think on the regulatory side of the house, we have clear direction from the president for kind of internal reform, DOE, NRC, streamlining these pieces. But it also directs us to work together. It doesn't specifically direct NASA, but I think that work that we're doing on the terrestrial side of the house, on the regulatory side of the house, will lend itself well. And so I think that's going to be work that's ongoing. As we think about a partnership with NASA, being able to delineate, I think you're right, which is or maybe you made the point about being able to do the investments that really the government is suited to do, kind of the high-risk R&D. We do the Department of Energy, or maybe Amy mentioned it. And so being able to delineate between, what should DOE really focus on, taking advantage of not just the capabilities that we have in the infrastructure and the expertise, but being able to identify kind of a clear delineated role, right, so that we are good stewards of taxpayer money. And so that's going to be kind of important, and that'll require good coordination with NASA, which I think will happen. I think the last piece is, I've spent a lot of time working with the kind of broader interagency on a lot of nuclear topics. We have a strong interagency, but it's not focused on space. Kind of the space community, in a way, at least within the U.S. government, tends to be more siloed. the nuclear community has always been pretty siloed. And so, finding ways to integrate them, they integrate well at places like OSTP, which is kind of a lean organization. But even within the Department of Defense, right, you find that the silos are very different. So I think looking for ways to, and I know everybody brings this up with most nuclear topics, whether it's international exports or space or kind of you name your topic, but having a kind of a strong interagency team that is focused on this topic is always useful.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we do need that. Fred, I want to move back to you. Private company. VC funding is flooding into launch, into communications, all sorts of space subsectors, but not nuclear as much. Although obviously there's some. What needs to change for investors to take space nuclear more seriously and put real money like they're putting in other subdomains?
Success. And it's very simple. I mean, if you're a VC, the answer for the VC is, I've got limited partners sitting out there. They want to make money. They want to make money soon. They don't want to wait 15, 20 years for it. They need to see proof of principle. There is VC money. There is private investment, especially in the terrestrial side. But the space side, and I like to say this to folks, has a couple problems. One is space is already hard. It's a truism. Space is hard. Nuclear turns out to be hard for reasons we all understand. I could build this reactor in my garage if I had to. But we can't. So space nuclear is hard squared, folks. And as a result, you give this to your average associate at a VC firm, and they get scared quick. They see the moles all over your face, and they run away screaming. The fund manager may never even see it. So it is tough. That said, I do think that as we see access, getting us to low Earth orbit, giving us the ability to demonstrate more and more, working with NASA, working with DoD, showing this can be done. If private companies can partner properly, both with commercial, strategic partners as well as government partners, I think that success will build on itself. And I think this is the best chance we've had in a long time. We've got the access in place. Hats off to Elon and everybody who works for him and everybody in the community. We can get to orbit now, and we can do it very efficiently. I heard somebody say we're inefficient getting to orbit. BS. We are as efficient as we've ever been. It's only going to get better. And that is what's driving this ability to go look at systems like this. So I think it's about to get better. But if you're a VC, you're from Missouri. You want to see if a little company can pull it off first. You're not going to jump in right away. And as much as they like to claim that they are on the leading edge of this stuff, they never are, right? They're generally lemmings. They wait until commercialization is out there, and then they try to jump in and make their money. I get it. I understand it. I don't have to like it, but I do get it. So I think right now we're in this transitional period where companies like mine are going to have to rely on some government largesse as well as hopefully both commercial partnerships and honest private investment. 3 years ago, I would have told you I thought I could have done the whole thing with private investment. But 3 years have turned my hair white. So.
Can I add to that?
Go ahead,
Absolutely.
please.
Yeah, so VC money is not patient capital.
No.
Right? They want an off-ramp, and they want it within like 5 to 6 years, right? They want it quickly. So the more we deploy nuclear projects and the more they see a path to their off-ramp so that they can make their money, the more money that's going to go into it, right? They also want to know regulatory uncertainty isn't going to be a problem, delays aren't going to be a problem, cost overruns aren't going to be a problem, because no matter how tiny your reactor is, they're all still looking at Vogtle, and they're like, that's not my jam, right? So when you think about...
For those who don't know Vogtle, it took, 12 years and 20 billion, or?
It was a super expensive nuclear power plant, and it was the last example we have of a nuclear power plant that we licensed and constructed in the United States, and it was not a good example for the world of private capital, right? So when you look at your bins of money, where you're going to get money, you can have when you look at who's already invested in nuclear projects, they historically have been guys with billions of dollars, like a tech person who wants to invest in nuclear for a reason. Bill Gates and TerraPower, Cam Gafarian and X-Energy. Somebody who had lots of money and was going to, and Kairos. Kairos is the same thing. Lots of access to private capital, and it was their own capital, and they could just keep putting it in, and the project still took longer than they expected. But then they get to a point where they've de-risked it enough, and they can bring in more money. So X-Energy has a whole bunch of different investors, but including Amazon was an anchor investor for a $500 million equity investment into X-Energy. Other investors included the University of Michigan and Ken Griffin in his individual capacity, right? He's from Citadel. So like, that was really big deal, right? And then a couple of other nuclear companies have gone public, right? And so they're publicly traded. And with the EOS, they are very grateful for the government right now because their stock is going through the roof. And so that's where your money's coming from, right? So it's US government supporting it, or you can bring in certain amounts of private capital, but where are you getting your private capital? And it's not PE investable. PE doesn't invest in things like this. As you de-risk it and as you see other technologies emerge, you're opening the door each step of the way for the private capital. And as you see the infrastructure needed to develop around it, like, hey, there's commercial sources of HALEU. Hey, the US government said they're going to do some downblending for HALEU to make it available for nuclear reactors. You know, hey, these other companies are building microreactors and they plan on mass manufacturing them. Like, and the NRC looks like they're going to get on board with that. And with the EO, maybe the NRC will get more on board with that. All these things create an ecosystem that opens up the capital to enable it to invest in these technologies.
Yeah, that's a good point. And actually, Kurt, you mentioned something?
I want to add, so both of you mentioned an additional point here. So we talk about capital here a lot, but both of you briefly touched on time and basically the time to basically return your investment. Bhavi, you were at NETS a few weeks ago. You saw me give a talk, and I talked about big programs, big nuclear programs, and how things like the Manhattan Project, I mean, from 3 years to nothing to, you know, building the bombs, right? And building all of the infrastructure to do that, and all of Hanford, all of Oak Ridge, all of Los Alamos. You say, well, that was the war and everything. Okay, great, but you know, fission was only discovered in 1938. So, I mean, that's not a really long timeline. I don't care how much money you throw at it. You know, in Nerva Rover and SNAP, you had about a 10-year period in the 60s where you built 20 nuclear thermal propulsion reactors and 6 power reactors, one of which was launched, which was SNAP 10A, over that 10-year period. You know, and they were doing like 2 or 3 NTP reactors a year in those things. So there's this notion and there's this acceptance that because it's nuclear, it has to take a long time. And I would challenge that and say that historically, there is a basis that says it doesn't have to take a long time. I made a closing comment in my talk, and I said, you know, it's not safer just because it took longer to do. There's a corollary to that, which is it's certainly more expensive if it takes longer to do.
By the way, I don't know if that talk is public, but I highly encourage you to go listen to it. It's eye-opening, and you have many other examples there as well. Rian, you were going to say something.
Yeah, just to add to the conversation, you know, I've been kind of watching the capital that comes into nuclear, and it's really interesting because it's a lot of non-traditional end users that are interested in nuclear technology today. It used to be in the United States utilities. And utilities tend to be very risk averse, and so we haven't built plants in a long time. But now you have, you know, not just venture firms, but AI companies. You have the Department of Defense is a non-traditional end user for these commercial terrestrial reactors, right? And really space companies as well, right? I think there's all these end users, and what's interesting to me is that they're really excited about HALEU-based technologies, right? Okay. I think a lot of that is because a lot of the HALEU-based fuel cycles tend to offer kind of advanced passive safety measures. You know, from a utility perspective, they're happy with a Gen 3 Plus reactor that has a 72-hour margin, you know, for being able to have human intervention. But for, you know, a Microsoft or an Amazon or a newcomer country, you know, they like the idea of, you know, of a reactor, for example, that you can say, hey, this is walk-away safe. So I say this because, you know, there's a lot of excitement about these advanced technologies from the non-traditional end users, and there's interesting funding, but the funding is going towards making these things commercially viable, right? And that's the one point that I want to make, is that at this moment in time, you know, we're getting close, and everything certainly we're doing at DOE is to try to get to the commercial viability of not just advanced reactors, but specifically SMRs. But what we do know is that if you make reactors smaller, they will be more expensive, right? And the theory of the case for SMRs has always been, if you want it to be commercially viable, that you have to make them modular and make them in factories. And so a lot of this funding is going towards people not just optimizing the manufacturing and the design, but also with a goal towards getting factories to actually make them small. I say this because the technical viability of fission happened when Fermi stacked his pile, right? Like as soon as that happened, we made reactors and weapons right away, but we didn't make commercially viable reactors, right? The Navy's reactors are not commercially viable. And so the theory of the case is still, we're still trying to prove for these small modular reactors and microreactors, and I think we're going to get there. But it's interesting to me because we're seeing venture capital investment in fusion as well, which to me, fusion, the technical viability, I feel like they haven't had their Fermi pile moment
I would
yet.
say it's preferential. They're absolutely going to fusion, and they bypass fission entirely.
Yeah, which is interesting to me because I don't feel like they've even had their Fermi pile moment.
I think you're right.
But I think it's because the hope is that they are getting closer to that Fermi pile moment, and then if you get there, the scalability of fusion on paper sounds easier because you don't have to deal with uranium and those issues. So I just say all this to say that we're focused on commercial viability. The executive order talks about aligning incentives to reinvigorate the commercial sector. It's interesting to see the different types of money and colors of money and investors and what they're interested in, fission versus fusion, including for space. And I think, at least within the government, we're going to do everything we can. The Secretary Wright was, I think, on at the Nuclear Energy Institute last week. I mean, we're going to try to give every nudge that we can, right, to really unlock this. But there's still a little bit of a way to go.
Well, it's still so exciting to hear. Thank you for that update.
I was
Amy?
just at on fusion. There's an element of like put it all on black, right? There with the private capital, they like to diversify their investments, and they are going to lose money on a lot of them, but they want to make sure that they at least get something that went big, right? And fusion, I think they see the potential as being so big that they're like, we're going to put it all on black, like to hope this is like the one. We bet behind the one company that breaks the code for figuring out commercial fusion, right? And so there's a bit of gambling going on, I think, with the private sector money. And there's also, you still come back to the, super rich guy who's like, this is gonna be the thing that I'm gonna continue to invest. So it's unique, but I mean, you're right. Like there's more and more companies that are investing now into nuclear that wouldn't have done it before, but they're also coming in because they see a path forward, right? That's on the time horizons that they want. And also, they don't have an alternative. They need it really bad. Yeah.
And I'm excited about fusion, but I just think that for fission, we can do this now.
Yes.
Hot rocks and water.
I have a ton more questions, but I want to open the floor. If you guys want to ask a question of the panelists, and by the way, this is one of the best panels I've ever chaired. I'm going to have to go watch
Dialogue
it
is fun, folks, so please ask us questions. It's much better if you guys jump in and nail us. So go ahead.
And just say what your name is. And oh, look, I know this person.
It's Joe Cassidy, Explore Mars, L3 Harris.
As a spotlight comes.
So I have a question along the line you're just talking about, and somewhat alluding to Fred's problem. Attracting investors
Which one?
for space, for nuclear.
I'm not
Can
a
you speak
billionaire.
about indemnification and the insurance issue, and how does that affect that investment calculus?
I feel like that goes to the lawyer.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. So there's two government regimes to think about here for indemnification and liability. One is Price-Anderson Act. So Price-Anderson Act is the law in place that kind of channels nuclear liability to a nuclear operator, and then also has in place an insurance regime that ensures that there's prompt kind of financial payment and there's a liability cap, and like it just creates the world where your insurance company is like, yikes, nuclear, no thank you. In fact, the insurance company that does the nuclear liability insurance makes money hand over fist because there's nothing that ever goes wrong at nuclear power plants. So knock on wood. Anyway, there's also a DOE indemnification under Price-Anderson for a DOE contractor, which is why I said earlier, when you give me the DOE hypothetical, when you're launching something into space and DOE's involved, it's way easier. One, there's already a path forward. Two, there's statutory authority in the Atomic Energy Act. Three, you can invoke the DOE Price-Anderson Act indemnity provision so that you can make sure you can insure the project, or you don't have to worry about that aspect of it. So that is easier. The other is, for example, if this was a a NASA-involved project, right, or a DoD-involved project, and a good example would be Project Pele. Under Project Pele, which is a microreactor that was intended to demonstrate that it could be deployed at a forward operating base, the original proposed contract model did not include the Department of Energy, right? So the Department of Defense was left with, we don't include anything that has to do with insurance and indemnification, or we use Public Law 85-104. Yeah, so, 804, thank you.
She told me about it.
I did, I was the one who told you about it, and I looked at you to be like, did I get that number right? So anyway, that public law it allows certain government agencies to invoke this indemnification for super hazardous activities that includes the use of radioactive materials. When the Project Pele participants were left with their choice between that public law or Price-Anderson, they're like, no thanks, we want Price-Anderson. And it's because it's more comprehensive and more clear and stronger, and it's required to be invoked. Anytime DOE engages in a contract that could give rise to Price-Anderson Act authority, they have to invoke it. Any like a hazard or harm from radioactive material, they have to use it. And the public law is at the discretion of the agency. And so DOD tried to get by with just that, and everybody pushed back, so they actually brought DOE as a contracting party so you could invoke the Price-Anderson Act provision. The interesting thing is if you have a purely commercial space project, this came up recently with the Price-Anderson Act renewal, and it was comments that NEI submitted, which was, we think Price-Anderson Act applies. Maybe at some point you guys could, they're going in with the presumption that it does, because it's better to assume it does and then make the argument that it does in the event that you ever needed it. You're like, of course it applies. However, that could be an area that could be clarified. So that's kind of the bins for nuclear liability and insurance.
Thank you. Other questions? Thanks, Amy, that was great.
Yes, my name is Mike Hilton. I'm a retired aerospace engineer. Regarding nuclear fission, I'm not familiar with the Price-Anderson Act that you were talking about, but what do you do with the radioactive nuclear wastes from this with the space travel and on Mars and on the ground?
Can I
Kurt.
jump on that one first? You may. So for purposes of a commercial application, what we would do is we would run our reactor as part of an orbit transfer vehicle. And after 30 or so trips, we'd probably take it out to Earth Moon Lagrange 4 and leave it there. That's where we would deposit it. That would be the nuclear waste depository.
Underground? Or
No, L4. We'd put it on.
L4.
We'd leave it at L4. And we think L4 or L5, nice stable points to go play in. Good places to be. FAA, by the way, agrees with this. I've seen their remarks on this. We put it there and we can watch it. These are spots we know, and if somebody wants to sidle up and take a look at our HALO or whatever, we might have some warning that they're doing that. So I think it's a good place to go if you want to throw stuff away that's, still in cislunar space. That's where we're coming from.
Kurt, what is NASA thinking?
Yeah, so that's a great answer. And just to clarify, right, none of this stuff is ever coming back to Earth. Once you put it in space and turn it on, you're never bringing it back to Earth. That is never our plan. It's never we would never operate it in such a way. We launch it cold, so it's never even been on before you launch it. So it is radioactive cold until it reaches orbit, and then only once it's at a nuclear safe orbit, that's an orbit that's high enough where it won't decay during the lifetime of the spacecraft. Then you turn it on. Lagrange points are great points to put waste. You asked about actually on the planets too. That's a more tricky question, right? Because you're gonna drop it down there and it's gonna sit there. So that is still an ongoing discussion. In fact, I know that the Stigger at the National Academies recently had kind of a lively discussion about that specific point. What do you do about reactors that are going to drop on a planet like the moon or Mars when they get to end of life? There is not a great answer for that yet. So obviously they're going to be shut down and they'll be allowed to sit there and cool down over time. But there's no plan and there's no current capability to go up and retrieve them or disassemble them or decommission them.
And it's
Leanne,
true
do
for
you wanna add
the
something?
nuclear waste, the radioactive nuclear waste as
it
well?
would just sit, yeah, it would just sit there in the reactor, and over time, right, that waste would decay into its it would continue to decay into various constituent parts. Those radionuclides would die out, but it would take a long time, because there are half-lives involved.
I heard of a company that can recycle radioactive waste so that at the end of the day, you still have some radioactive waste, but it's a lot smaller.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
On the
that's-
ground, yes,
Yeah.
it's a pretty advanced
You have to defuel
apparatus.
your reactor. You've got to process it and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Rian, were you going to add something to that? Okay, well, we are out of time. However, if you all would indulge me, I would like each of the panelists to say like one last thing they want to say. If there was one thing you could do today, you could wave a magic wand, what would you do? Rian, then Kurt, Amy, Fred.
I think just pick a direction and go in that direction and make something happen.
Move. I love it. Kurt.
So I think we need to start flying these things. We're close to flying nuclear thermal propulsion. We can get to nuclear electric propulsion quickly. We can get to doing power in space. You need to start flying these things. We need experience doing it.
Move out.
Yeah,
Amy.
so mine is the same, and it's the same for terrestrial applications. We need to build and deploy. We need to demonstrate.
Love it. Fred.
I mean, I can't disagree with that, and you're not going to rain $1 billion on me. So, what I would want, if I could wish for it now, is either obliterating or fully streamlining the regulatory regime to make this a non-issue. I don't see that happening, but that would be super helpful for a small company which can't navigate the way large companies can in these kinds of environments.
But it can't take 6, 7, 8 years.
No, it can't. It has to
That
be
can't be
quick.
the answer.
For your reason, time, money, they're the same, right? We got to get it over with.
Love it. Okay, so I want to close with the poll. You've heard the debate, you've heard the discussion. How many of you think we'll be flying a reactor by 2030? Lights on,
Now
please,
they
and
really
I want to
don't
count. 1, 2, 3, 4,
more.
5, 6,
You guys feel
7,
better?
8, 9, 10. Way more than before. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And please thank the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
That was really fun.
Thank you all. All right, thank you. And our next panel is one of particular interest for Explorer Mars. We've been working on this for over a year right now, looking at the role of skilled tradespeople within the space industry. And just basically trying to also make sure we educate the public on what they actually do and how they can get their jobs. We started a video series called Trades in Space Video Series, shockingly enough. Basically 2-minute videos, and our panelists will talk about this in more details, but essentially telling the story of skilled tradespeople within the space industry. What do they do? How do they get their jobs? To show that, people who are considering the trades actually can end up in the space industry. So talking on this topic, we have Mary Angola, who is the communications principal and space propulsion and power systems lead at Aerojet Rocketdyne L3 Harris, and Karen Hoffman, who's at Key Innovation Solutions, who's the founder and the CEO and works closely with Space Florida. So, Mary and Karen.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Good to see you, Karen.
Well, great to see you also, Mary. Great to be here. What a phenomenal conference.
It's great.
Someone mentioned to me yesterday, said that this conference is like content you would get in a university campus, 4 years and 2 days.
That's a great analogy. That's awesome. So it's been a year since Karen and I joined each other on the stage. And so if you weren't here in the past, we are talking about trades in space. It's an initiative that Karen and I have been working on with Explore Mars for about a year. And, earlier in the panels, you might have heard buzzwords about workforce needs. And I think, we're trying to solve that and try to get to that granular level on what do we need, how do we work together. And so I'm going to ask you right now, Karen, it's a tough question. Are we solving it?
We are. That's the encouraging part. So it's been, you're right, is a buzzword. People say, in fact, you can hear a recurring theme in our different panels, and the workforce comes up because to meet the exponential growth that's taken place in aerospace, who's going to work and what specific jobs, careers, skills of the skilled technical workforce is needed. So to get down into the granular level, we've been doing the research, and you'll be excited to see what we'll show today.
Well, maybe we should show them something. So
yes, why don't we show, in fact, the impact of one of the avenues to actually work in penetrating the hearts, minds of the parents, even school counselors, but then the students. Because sometimes you're thinking if we could just get to the students, but there's other entities that are influencers in students' lives. So this has been part of that effort. So I think we should show that video. That would be great.
So I think we have a video, perhaps. This is a video that we worked with NASA to create, and it's about, I didn't realize one of the trades was spray painting foam on a rocket. So can we show that video?
My name is Tyler Davis. I'm an engineering technician here at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, where we work on various types of flight hardware, including the Launch Vehicle Stage Adapter. TPS application is applying various types of insulation to substrate for the purpose of retaining temperature. The way I got into TPS application work was through the trade of spray and paint and primers at the body shop, and from there I got recruited to NASA based on those skills that are pretty translatable, and now I spray foam. The different types of TPS application are spraying foams and pouring foams, as well as laying up corks. All those provide thermal protections. I learned about TPS application through a colleague. He and I each came from the body shop. He was here before me, and he recruited me here. NASA selects you based on your previous experience with spraying paints and primers and train you from there. The certifications and classes that we use here to provide thermal protection systems are booklets with information to verify that you're up on the task, as well as in-person spray-on application tests to verify that you can meet standards and thicknesses. What makes a good TPS technician is attention to detail and discipline, as well as the willingness to learn new trades and skills. Seeing the SLS on national television and knowing that I play a small part in the Artemis campaign is very gratifying for me, so that's nice. It feels good knowing my work is helping people return to the moon. That's a very humbling feeling, so I'm glad to be part of it.
Thank you. So with these videos, we are trying to highlight various trades and show that they're accessible and they're exciting, and there's a role for everybody who wants to be in there. Last year we showed one on welding to all of you, and so this one's on spray painting. I know next month, apparently Northrop Grumman's going to have one. I don't know what it's about, but I'm told it's coming next month, so I'm excited to see that. But so Karen, what are you doing with Space Florida? How are you taking these videos and leveraging them?
Well, again, it's awareness. So it's helping the conversations within the school districts, with the students, even with school board members, superintendents, the importance of these careers, these trades. These trades are, students that are graduating with credential certifications are getting hired right out of high school, but you can see the value of this. So it really helps move that needle forward and that enthusiasm for it. It's like, oh, I'm starting to put the pieces together. This makes a difference.
Are you finding they're resonating with kids and parents and guidance counselors? I think we talked earlier, it's not just the kids that need to see them. It's the parents and the guidance counselors so that they know this is a trajectory they can go in. That it doesn't just have to be engineering to work in aerospace.
It's amazing. You would think that it would, at this stage of the game, that we would have actually gotten past the narrative that it is, if you want to get into aerospace, you need to be an astronaut or an engineer. Those are your two options. And we're not.
Right.
And so to open up their eyes as far as what is available, what's possible, and that enthusiasm, and actually you're changing a student's engagement. Also, what's their intrinsic motivation to study, to go to school, and when they could see this and that they're achieving these goals, it matters significantly, and then you have a strong workforce. And let's say with the Artemis program, it's amazing because Lockheed Martin, key part of that. Lockheed Martin in Florida has 17,000 employees. Lockheed Martin has, I think, between about 600 suppliers just for the Orion project alone in the state of Florida. That's not, throughout the whole nation. Well, then this supply chain needs a workforce as well. So it's not just to get a job at Lockheed Martin or L3Harris, but it's also for all the suppliers that are involved in this throughout the state. And so we're even opening up the door to let them know that it's not even just the Cape where this is needed, but the suppliers throughout the whole state of Florida, even throughout the nation.
Yeah, I think about at L3Harris, the nozzles for the RS-25. Their supplier, Major Tool and Machine in Indiana, does a bulk of the work on that, and they need the welders. So us, creating these videos showing there's a path, it's not just folks in Canoga Park, California that need this skill. It's folks in Indianapolis, Indiana. You don't think of Indianapolis, Indiana as a traditional space workforce, but they've got a huge workforce supporting our exploration efforts. All right, so when we got into this, with Explore Mars and working with Chris, who's fabulous. So Karen and I meet, about every other week with Chris about different initiatives, but we were really forecasting trades was going to be a demand for the future. But you analyze workforce trends. Is it still a need for the future? Is this what you're seeing? Is this what you're finding? What are you seeing in the future?
It's amazing and we'll go through this too. The gaps that are there, again, because the narrative had been defined as like, okay, we need these engineers. So the trades have been taken a backstage, or even from within aerospace. But it's interesting because you could see this demand. So we've gone through a concerted effort of having direct conversations with our aerospace partners in Space Florida with the convening. So I'd love to share about that with.
Love it.
All right. So with Space Florida is a government, and to explain who is Space Florida, that might be helpful.
That probably would be helpful.
Let's say Space Florida is a government entity, not an agency. It is a special district set up to actually encourage aerospace companies and the related industries into Florida, offering many opportunities. But part of that in the statute set up in Statute 331, if you're a policy wonk, in Florida, but part of it is getting involved in education. So I want to share that, and I have the honor of serving as heading up the workforce integration for the state. So in this effort in Florida, but we're not just operating in a silo of Florida, but we're working even in this effort in the past 2.5 years with other states in our nation to tackle workforce issues. And it's interesting because each state has a different focus and takes that, and then we share those best practices back and forth. What we've done in Florida as a result of our conversations with our aerospace partners is actually focused into high school and the tech colleges, state colleges moving up. So this effort, and then you can see in what we've done in our convenings, the top line are our state agencies that are involved in this conversation. Again, it's not breaking down the silos is about as key situation as you can hope for. So we have our state agencies, the REACH office pulling it together, that's reimagining education and career help, our Commerce, Florida Commerce, Career Source Florida, which is our workforce board, and then also Department of Education. We don't stop there, but the agencies, then we also bring in our industry trade associations. and that's Cyber Florida, Florida Semiconductor Institute, Florida Makes, our manufacturing, MEP, and Associated Builders and Contractors. And then we have our aerospace companies. And it's just, we cannot do this, but who's at the helm of the conversation are our aerospace partners, because they're the ones that are the primary experts. They know what the needs are, the demand signals. So this is a great affirmation. This, we did a great meeting, and you'll get a kick out of this. It was in a rural part of Florida, up in northern Florida, and we brought together the counties, the districts, economic developers to talk about what the space academies that we're building, growing, what's available so that the economic developers know and attracting business in as well. We have a 2-hour meeting. There's a gentleman that comes in that's part of this camp, and he's sitting in the back of the room. And we're like, oh, he's waiting for someone to, whatever, but it's in the back of the room. We get to this, that's why I took these pictures, is that we did a group photo, because of course, if you didn't take a picture, then it never happened, right?
Exactly.
So he comes up and he asked me, do you want me to take the picture? I'm like, that'd be great, thanks. That's exactly what we needed. He goes, by the way, I was an astronaut, and that's who he was, Jerry Linengard. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And so now, mind you, everybody is up there. I'm the only one that knows this right now. And so I just handed him the mic. I said, share your story. And he did. So what he did is he volunteers there at this camp. He know that we were talking, Space Florida was going to be there. So he came and actually purposely sat in the back to listen to everything that we were speaking about trades in space. And he affirmed everything that we were sharing, because he goes, I'm relying on those welders to do it perfectly. My life is dependent. He spent 5 months up in space total, even working, he was on Discovery, and even working on projects with semiconductors. I mean, all of the things that we're talking about. So I'm starting with this because an affirmation of someone whose life depends on excellence and needing these students to, that with the trades that they're excellent at what they do. So we do the convenings. These are some of the things within Space Florida that we do. We go through the master credential list. I'll share that. When we do, also we work with the training providers to take the information from our aerospace employers and bring it to the training providers. So this is the priority, this is what's needed, even on a regional demand. That's very helpful so that you know that you're not overshooting it or under producing. That you're not having enough talent in that region for what is needed. So we're closing the feedback loop, and that's what is so important. This is a launch manifest just with United Launch Alliance, and it gives you an idea of the cadence of the increase of launches. It's helpful because we hear a lot about the launches, but we don't have it all in perspective. We know that it's, I'm in Titusville, and there could be 2 in one day. So that gives you an idea just of ULAs. Well, this is in Florida's launch cadence. So in 22, there was 30 launches, 23, 74 launches. Just as last year, 110. It's projected this year 154, and by the year 2030, over 250 launches a year. So that's exponential growth. And so with that exponential growth means that we have exponential need for skilled, trained workforce. In Space Florida, there's projects of deals coming in. Each one of these numbers are companies that are in conversation with Space Florida to come into Florida. All of those projects are one company. So if those companies are coming in, what is the question that they're asking? Okay, everything else looks good. Who can I hire? So we want to make sure that we're able to produce that in actually genuine numbers. So we want to meet what that demand is and continue to close that gap, identifying what it is. So here's an example of our convenings. We have everybody in the room, and that's important too. So with our aerospace companies, have education, and we have our state agencies there in this. And who's leading the conversation? Again, aerospace industry. We went through, I shared some of this last year, but I'll share more of the detail too. We went through and identified 6 related industries that are key for this, and the trades. You'll understand where it goes with this. But it's not just aerospace, but of course, manufacturing. You hear this here. Construction, cybersecurity, logistics. We had a whole panel here on logistics, which was just phenomenal. And of course, semiconductors throughout. we had them actually go through and they put the Post-it notes in what category. The columns are first year, or like in high school, then 1 year after high school, 2 years after high school, and then 4 years after high school. So it doesn't necessarily mean degrees, but what do they want the skills, when do they want to see them developed, earned, and built on? One of the key takeaways too is we're talking about gaps that the engineering technicians are a massive gap on that, so we can't generate them fast enough. So we move forward with that. So now over aerospace, with the key parts of aerospace and aviation, I want to give you an idea how it looks after we did that research with the Post-it notes. We actually put it into a format that can be understood. Reading the handwriting was fun, but critical, right? So this gives you an idea of the timeline. And I'll give my contact information at the end if there's anything that, if you would like this, I'm happy to share. The other part too is it's iterative. This doesn't mean it's frozen in time, but it means that if there's input that you have, your company has, like you're missing this, please tell us, because we go to foundation, but we always build on it. It is continually iterative. Same thing with manufacturing. Gives you an idea. And so this has been helpful because it's showing the value of what can be earned in high school and even in tech college, state college, and then on to the university. We have construction. And construction, we have meetings with them, and sometimes with these companies coming in, that's their primary need right away. We need welders, we need pipe fitters, iron workers, carpenters. People don't understand outside of this space. So that's what we're trying to do, is take that information so that it is translated to who's generating the talent, which is our education system and our workforce boards. Florida Semiconductor Institute gives you an idea. It's across the whole state of Florida, and that's the other part we're telling. It's not just the Cape, the whole state. You'll see L3Harris in there too. In fact, L3Harris was really gracious to host the Florida Semiconductor Institute. Yeah, it was amazing, great summit that we had back in February. The engineers, in that 1 hour, they gave me all of this information. It was phenomenal, what was needed in the timeline. Cyber Florida, with cybersecurity and then IT, and then with logistics. And great conversation here also after the panel yesterday. So we go through and we have a master credential list in Florida. And that's all the credentials that students can earn, whether in high school and state college, university system, tech college. So we went through the whole list, over 550, highlighted in blue the ones that were priorities for them. So we have that. That's actually on the Space Florida website, so that you can go there and download that. Then what do we do with those credentials? Where are they located? You could actually search on the talent heat map that we have, so you can find what credential you're looking for and find where they're located in the state of Florida. What county is actually producing the most of those? And that gives you
it's amazing.
Dialing it in to the specifics. So here's an idea. I picked one for this conversation to give you an idea. Let's bring it down to, again, as we said, the granular level. How do you play that out in reality? So on that talent heat map, I chose one county in particular, Hernando. And this is just a segment. This is not all of the credentials that they earned, but just so you can read it. But it gives you an idea. It lists it and which particular credentials and how many are earned in Hernando. So then let's go into the application of the Space Florida Academy program, and then we'll see how that plays out in Hernando. What we've done is we've highlighted, now we know which credentials are priority, which credentials, programs that are generating those credentials. So all of these high schools throughout the state of Florida, they have career technical education programs. So we're highlighting those programs that are generating those credentials identified by our aerospace partners as priorities. So we're not asking the district to pay for more money to do this, but we're actually highlighting those programs to generate interest, to actually bring more students into the program. And it helps with the parents and the school counselors to be able to promote this, this is a Space Florida Academy program. We had the MOU signing ceremony, and to date, half of Florida school districts are involved as a Space Florida School District, generating programs, those credentials. And this May, we're still in May, aren't we? Yeah.
We are.
6,000 students graduated from these academy programs with the credentials, able to earn and be hired right out of high school. That's amazing, right?
That is wonderful.
Isn't that crazy? A scalable solution. All right, so then how does that look for a district? So in a district, this is Hernando, and the different high schools that they have are, again, I just did a snapshot of this. This is not the whole county, but each high school. But then what I highlighted in yellow, take that. That's one program that is, together, that grouping across, and it shows you which high school, what program, and at the far right, it shows all of the credentials that are earned in that program. So you can see the value of this as well, the students that are earning these high wage, high demand job credentials. How does that look for the community? Well, now you can see every high school there, which of those programs are Space Florida Academy programs. And so where they're located, Florida is you can choose what high school you want to go to, and then which ones that they're launching. And they're doing this because they heard of industries.
Needs.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Right? Instead of floundering, trying to figure out what to offer, now you said, this is a priority, let's generate that. And then into their technical college. So now we have a fantastic feeder program.
Mm-hmm.
It's being deliberate, strategic to meet those demand needs. And they're just 2 hours from the Cape, so it doesn't mean it has to be right there at the Cape. So that gives a snapshot of the program of such, from that standpoint of what's being involved in increasing that. Again, we had this past year, we had 23 school districts, 167 high schools involved, 577 programs that were resulting in 6,000 students graduating from those programs just this year. And we've just added on 10 more districts. So but how do we use these videos is then and generate that interest so they can put those pieces together. Now when you're enticing a student to go into, automotive program, that's you can see that in that video, it shows that what's involved in automotive is a transferable skill.
I had no idea that we needed spray painters. I had no idea.
Yeah.
But I love it because I'm learning so much. But then I saw your list and I saw gaming and coding. We need, to figure out how we're using the gamers and coders in aerospace and make a video on that. So
right. There's no limit.
No.
From that standpoint. But we can, and this is where you can pivot. So we get requests in from aerospace companies, and they're like, okay, we need X amount of individuals that are able to do cable harnessing. Yep. And all right, so it doesn't show like what projects they're on. We're not asking for that, but helping us meet your demand signal, and also the timeline. Sometimes what's happening down there in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, then we can actually generate the talent. How do we get past that? How do we communicate that to the community, to the district? It's like by using these videos.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. So do you have any feedback, other things we should be doing with Explore Mars and the Trades in Space Initiative, other things we should be doing with the videos?
I think that a nationwide reach with it is huge. On the other side of it is because there's a platform to use this and to spread that out, then this is a great opportunity for companies to say, you know what, I'm in. Let me be a part of that. Let my company be a part of that. And like, for example, they're not asking for applications only to go to NASA.
Right.
Right? It is an element for the greater good.
Yes.
And so it's like for the industry. In fact, the time that people are spending here and on the panels, it is also an element for the greater good, right? For the mission, putting pieces together, the networking. Well, this is that. And it doesn't take a lot, but the impact is far-reaching. The other part is that with the demand that schools, high schools in particular, right? They're looking for career fairs. They're looking for that element. Well, I cannot take Blue Origin on my shoulder and taking them around to 67 counties.
Right.
It's not possible, right? But now having them involved, that makes it possible for me to actually make it widespread, regardless if you're a large school district, small, urban school, a rural school. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can actually transcend that. So it's also making the wisest use of our aerospace companies to make that impact without it being a demand on them.
That's great. So how can we get more people involved? What else, how do we get everybody in this room involved?
Well, partly it helps to know that this option's available, right? So it like, okay, how do I, become a part of it? Or I know someone that would be great. And that's the benefit that has taken place through all this, is that I know the perfect person for that. And then even in your company, it's like, this is our biggest need. I got the best champion in mind. So let us know who those people are so that we can actually take advantage of providing that platform. I think knowing that the platform exists is a huge help. Yes. Like I want to get this out there, but how?
So Karen and I did want to open it up to questions. We only have a couple minutes, so if somebody has a question, we got somebody I think coming to the mic, and then I see a hand up, but we'll go with the mic.
Yeah, congratulations on this, and I think that Florida is very fortunate to have an organization like Space Florida that gives us support to very important industry of space. I happen to live in Virginia, and after your presentation last year, I was very impressed, and I said, well, how can we get something like this? How can we get Virginia interested in it? And I talked to, what I found out was that those companies are not even coded as space companies. So Virginia doesn't even realize, they don't code it the same way Florida does because there's so many other things going on. But there's so much, there's so many space jobs just in Northern Virginia alone. How can we replicate this in other aerospace states? Are you working with the Aerospace States Association? I think a lot of the work, the heavy work is done, but how can we take this to other states that don't have that?
That is a fantastic question, because it's not something that you want to like, let me keep it here so that no one else can do, but because we're looking at the national interest, and we want to make sure that even with our states, it's like we want USA to win. We have global interests, yes, but we want USA to win. So going with that, if there's a way, do you have any association within this state that pulls people together? If there is, that might be helpful if you have the State Trade Association. Otherwise, even on the national level, you can identify those companies and then put together a convening to move forward with that, and then work together with the Department of Education, because I'm sure that it's the same thing, that you're having fantastic programs that are being offered within the schools, so we can move that quickly.
Are you getting any do you have a relationship with the Aerospace States Association now?
So do you want to talk a little bit about the previous administration? There was the National Space Council, which may be coming back, and one of the initiatives was sort of this workforce. You had the picture earlier, and so that involved, they had folks from Texas, Colorado, the Keystone States, which I didn't realize the Keystone States went all the way to Ohio, but it was like Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and then New Orleans, Mississippi, that region.
Alabama.
Alabama. Now, I don't think Virginia was part of that.
So we need to bring Virginia in.
We need to bring Virginia in. So
it's a member of the Aerospace States Association.
So, okay, then what we can do is just, we'll share contact information, and I'll stay afterwards. Yes?
Yeah. 2 questions. Is there really a wiki-wachi high school?
Yes. Yes, it does exist. It actually is large.
The second one is, what trades don't yet exist but will soon that you're not talking about that are going to be required for space travel?
That is a great question. That would be dependent on our aerospace companies to say, okay, in fact, part of my report to them is to say, these are all the programs that are being offered. What are the gaps? So that is actually the next step. What is it that you wish? If it was Christmas, what would you hope for? And then we'll work on generating that program for them.
I have a suggestion. AI prompt technician who knows how to do AI.
We'll add that to the list,
to
Karen.
get the answer you want.
So we are over time, but I see Joe patiently standing, so I'm going to let Joe ask his question.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Joe Cassidy, Explore Mars, and L3 Harris. And for Karen, Karen, I saw in the video, the young man was proud to be part of Artemis, talked a little bit about that. So my question was, how's the Artemis program been impactful to your workforce initiatives?
A great question. In fact, L3 Harris, Lockheed Martin, NASA have all been critical partners in establishing the workforce initiatives and that lead. And there's so many companies that have benefited too from the work that's going on with NASA, with the Artemis program, Orion, all of that. It's like it didn't come out of a vacuum. So really building on that. So even inspiring people to come up with startup companies and developing new businesses, more workforce. And these are high wage, high demand jobs. So I think we're forever in gratitude to NASA with the Artemis program because many other things would just cease to not even existed.
Right.
You're building on it and growing on it, and the science that happens from that just transcends many companies throughout the world.
Well, and I think the inspiration, who doesn't want to be a part returning humans to the moon? So
I'm wearing my other blazer had the Artemis pin.
Oh, okay. Well, I see Chris, so I think he's telling us that we have to leave the stage, but we have very much enjoyed being with all of you. And if you have any questions, Karen and I will be around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen and Mary. Great panel. So our next speaker, we're happy to have Ron Burke, who's the president of the American Astronautical Society, and he's also the principal director for the development director at the Aerospace Corporation. With regards to his role at IIAS, we're happy to have him here because for many years, the American Astronautical Society partnered with us on our Achieving Mars workshops, as well as sponsored and participated in this event. So we're happy to have IIAS back here at the Humans to Moon and Mars Summit. So Ron?
Chris, thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, all. It is absolutely great to be here with you all and everyone online. Welcome the opportunity to share a bit of perspective relative to evolving space ecosystems. We've heard quite a bit about the concept and certainly the reference to space ecosystems in conversations this afternoon. I noted that Deborah, Factor Lepore mentioned the construct many, many times. So we're going to talk a little bit about where we see that those areas evolving. But first, I'd like to spend just a moment with a bit of reflection on the American Astronautical Society in the context of our discussions here today. So it's intriguing to think that in 1952, there was a group in New York, a Staten Island Interplanetary Society that put out a notification in the paper that they were going to hold a meeting on problems associated with propulsion, navigation, and physiology of planet hopping. Okay, 1952. They held a few meetings, and they had a little bit of difficulty sort of generating the level of engagement that they were seeking. But those that were participating doubled down on their resolve, and they went forward and established the American Astronautical Society in January of 1954, just a short 71 years ago. And that society established as part of its charter, as part of its constitution, a focus on problems addressing proposals to problems associated with conducting activities in space. And that has been a guiding light, a North Star for the Society for these past 71 years. And to this day, we continue to focus on all areas, advancing all space, and in particular, the value of networking across organizations and people that are associated with being able to accomplish grand challenges in space. And that brings us to a nice segue. One of the guiding lights for IIAS today is a set of 8 areas, so-called slate of 8 that as we refer to them, of areas that look different through the windshield than they do through the rearview mirror relative to activities in space. And 2 of those 8 areas include space ecosystems and human spaceflight.
which is right at the nexus of our conversation. We have, as a society, and also in my role with the Space Enterprise Evolution with the Aerospace Corporation serving as an FFRDC for the Space Enterprise, we have been tracking activities associated with evolving space ecosystems for several years. And just in the cislunar domain alone, for the moon part of Moon and Mars, we have been tracking over 80 companies developing over 100 capabilities that are all associated with one or more layers of fundamental or foundational infrastructure that's necessary for a sustainable space ecosystem. And believe me, I can appreciate that was a lot of words to string together into a sentence. So I appreciate you running with me as I lay that out. But if you unpack that a little bit and think about it, that's a significant number of independent players, independent organizations that are all developing capabilities in their own arena that, pause longer if we had more time, that all need each other, right? They all need to be able to engage with, interoperate with, and advance capabilities with the others. So for instance, we're appreciating the progress that companies are making in developing cislunar communication systems, others that are developing power systems, others are developing navigation systems, other propulsion systems. And all of those individual organizations are producing products that are going to need to be able to interoperate, interrelate in a sustainable way in an ecosystem of space. As we think about the overall economy, space economy, growing from roughly 600 billion in the now time frame to over $1 trillion in the early 2030s, as several forecasts have indicated, including our friends at Space Foundation, and a shout out to Kelly Kettis-Ogborn and team for the good work that they're doing there, and having actually had an opportunity to give a keynote at their New Frontiers session at Space Symposium this year, where I shared about a 45-minute version of these brief remarks that I'm sharing here with you this afternoon. They recognize that this continued growth of the overall economy is expanding from Earth to space applications to more space to space, in-space applications. And a large part of that growth from 600 billion to over $1 trillion is going to be in space to space, in the space to space arena. That is going to require and drive a need for these companies to work together and figure out how their different systems and capabilities will interoperate. And we are recognizing the value of several tools, several engineering tools that can enable that. One of those is enterprise engineering, and I commend that to all of us to think about. That is an ENCOSI defined type of engineering of solving complex problems through the interactions of organizations and people. So it's very people-oriented engineering discipline. Second discipline is beyond system of systems engineering, which we're all familiar with, to ecosystem engineering and figuring out how to, in fact, design and develop capabilities that not only do what they're supposed to, but do it in concert with other tools and products and so forth that others are building and do no harm in the process. So there's the ecosystem engineering dimension. And then a coupling agent between those two is a digital engineering domain, a digital engineering environment, which delivers a value proposition of providing a common engineering environment for all of those players, all of those organizations and people who are developing capabilities separately to look at how their individual capabilities fit together, work together, operate together, and evolve together, and enable a sustainable, evolvable space ecosystem. So highlighting the value of that is an opportunity that our colleagues at DARPA undertook, which many of you may be familiar with, is called Luna 10. And specifically what DARPA did was recognize the value of demonstrating the concepts that I'm outlining, right? And so they put out a call, they selected 14 companies, they put the companies under contract, and each of the companies was developing a separate but intentionally compatible capability. After all, and what I'm about to share was shared with me by the program manager, Michael, goes by the call sign of Orbit. How brilliant is that, right? How poetic is that? NIAC, that after the 14 companies were on contract, they came to him and said, look, you intentionally put us in play to work together. Where is the common engineering environment that we are all going to use so that we're all on the same page? And appreciating the value of that challenge, Orbit commissioned a company by the name of IIAS Technologies to develop an engineering environment for that purpose. And they've used the tools and capabilities in the project, which has completed at this point, but the resulting engineering environment is enduring, and we have the benefit of being able to look at it to see what I'm hand-waving about, actually see, I'll call it demonstrative evidence. So what I'd like to do, pardoning the fact that I cannot see anything, I am blinded by these lights, is motion to our AV person to start the video. And this is under the banner of a construct that we've given a name, Luniverse, and the ideal is that this is an instantiation, a space-based instantiation of an industrial metaverse, for those of you who are familiar with that construct. When I first heard it, I thought it was a buzzword, but I've since come to understand that it's a very well-established approach in adjacent industries for using digital environments to do basically everything from design through development, integration, deployment, operations, and even disposal. So let me stand back, raise the volume, and
digital twin of the moon,
share this with you.
An industrial metaverse framework that allowed simulation of multiple digital twins in a system of systems and create a common operational picture of the emerging lunar requirements for capability development. We need to focus on communications. Power. In situ resource utilization. To harvest the resources on the moon, to help create a sustainable footprint moving forward. Transportation. This industrial metaverse simulation is the foundational framework of a hyper-accelerated digital twin future for cislunar development, and the first vision of the requirements for Spaceport 1.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity to share that with you. It's offered as demonstrative evidence that this kind of capability can exist now, and it may be beneficial to highlight that as sort of Hollywood production level as that appeared, that is based on a digital environment that is an engineering environment. It is physics and engineering accurate, and it is the kind of capability, it's one of many capabilities of its type, is one of the more sophisticated ones, but to emphasize the fact that we as a community have these kinds of tools and resources available to support collaboration that goes beyond legacy sharing of paper-based designs and plans, and allows us to work in a more interactive and dynamic environment. With that, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to join you this afternoon, and wish you all the best in our future endeavors. Thank you so much.
All right, we're getting down to the closing, and of course, I'm not J.R. Edwards, as pretty obviously seen. But J.R. asked me to come out and give some reflection. And I have to tell you from my perspective how I see things, if I may take a few minutes to do that. I was 7 years old when Sputnik was launched, and although my parents and everyone around were talking about it, I never had an opportunity to see it, but I knew it was there. And as I got into the 60s and went to a high school, that particular high school was associated with an observatory for which one of the rich druggists in the area had given the high school a 12-inch Alvin Clark refractor, and the chemistry teacher was in charge of it. He was teaching astronomy after school because they wouldn't let him teach it within the curriculum. And so we had a number of kids in that particular astronomy class, and I fell in love with observing the universe through a 12-inch Alvin Clark refractor. I built a variety of instruments associated with it. I took images of the sun because we could filter down the intense sun. I took nebula, and I had a whole series of Mars images, and also a number of Venus transits and Mercury transits, for which some of those images that I took in those instruments and developed on Triax actually ended up in Sky and Telescope that I published before I left high school. Also during that time period, I was watching Star Trek. Now, Star Trek was absolutely wonderful. I watched it from the very first episode. So this is my era of Star Trek. Now, what was going on? Okay, Kirk was calling Scotty. All right, go to warp engines, from a surface of a planet. And he was going with his team to planets all the time and introducing and talking about aliens and creating policies of approach and introducing to me an exciting world that was total fiction. Also during the 60s, what's happening in NASA is we're launching missions to the moon where planetary scientists and new fields like space physics that was discovering the magnetosphere of the Earth and how far it went and how it interacted with the solar wind. And, of course, Van Allen had already discovered the Van Allen radiation belts. how bad they were as you were traveling back and forth from the Earth to the moon, and landing on the moon and determining what it was like so that we were getting ready for humans to land on the surface of the moon. During that area, more than 25 missions went out into space and to the moon and orbited, took high-resolution images, getting ready for the era. And I was still in high school. My physics teacher had us read Scientific American and give a kind of like a book report every week. And I fell in love with reading Scientific American, and James Van Allen had published his What Did We Find Above the Earth but the Van Allen Radiation Belts, and here are some of the characteristics. Now, I could hardly get through that article. It was very tough to be able to understand what was being talked about, even at that Scientific American level. And I graduated in high school in Burlington, Iowa, and I went to the University of Iowa, and I took a course called Astronomy 101, walking into the room with 450 other students. The absolute place was packed, taught by James Van Allen. And it was fantastic. Now, I was so in love with the ability to observe the universe from a telescope. I already knew when I went to the University of Iowa that I was going to be an astronomer. But Van Allen opened up my eyes because I then began to work with him almost on a one-on-one basis, even as an undergraduate, doing original research with the data I took from that telescope in Burlington, Iowa. And it was fantastic. He taught me how to do scientific research. Also, I had fabulous advisors who said, we will send you anywhere in the world to give a science talk. All you have to do is talk about the research that we're doing here at the University of Iowa and what you're doing. And I was doing 3 talks a year, all over the place. And when I graduated, I had 5 job offers. And at a time when it was hardly possible for one good job offer for some of these graduate students who were absolutely spectacular. And the one I took was a civil servant position at Marshall Space Flight Center. And at that center, I was allowed to do what I needed to do, and I had a number of responsibilities of communicating data and getting it to our co-investigators and analyzing observations from what are called the Dynamics Explorer missions. And of course, at that time, if you wanted to talk to your co-investigators, you went to the wall and you pulled out an instrument that was connected to the wall, and you either called them, faxed them, or telexed them. You know what telex is, right? So that was a very different time, and I recognized the only way we're going to get this massive amount of data to them is to think out of the box. And I was very privileged to be able to start NASA's first internet in 1980. By 85, we had almost 1,000 computers at universities all over the United States connected with users doing all kinds of stuff. We were doing mail, we were doing all the kinds of stuff that you have to do today anyway to even survive. But that was in 1980. And by 85, I'd made a connection into the European Space Agency, and we were sending data back and forth with them. And by 87, we were in Tokyo. And so we were at JAXA. And in 92, we were in Moscow at IKI. So when you look back at where we've come in this era, we've come an enormous distance. We've done an enormous number of things. And of course, while I was at Marshall, I had opportunities then to go to another center, Goddard Space Flight Center, where I ran a division and got involved in instrument building and got those instruments on a spacecraft called Image. I was also a project scientist. And then I had an opportunity to go to NASA headquarters and run the NASA Planetary Science Program, which was an enormous privilege for me, for about 12 years. And in that length of time, in 12 years, I was involved in 12 launches. And in fact, it was also during that time, I'm involved with the International Space University, and I've gone to a number of their meetings. And in one of the meetings, John Connolly was there and said, okay, let's call Jessica Meir. Pulled out his phone. Jessica, how are you doing? This was astounding because Jessica Meir was on the International Space Station. I saw that, and Kirk was doing it, in the 60s. Total science fiction. Also total science fiction was the concept after I graduated in '79 that we were going to be able to have any chance of seeing planets orbiting other stars. Just forget it. Now we see even rogue planets, planets that aren't attached to stars. We now know there are more planets in the galaxy than there are stars. And now we're looking for the life that might be on those and might be in our solar system in fabulous ways. We have come an enormous distance. Now, the last couple days, we've really been bathed in some fantastic things. This is one of the reasons why I absolutely love this summit that Explore Mars puts on for many years, and it's just been wonderful. And we've talked about all aspects of the program, but it's all about the now and the future. And I wanted to start tonight with that concept of where we've been. We have come an enormous distance in those 50 years. Where we're going to be in another 50 is going to be unbelievable. So, as we have talked about off and on today, now it's my turn to give you my wish. I wish I had just graduated today from the University of Iowa with my PhD in space physics, knowing what I know. Because the next 50 years will eclipse all the experiences that I've had in the past. And they have been astounding. So, just wanted to give you a little background. You have to appreciate the history because the future is so bright, and we need that history to not repeat the mistakes that we've done in the past. So with that, let me introduce J.R. Edwards, the president of Explore Mars. Thank you very much.
Dr. Green. I think we're now at the point of declaring mission complete. Thank you to each of you for being present. Being present is being part of the journey. And thank you for the thousands of viewers who are watching us live. This journey involves all of us. You heard panelist after panelist, speaker after speaker, leader after leader. Leader after leader, giving their visions for exploration and reporting on the progress that we are making. The work continues. It does not end at the conclusion of this summit. Day after day going forward, we will continue that journey toward realizing our vision. Thank you to our boards, our advisory board members, our operating board. Thank you, the entire community. And now, I'll say farewell for now. We'll see you next time. For those who are online, we're signing off now. And for those who are in the room, after the conclusion of this event, we invite you to join us for our final reception. Thank you again.